Seedling portfolio. Year 225. Rune, Johann and Lumuf both arrived in 3 worlds, and found it the same as it once was. At least, at first glance. Their mission was simple, to just have a check on what has changed in the years since we last visited. It's been a while since the 3 of us traveled together for something unrelated to the Demon King. Johann shrugged. Rune shrugged. It's usually Stella and Lumuf. And this is still tangentially related. 3 domain holders was quite overkill, but they'd all split up and headed in their own directions. Both Rune and Johann were rangers, and they had, in their arsenal of skills, a wide variety of camouflage, scouting and movement abilities that made them perfect for checking on these folks from afar. Lumuf's projected presence also helped play the same role. How long till we get to see your dragon? Rune asked. It's a dragon. Johann sighed. And guess what? Dragons take forever to grow. It's just an egg now. Ha. Rune laughed. Should have started with something more ordinary. Like a Zeratin. I am pretty sure Zeratins also take forever to mature. At least with a Zeratin, you'd have your own interstellar ride. That's a good point. I should have thought of that. Johann realized a personal Zeratin pet was probably the ideal interplanetary transportation vehicle. I wouldn't need Stella or the Archmages to send me anywhere. Rune just gave him a gentle punch on the shoulder. But I guess dragons just have that cool legendary factor. Anyway, we should split up and start searching. Yup. Got it. Johann's body faded, and blended into the background. He was off, and Lumuf also activated his own camouflage. It didn't take long for them to each check on the 3 factions of 3 worlds. Everything's normal here, Rune said through our shared communication ability, as he observed the massive city of the Sand People. They were a blend of desert creatures and humans, ruled by the Scarab men. Their warriors were the Scorpionoids, and their lesser folk everyone else. Doesn't even seem like the demons came this way. Some minor damage to the main city, and a bit more on the outskirts, otherwise, it's normal. Lumuf returned to the outskirts of the Crystal Mountain, and found it the same. The city looked far more heavily fortified than before, with large crystal golems on the walls. Those were new. There seemed to be some battle scars, but otherwise, it's all normal. The demons had come for the land of man, and they damaged them only slightly. The Centaurs' camps looked heavily damaged, and their population seemed to have shrunk quite a bit. But their main city holds, but I see the scars of heavy battle in this place. There's a large segment of their vast steppes that's now filled with demonic corruption, and there's a large crater in the center that looks to be the remains of the Demon King. Rune and Lumuf activated their own teleportation scrolls, and arrived next to Johann in the vast, now corrupted steppes of the Centaurs. They survived. Rune said. I suppose that'll have to be good enough. With at least a third of their grazing lands gone, Johann naturally was sympathetic. They don't need us here. Rune said. They chased Lumuf out the last time we're here. They survived. If we approach them now, they'll view us with even more suspicion. Lumuf nodded along. Rune is right. This isn't an urgent problem, even if the pain of the land is palpable. I felt it, of course. Even with my domain, I could shut it out, but it's there, like someone shouting outside the window. The call of the trees, the grass and the land, for aid, to resist the interlopers. Corruptors. Undo the damage. I've done so on Branchhold. I've aided the heroes to clear the demonic corruption, and there, it's now almost all gone. I felt that same voice here, to clean it up. We should destroy the Demolite. Johann said. Or shift it to one of the other worlds. Parasite World's a good place to start, since it's a blank slate. What if they want it? Rune retorted. Then they'll get more demons. It's their choice, isn't it? Actions have consequences. In the end, Lumuf cut in. Let's just go. We're here to just check on them, not take action or intervene on their behalf. We'll only step in if the Demon King's running unhindered. Treehome was likely to be safe from the demons for a while, with the astral paths all gone. This was something known to my void mages, and my domain holders, but the temples were, naturally, unaware. They had no means of seeing the astral paths, unless they happened to have angels. The lava world was now our primary farming location, other than our dungeon, while I began resettling the Parasite World with migrants from both Treehome, and a selected few from Branchhold. Even Parasite World was changing, and I attempted to speak to the will on its name. It shared images of what it once was. Jungles and swamps, insects and parasites. It was a tropical world, and thus, I resolved Parasite World shall be named Tropic World. The interstellar migrants were immediately annoyed by the presence of an overwhelming number of naturally spawning mosquitoes, and magical flaming barriers were erected to prevent the bugs from getting close. My healing effects and aura meant the migrants never got sick from it, but it was a massive irritation. The fact that the terrain was still changing, as the core's power returned, meant it was also quite difficult to build anything permanent, since the shifting terrain triggered earthquakes, flash floods, and avalanches. No one died, since Valthorns and Druids stepped in to protect them, but it is part of the challenge of settling in this new world. Despite this, the migrants were mostly hopeful. They were drawn to the scale of the land, where only my Valthorns had once walked. The vast forests I created, the new animals that spawned were different from those back home. It took a certain type of personality, an explorer and adventurer at heart, not for money, but for novelty, to be willing to make this journey. To build civilization where there was none, to impose order in the natural chaos of this world. A delegation of lords similarly made the journey. Here, they were to be its new rulers. A small group of friendly canary made the journey too, just as there were treefolks, lizardpersons and gnolls who made the move. The swampy natural terrain was unappealing to the centaurs or elves, so they were a minority in the first batch of settlers. The system didn't entirely leave these to fend for themselves, and these pioneers were rewarded with an upgrade, a rather powerful set of classes: pioneer settlers, pioneer builders, or pioneer crafters, and other such, that helped them adapt to life in their new world. Their children grew quickly, and with the protection of my trees, I foresee them growing quickly. Here, there were very few resource limitations. With such a small population, the system spawned magnitudes more animals and monsters than they could ever hunt, and it would take at least a few decades before the population growth would start to run into resource issues. Just like Treehome, I worked with the new settler lords to set up nature reserves and areas that would be protected. Areas where the natural state of this new world was preserved, and my artificial minds supported them with beetle guardians and beetle trucks. They could get certain necessities shipped over from Treehome, if needed, but as far as they could, they had to make do with what was available. Solving their adversity and working with what they had was a path to gaining levels, since it was the ethos behind their pioneer series of classes. My tree on the Cometworld barreled through the void space at high speeds, and occasionally, I saw other worlds come into view. Yet, these other worlds were too brief, and too hard to lock on. I started to wonder whether we could control our movement through the void space. After all, this world had shrunk quite dramatically, and the Cometworld is like a male in a bottle floating on the wider ocean. My Cometworld had somehow barreled far away from where we are, like a comet now in the far-flung areas. On the map of the Demon King's core, we were not even on the map. But it was hard to confirm this. After all, this map had a weird perspective and projection of the void sea. Stella and Alka worked on multiple contingency plans, of potential retaliations from the demons. One possibility, from what we've seen, in the Margmarian dwarves, and also the dragons, was the comet. This was common in these two's memories, and the comet led to large-scale destruction. Our mitigating solution was twofold. First, Stella and the Void Mages prepared a set of portals as an escape plan. Alka's team of bomb researchers prepared for the possibility of blowing up the comet. Unlike humans, we have the ability to create portals, so reaching any comet or super projectile headed our way was a small problem. We just needed a nuke large enough to blow up any comet. There was a possibility, as Ken suggested based on his past knowledge of tropes, that the comet may well be a super demon king. Or at least, a larger fragment of that blob from the demon. I felt this possibility was unlikely, because if it was, then, the god solution of summoning heroes likely would not work. Also, if such a thing was possible, Treehome would have been a demonic wasteland, so, it's unlikely. Ken's counter-argument was that the Demon King may just give up on its corruption ability and instead make a combat-focused Demon King, since every Demon King has two roles. 1. To both defeat the heroes, and 2. Have a set of abilities designed to capture the core of the world. A focused Demon King meant to erase the targeted world to a blank slate could give us trouble. Again, unlikely. I personally had a third idea. The demons may just wait us out. If I were to put myself in the demon's shoes as the demon's chief strategist and tactician, and I saw a world that's giving me trouble, my first instinct may not be to throw stronger units at it, but just wait and see. This is because I am an immortal, while these habited worlds are usually humanoids, and humanoids don't live very long. If I just left the world alone, the defenders would have aged and died, and when I send a demon king after 100 or 200 years, those who stood against me might have been long gone, or descended to infighting. A strategy like this required some knowledge of the nature and thought process of mortals, but the demons could read minds, and they have acquired that knowledge by capturing heroes in the past. If this was the demons' chosen strategy, it required eternal vigilance and heavy preparation over decades and centuries, and that was a very hard thing for a society of mortals to do effectively. Well, good thing we have an immortal on our side, then. Alka laughed. You're all immortals. The issue is making sure our mortal friends share our concerns. If we warn them too much, and too consistently but nothing actually happens, they'll think, after a decade or two, it's just scaremongering and we are just being naggy old creatures. I had no issues with those longer lived, because they know. For someone who lived through 1 in 100-year disasters, those things were very real, but to those who didn't, or grew up after those disasters, they just don't feel it personally and would take things lightly. I would mitigate this in my Valthorns with my dream academies and other such abilities, and send them to the other worlds. I realized this contradicted a thought I had previously with Branchhold. That different societies had different future time horizons. Some cultures prepared. Some cultures reacted. Eon, your concerns are overstated. There's actually no reason to warn them at all. Alka interjected. What could the kingdoms do with their levels and their resources? Nothing truly substantial. Nothing compared to what we have access to. If anything, the duty to prepare falls on us, those with domains. We do not expect a regular man on the street to know how to guide a ship through a hurricane, and likewise, we do not expect a village chief to know what to do against a god. Is that from a book somewhere? Stella quipped. No. But our eyes can see, our minds can foresee, and we shall guide our fellow men through these dark woods. Stella actually clapped. You've been reading. Yes, I have. Alka laughed. I suppose it's true. There's not much these societies could do against such an existential threat. Kraviak, my treefolk Eonic Lord of Growth, approached me with the latest of Voidune treefolks. The youngest one could now speak, and grew up well. By now, we have close to 15 such treefolks. Our process of breeding more of them was slow because we checked everything. Our concerns of their weak physique was overstated, as it soon became clear that the soul adapted to the body, and the body adapted to the soul. Their soul springs became an unusual mixture of both void and normal mana, and their soul springs had a 2-layered structure, 1 normal mana, 1 void. Still too young to learn magic, the first void-attuned treefolk was named Kaala. Curious, and uncertain of his place in the world, we spoke a lot, and the void child reminded me very much of a once young Lausanne. They still had their naive innocence, a clear, wide-eyed wonder of the world around them. They do not know to be intimidated. The very act of speaking to me did not strike them with fear. Every time I look at the children I trained and designed, all for the future of waging war, I felt conflicted. They were necessary. The skills, the adaptations they had. All, in my mind, necessary. Reality remains cruel, and with the demons all over the multiverse, my recruitment of talented children never stopped. The continuous process of building a pipeline of talent, for our war to end this cycle never ended. I hope there was a world someday in the future, where children could be children, and not have to fight wars on my behalf. When we destroyed and defeated the Demon King, I wondered for a moment whether I've achieved my goals. I asked my domain holders once, whether this was it. That this was where we should stop, since we've stopped the cycle for Treehome. But everyone knew it wasn't. All we did was buy time, and force them to rethink their strategy. They would return. They were still there. I looked at my future young soldiers all over Treehome and Branchhold, and prepared them for a war that I wish I never had to fight. But it must. One day it will end. One day we will have our victory. But until then, I will keep adding more to our war potential. Den of Snakes. Year 226. I am there. I've reached Snake's world. Stella said the words that they've all waited for. Really? Seriously? Ken jumped from his chair as the message propagated to all the senior leaders and the hero-related groups. We knew she was getting close, but the uncertain nature of the void and its erratic patterns made predicting the specific time and date difficult. The void was simultaneously a stormy sea, a folding space and a thick, dark and confusing forest. Snake immediately asked, "What did she see? My void body just arrived, and I can't see anything. The void body's just a void portal probe. I'll have to open a portal." Wait. Snake yelled and Ken just shook his head. What now? Ken said. We've finally reached your world, the goal you've always wanted, and now you're saying wait. I am not ready. You're a spiritual snake ready to sacrifice your life to somehow bring heroes back to your world, and now you are not ready. Come on. Snek felt a range of emotions I've rarely seen in the spirit snake. Confusion, uncertainty, fear, hope. To return after so long. How much time had passed? He didn't know. We didn't either. The gates are open, Stella said, and it was Lumuf, once again, who stepped through. We were greeted by mountains and canyons so high that it felt unreal. Instantly, we felt the presence of the demons. A world of dragon demons, the ones we saw from an earlier time. The ones that Lozan fought. They zoomed overhead, so far above the canyons that they couldn't see us. They don't have very good eyesight. Lumuf quipped as the demons seemed to ignore us. Snek and Ken ran through the city and rushed to the Valthorn's keep, and ran to the room where the portal floated midair. Stella nodded in the room. Well, the gate's there. Lumuf is already on the other side. Snek's little snake form seemed nervous, and I felt it. Is it safe? Ken asked. He hadn't actually stepped through to a demon world. Yes. The weather seems a little dry, but for now still breathable. The demons did not do much to the air. Well, is this your home? Lumuf asked. Snek sat on his shoulder. Yes. Yes it is, he said. It's the same sun and moon. The terrain had changed, and their world had become even more mountainous. There were huge cliffs, deep valleys, and mountains that were filled with caves. All inhabited by the demon dragons. The dragon demons flew overhead, and in truth, they were a pale imitation of real dragons. They lacked the overwhelming power that I felt in the ancient dragon bones, the energy and magic that could survive the batterings of time. Where are your family? Our friends? Lumuf asked, as we walked through the valleys. The valleys all had small streams of running water, grass and foliage still grew on the banks of the stream. It seemed that certain demons didn't outright destroy their worlds, and instead merely leech off the core like some kind of planetary parasite. I am not sure, Snek answered. The terrain has changed so much, but my people live underground. A strange coexistence. One I considered, and Lumuf felt the world through his feet. The good news is, your world looks like it has hardly aged. There was still a strong, pulsing presence in the core, deeply entangled with the demon's presence. The demon king in this world was still growing, and it'd be years before it was ready for an invasion. Stella popped up right next to them. The first thing she did was to look up, and we saw the growing but still weak astral path that led somewhere. So, how do we find your kind? Do they have any magic or markers? No. We hid everything. But things may have changed. Stella closed her eyes, and I felt her energy pulse outwards, like a wave that swept out. Lumuf activated my avatar mode, and my magical labs spawned at the edges of the stream. These magical labs then activated my array of magical sensors. We had to first offset the magical energies of the core and the demons, but once that was out of the way, we were left with a smaller pool of possible locations, about 500 places. Do you think we can hide from the dragons? Lumuf asked Stella, and she shrugged like it was a stupid question. Do we even need to? True. They may look like dragons but lack their power. If Lozan could take them on, Lumuf and Stella certainly could steamroll their way through them. Actually, now may be a good time to get the next generation of Valthorns up to speed. Lumuf realized. That's more like it. Stella grinned. Stella and Lumuf were at the center of about 250 Valthorns, all level 100s and above. These are the possible locations of Snek's people, based on our magical sensors, and they refer to themselves as the Ulerans. Ulera. After the demonic invasion, their message infrastructure collapsed, so there may be multiple surviving Ulerans in this world, scattered all over the world. Snek claims he came from the Utara Ulerans, and there's the Celadon Ulerans. The Valthorns separated into groups of 5, and they fanned out. Simply put, make a spectacle, lots of noise, and crush the demons, and see whether the Ulerans will come out and talk to us. Everyone nodded. Lumuf and Stella just followed their trail of destruction. The demon dragons themselves were strong, relative to the other demon types, but their low quantities were a drag. The Valthorns tore through the flights of demons. Here, the Ranger Archer Valthorns had extensive advantage. Their piercing arrows and crystal bomb-tipped arrows were very effective against their heavy scales. Our Sound and Fury agenda was successful. Patriarch Lumuf, we spotted some natives. Adaran, a Valthorn Triology monk warrior, reported through our message system. One of them was spying on us, and we tracked him back to a network of tunnels in the nearby valleys. I felt Snek breathe a huge sigh of relief. He had feared for his fellow snakefolk. We spotted some Ulerans. All in, we spotted 3 separate groups of Ulerans as we fanned out, and Stella, Lumuf teleported us to the nearest one. They lived in what appeared to be a really complicated network of deep tunnels and chambers, and built secret irrigation tunnels and light collecting structures that funneled light into underground farms. Snek was nervous, but he knew how the tunnels worked. The tunnels were small, and not meant for normal-sized humanoids. Instead, Snek, in his strange form, went to the door, and searched for something. There was a metal plate, no larger than a small teacup, and he hit it 5 times. He held it up, and it vibrated midair. And waited. Soon, an Uleran emerged, a snake with 2 hands and no legs, that resembled a really small naga. The Ulerans were all small-sized, no larger than a small table, but what was interesting was that they all had a large cobra-like head. He had a small dagger in small arm. Who is it? I am Sawabesarulers. Snek did the introduction. I was once one of the high-blood ritualists meant to find heroes for Ulera. I have returned and wish to speak to the present Uleran Lord of the Dens. The Uleran looked unsure. I know not of this name, or the ritual you speak of. Begone, you are not welcome. Wait, we acted on the orders of the Uleran Lord Rajadadungular and Lord Kopakular. Are those names familiar to you? They are long dead, and their den long destroyed. How many years has it been? Snek asked. I do not know. Do not enter, as you are not welcome. Are they welcome? Snek pointed to Lumuf and Stella. They can defeat the demons of this world, and may even bring us to a world without demons. There was no response from the Uleran, and instead he just hissed. That didn't go as planned. Snek sighed. Let us try the other dens, but it is a good sign that my people survived after all. The second attempt was a lot better. Oh, you are one of the ancient ritualists, and these are the leaders of the creatures. Above ground. Yes. They do not look like the humans that the gods used to send. They look so old. Stella frowned. Times have changed. Snek responded. And they are not the heroes. Unfortunately, we cannot let you into our den. We can meet outside. The demons, did they not come for you? Most dens have settled to a comfortable status quo with the demons. We leave them alone, and they hardly bother us. Those that venture too far get eaten. That is the way. The Uleran of the second den said. Are you in contact with the other dens? No. The rest of my Valthorns continued to fan out, and scout out more of the locations. There were surprisingly more dens than we expected, as the dragon demons really didn't like going down to the valleys, and were happy to remain in the peaks and surface. It was an unusual coexistence, and I was getting the sense that the Ulerans didn't really want to rock the boat, either. Snek's mood soured, as we encountered more and more dens, almost all of them turning us away. I don't get it. I even obtained a hero class, and they don't even seem convinced. Too much time has passed. Lumuf said, and they've changed their minds in that period of time. Or maybe it's just a form of Stockholm Syndrome. Don't rock the boat. As Snek's frustrations with the dens grew, I've decided to go on a small detour. Lumuf. If there's a dragon demon champion, let me know. I want to capture one. Ah. Lumuf nodded, quickly passed the message to the teams, and I got a target soon after. Patriarch Lumuf, there is a dragon demon champion in this location. We've backed off. Lumuf charged to the location at high speed, and then landed before a dragon demon. These dragon demon champions were one of the strongest types of demon champions we've seen, just slightly weaker than the combined demon walker super cannons. Lumuf leapt on the dragon demon champion. It flailed and struggled, but my vines wrapped around the giant dragon demon and flooded it with my mana. It's gotten easy. My vines pulled the dragon down to the ground, and continued to flood it with mana. Natural mana overwhelming has converted the demon drake champion to a giant tree drake. Giant tree drake requires a titan soul to operate at full power. The tree drake lumbered helplessly, unable to move much, so I had Stella send it back to Treehome for further investigation. Destroying the demon dragons, or demon drakes, since the system doesn't consider them to be real dragons, was quite entertaining for my Valthorns. Every wannabe hero has been sold the idea of slaying dragons, so this was the fulfillment of that dream. Alright, what should we do? Lumuf gathered the senior leaders, and Snek, while the rest of the Valthorns had fun slaying demons. Snek is clearly not having much success with his kind, though some of them are willing to at least talk. My humble and utmost apologies, Patriarch Lumuf. Snek offered, and seemed extremely embarrassed by what had happened. I did not expect my people to be so difficult. But at least I now know that about 340 years have passed since I shed my physical form and entered the void. What is the root cause of their resistance? You have the hero class, surely they should welcome you as a savior of some kind. Stella was fairly curious as well. Generations have grown up under these dragon demons, and only the really old would remember life before them. As weird as it sounds, my fellow Ulerans adapted and accepted life as it is, and adopted some insular behaviors. I will need some time to address their concerns. Lumuf said. Do we have time? Plenty. Stella said. The star paths are weak and the core of this world is still holding one of the baby demon kings. There you go. You have time. You may offer them a chance to move to our world. We will have somewhere safe for them. Perhaps the bug world. Snek nodded. I fear my fellow people may get aggressive if I badger them too often, but I will try to undo this. The Valthorns will be stationed here to support you. They could use the experience. Snek, you have 3 years to make a difference. If nothing happens after 3 years, we're bailing. We can leave you here if that's what you want. The little snake creature bobbed his head, and looked back at the insular little Ulerans all hidden in their dens. With Stella's Void Explorer locked on Sneckworld, we were able to open portals to the world as needed. For now, Stella and Lumuf returned to Treehome. Alright, what's next? Stella said. Lumuf shrugged. I am taking a break. I am going to go get some tea, a nice hearty meal, and then get a shower. I am all dusty. Ha. Without the demonic invasions to regularly pulse and space out our time, even though I did feel it was a little too frequent, it helped structure my time and allow me to aim for the next goal. Now, I needed to figure out that goal for myself. I had to prepare for what came through the astral ways next, especially from that blob. Stella and my void mages regularly checked the stars, and for Stella herself, she spent a lot of time working and training her mind assistants to support her with the map within the Demon King's core. Some of the distances were still too far, even with rift gates, and how the demons created those astral paths, which was subsequently reinforced by a combination of void and core mana, was still a puzzle. At least my other Valthorns seemed to be growing. Cloven hoofs. Year 227. There are times when nothing seems to happen, and I generally enjoy these periods of time. It's not to say nothing happened, but it's more that the events that happened were largely small to me. On Treehome, my roots and vines finally crossed all the necessary oceans, and we've reached all the continents. I was now able to spy on everyone in the world. But there was nothing worth spying on. The temples did not hold secrets of communicating with the ancient gods, or if they did, it was lost to time. The kingdoms were embroiled in endless politicking and jostling for power, what little power they had. The common folk, well, there's really not much to gain from spying on them. Again, it comes back to my two main objectives. The first main objective for expansion is the gathering mana and resources, which does not require my direct control of the land. My subsidiary trees are able to hide and camouflage, such that most people don't notice them, and they, connected to the rest of the trees, generate mana. The second was talent. There was a valid argument for the expansion of my cities into the other continents, to have a wider pool to gather talent. It is also true, just as Raf correctly noted, that my reluctance to control these other lands meant they were lawless, and many of these young, potentially talented children would encounter a demise before their time. On this aspect, my spy networks in the other continents help serve as my talent hunters. Talent is an ephemeral quality. It emerges in some, and doesn't in others. I've known this through my decades, almost century-old training program. Some people bloom early, some people bloom late, some never bloom at all. Some thrive in a structured, safe environment of the central continent, some thrive in the lawlessness of the kingdom's fringes. I tried to recreate similar chaos by letting go of the kingdoms of the central continent. I allowed them to fight each other. Chaos. Conflict. It's all natural. Order is stifling, and worse still, the frustration created by order eventually causes the general populace to turn on the force that applies that order. Every few years, my Valthorns had to step in and quell some smaller actual rebellions, some small pockets of dissatisfaction that somehow turned on us. We catch most of them before they turn into larger rebellions. My minds keep tabs of their general mood, and try to ensure that their frustrations are aimed at each other, rather than us. Sometimes, my spymasters accelerate the collapse of certain incompetent kingdoms, just to ensure that the frustrations are focused on them, than us. We step in when they do something. It is a slippery slope. Lumuf said to Raf that we are wardens. That is my goal. But in practice, there are flaws to this ideal as well. If the lion were to hunt the last surviving gazelle, would we not intervene? We would, because in the interest of diversity, I should retain these rare species. Yet, the natural way is to let it collapse. The strong survive, that is nature. When are we wardens, and when are we zookeepers and conservationists? Nature's diversity is hinged upon every species finding their niche. A species that does not find their niche thus dies. Is that how we do things? Is that how I want to do things? The cities of Treehome have grown larger. The sheer concentration of our power-meant resources, infrastructure and facilities have made the 6 ports, Freshka, and the many directly administered cities of the Valthorns into large, sprawling city monstrosities. The decades of peace have created a huge accumulation of people in these large centers of economic activity. It also made it easier to find talent, because there was bound to be talent in a larger pool of people. Like it or not, the central continent's incredible prosperity is an outcome of decades of order. By my artificial mind's measures, the central continent's population has increased by a factor of 10 since a century ago, all because of significantly higher food availability, and significantly lower death rates. The resurgence of the lizardfolk, centaur and treefolk populations were also a big factor, and it was all possible because of our presence, to create order, and to protect those I saw as worth protecting. But it is not fair. The Valthorns have our inbuilt biases. If the lizardfolk or treefolk were inferior, by the order of things they should be extinguished. So, though we claim to be wardens, we are not very good wardens. We step in. We made changes. We elevated some lizard folks and tree folks beyond their natural state and made them into wardens. But the very fact that we made it possible, informs the others of the height that they could achieve. We protected some, and encouraged certain populations to grow faster. Honestly, we're hypocrites. We apply order, and intentionally create chaos. We impose our rules. Our rules were drafted with a significant bias for choice, for self-determination. It's hypocritical, because if we really wanted to be wardens, the nature of Treehome should be a state of anarchy. The kingdoms should be able to fight each other to the death if they wanted. But we don't allow them to. In the interest of saving the innocent, and sparing the continent from the fallout. The philosophical difference between myself and Raph was actually really just on the spectrum of our intervention. We advocate a light touch, yet we occasionally intervene, sometimes heavily, thus we suffer the consequences. Raph would, by the sheer nature of his philosophy, need to consistently intervene. That, to me, was an untenable position. I did not like that. Initially, my framework for intervention generally considered whether there was an extinction event, such as the last gazelle example, large-scale unnecessary death, a unique or special resource, or if the intervention could significantly alter the direction of the world for the better. It occurs to me that the framework was structured so wide that it is effectively useless as a framework. What is significant? If one subscribes to chaos theory, that small events have large ripples, everything is accordingly significant, and thus, like Raph, I must always intervene. That is not where I want to be. I want to end the cycle, and these days, any intervention is filtered through whether it could lead us further along that path. Again, still very vague, and not exactly useful. How would you know that a person could someday be the future savior of the world? It was something that still stumped me, and so, for now, I am going with my gut. Which is mostly, my roots. Managed to get the crystal computers to work. Kay looked at the flashing crystals with great interest. They work, but all this computational power is not very useful. Alka was frustrated. We now had the equivalent of computer chips, and Alka is now literally a walking chip foundry. The issue was making that computational power do something useful. What was the world's greatest supercomputer, if there was nothing that required that sort of computational power? Creating a language and operating system for the supercomputer was a challenge in itself, though they were not entirely working from scratch. It was fairly easy to adapt runes and runic carvings into supercomputers, and that was their first instinct. There was a language already native to crystals. Runes. However, it was soon clear that runes were not appropriate. The human heroes, of course, had some ideas of their own thanks to their earthly origins, but Alka wasn't convinced. The crystals had the ability to comprehend certain queries or statements without having to resolve them through a series of yes-no questions. If the crystals could inherently maintain and process statements directly, Alka's first idea was that they were essentially artificial minds, but in crystal form. So, we combined them with my suit of living wooden armor, to augment our Valthorns in combat. This was actually the first useful application, since the supercomputer crystals could function as the home of the artificial minds. We then combined the artificial minds, the supercomputer crystals, and the Demon King's core. Stella referred to it as the Void Chamber, and it was our first full-scale attempt at supporting Stella's attempt to look further and deeper into the demon's map. It worked better than expected. She didn't have a nosebleed or her eyes didn't hurt, and she could begin to manipulate the map, and convert them into something useful. Coordinates. Directions. Stella needed the void chamber, because the Demon King's core was not designed for the regular mind. The chamber helped to interpret and convert the signals and signs and inputs into something more usable, and allowed her to take it all in. I need a bit of demonic mana, Stella said, after a few days of experimenting with the Demon King's core. There are some segments locked behind a key of demonic mana. Certain carved paths within the core that need to be powered by demonic energy. Got it. A small army of void mages watched, as a demonic hybrid tree appeared nearby, and a small trickle of demonic energy pierced the Demon King's core. It hummed strangely, and Stella manipulated the demonic energy into the path. She froze as she felt the presence of an unusual blend of divine energy leaking, that then transformed, decayed into something else. Eon. I am not sure if I am reading this right, but from what I am seeing, there's a dead thing in the prison. It leaks divine energy, similar to that ancient log, but it's very faint and I think it's getting twisted into some kind of demonic energy. God. Yes. That blob is like a prison or an extraction device of some kind, and each Demon King is a piece of that fallen thing, which perhaps is a god that has been corrupted. We're actually going to fight a god. I cursed. This was going to be a lot more traditional than I expected. Oh great. There's also shit. Stella cursed. Heroes. The spirits of captured heroes in that prison. That thing contains both heroes and a dead divine creature. The Demon King is essentially a fusion of three parts: the body of the planets, the will and spirit of this fallen god, and the blood and energy of the demons. That blob contains the will, and the blood is passed on with each Demon King. Okay. So, when you corrupt the anti-magic Demon King's body, it messes with the blood and energy of the demon, as well as the body of the world, which was why it didn't work as well when it landed. Stella paused. But this doesn't help. It doesn't tell us how to get to it. The distance between us and the blob is huge. I'd have to gain at least 100 levels just to get enough void mana to get close. Can we hop there? The void chamber hummed, as I felt the Demon King's core light up. Yes. We'll have to capture at least 40 worlds along the way. But here's the thing. The closer we are to the blob, the more Demon Kings they can throw at us. Wait. Why? They technically have no limit on how many Demon Kings they can aim at one world. It is just its default setting to aim one world at a time, to maximize growth. It's transmitting a command. Stella had already started to read the command. It can essentially be summarized as a matrix between the nearest world, highest demolite concentration and special weightage, which is normally 0. So, it pretty much tries to invade the world with the highest weighted score, the nearest world on its star map. It's also receiving a pulse from the other demon worlds, every unknown number of years, which helps update that star map. If a world was already targeted by another Demon King, there's a negative modifier applied. Wait, can you tamper with that pulse? I will, but we have to play listening mode for a bit, to see what that pulse is like. If I know what's being transmitted, I'll try to modify and mimic it. I'll need your help to construct a listening facility of some kind on the lava world, and the other demonic worlds. And you know what we are looking for? Yes. Stella grinned. I just figured out exactly what we need to look for. Stella and her void mages soon spent months constructing hundreds of little demolite gems filled with a special inscription, meant to mimic the exact energy receiving formation within the Demon King's core. These devices were then scattered on all the worlds, particularly places like the lava world, and Sneck's world. They would function as recording devices, to see what's transmitted and communicated by the Demon Mothers, Demon Kings and the Blob. Now, we wait. We didn't bother Raph and the rest of the Angleworld, nor was it in our interest to keep interacting with them. We had other things to focus on. We needed to train new domain holders, and the more my domain holders played a role in the battle, the harder it was for the rest of them to gain a level. It was just a fact that there was limited contribution to go around. That was pretty much the rule of thumb. The easier the battle, the smaller their role, the less experience they got. On the 3 worlds, it was time we made contact with the Sandpeople and the Centaurs, despite the Crystal King's earlier reservations. For this purpose, we had our own Centaurs on the central continent, and trained a group of them to function as spies. Lumoof would play a more observatory role. The lead Centaur spymaster, Eudoxus, initiated the contact after months of surveillance. A lesson from the angel world, our lawyer world: we clearly could not presume good faith in our contact. And like aliens dealing with other aliens, we must first understand who we were dealing with, before attempting to make any contact. We also needed to infiltrate our targets and know more about them, before any proper engagement with the authority figures. I also needed to do it more discreetly, unlike Lumuf's rather high-profile buying spree in the Crystal Mountain. It's common sense, in hindsight. But clearly I lacked it, as I've suffered for it over the years. Something about trees lacking common sense. The centaurs of the three worlds had a communal hierarchy organized around their large special land. A special relic controlled their great vanishing country, which protected their kind for centuries. Those who gained control of the relic were ultimately the joint leaders of their land. But what had happened? Aryan, one of my long-serving centaurs, was soon able to coax the story from a few of the centaur locals. The locals of three worlds, like the angel world, did not presume the presence of alien centaurs, or centaurs outside of their immediate control. The great patriarch and matriarch couldn't fully control the relics of Gyar. Could you believe that? The local centaur chief of the pack cursed over some heavily spiked alcohol. In our centuries of history, the relic has never failed us. It is their incompetence. The story of the Whisperers claims that the relic had lost power. That our ancestors had overused it. Even with the centaur hero's energies, the relic is incomplete. Another centaur chief of the outskirts was quick to share the tales from the grapevine. The centaurs were strangely very gossipy, though we did eventually realize there was quite a bit of horse shit. Aryan and Eudoxus, both played the role of traveling centaurs from a faraway village, nodded. I hear there is demonic corruption in the vast steppes. The spy group consisted of 6 centaurs, all from Treehome, and they melded seamlessly with the centaurs of the fringe. Yes. The centaur chief looked upset. That has never happened in our history. The great patriarch and matriarch must let go of their position for their failure. Aryan prodded. Is that something that would be offensive to say? If that's offensive, the patriarch will not be able to hold his place. The villagers responded, half drunk on some kind of fermented milk alcohol. Soon, the great vote will be upon us. The centaur chief said. And the patriarch will be challenged to defend his position. And would you challenge him? Aryan asked. No. But I hear of those who will. The local chiefs shared names of at least 6 who have thrown themselves into the ring. It all sounded foreign. Back home, we had a discussion on what we've discovered. There are lands not owned by any faction. Rune said. These lands were located in the far south, near the edges of the deserts of the Sand People, and the edges of the land held by the humans and the Crystal King. The only reason they were not owned by anyone was because these were unproductive lands. They were a littering of overly cold barren deserts and a smidge of uninhabited canyons. There was no food, and the weather was too darn cold. There were also no animals, and the place had atrocious weather. We could take this, if just to claim territory. Lumuf had surveyed the land earlier, and didn't like it. Ideally, getting somewhere with a magical ley line was best. But given my ability to spread trees anywhere, it doesn't actually matter. Or we could come in at the invitation of the other factions. Or just place our trees and spread invisibly. Rune countered. With Eon's camouflage abilities, how hard is it to hide? It was a strange thing to even consider, whether a tree had the right to place itself and grow anywhere it wanted. Having rights to land in itself was a great advantage, since it meant no one could take it away from us, but in reality, they couldn't enforce the claim. In fact, once I had my seed planted on this world, I would be spreading my trees everywhere without any care for legal rules. I didn't care for legal rules back on Treehome, why should I care here? Maybe I shouldn't care all that much, and just look for someone far away from the 3, just to avoid conflict, and spread my trees anyway. But at least one of them had a domain, which meant they might be able to sense my presence. It was a risk. Was it worth it? In my mind, yes. But I'll do so after contacting the other 2 factions. There had to be one faction willing, or at least, is a bit more cooperative than the rest. Aryan and Eudoxus arrived at one of the largest centaur gatherings, in their largest city, Hoofhal. They had somehow convinced some centaur merchants to take them along, and the group of 6 centaur spies had established themselves as merchant bodyguards. Centaurs raided each other, and raiding was a fairly common affair in their society. As a result, they've developed some norms, in order to prevent loss of life. Centaur raiding leaders would often battle it out with the head of the bodyguards or the local militia, and if the bodyguard or militia lost, they would surrender their wares, but usually, no one was killed. If they won, the raiders would leave. Towns and cities even had their own raiding parties who did the same to the other cities. Brutality was generally frowned upon, despite the sheer machismo that centaur war leaders had to display in combat. Aryan was a level 136 spear saint, and so in combat, there really was no contest. So, usually it was Eudoxus who took the role of the head, as Eudoxus was a level 87 spymaster, and level 50 or so hardened warrior. It was easy for him to fake his strength as a spymaster. As they rode through Hoofhal's gates, they immediately noticed the strange markings on the land, and Lumuf, hidden and camouflaged in the wagon, saw the lines of magic immediately. The entire city was overflowing with a kind of magic not unlike the shamans or the lizard folk's magics. A blend of runic power and Centaur's folk magic. Folk magic was a milder blend of soul energy and their own energy. Like how shamans and witch doctors could somehow use a limited array of soul-linked magics, like how the rituals of priests could also touch the soul. The folk magicians and spiritualists of the centaurs were developed in such similar concepts. The centaur guards shuffled them in after reviewing some documentation. It was fairly easy to forge, but they didn't need to. The centaur chiefs of the outskirt villages were more than happy to issue them new papers. The guards instinctively stepped away from Aryan. He was the strongest of the centaurs present, and his presence still rippled through the system, even if he tried his best to hide it. The challenges will begin soon. Eudoxus quickly shuffled away to get information of what's next. Challenge? Aryan asked. The challengers challenge the Patriarch for the title. Eudoxus explained. Should we? Aryan would defeat the Patriarch if it was a straight combat. We don't know anyone, it's best we lay low and build our network. I've given them a decade or two to build a realistic faction within the Centaurs, with the goal of lobbying the Centaurs for friendly terms. With our power, it wasn't impossible. We were the equivalent of an extraterrestrial power. Funding and influencing a faction, and meddling with Centaur politics. When I put it that way, what I am planning to do really sounds distasteful. I need the mana, because I don't know what the future holds. If I could get it on favorable terms, which mostly just involved non-interference, that would be sufficient. I wonder why I care. I should just plant my tree clone and be done with it. Fuck whatever these people say. Rune clearly agreed with that approach. But legitimacy would smooth a lot of issues. Arg. I am just reminded that I despise politics. It would be easier that way, in the short run. But all it'll do is sow the seeds of conflict over the long run. If any of these domain tier or relic holders can be swayed our way, that will save us a lot of bloodshed in the future. We are aiming for the demon's heart, and we best have our foundation safe. It would not do to face nibbles from unfriendly natives at our roots. Snakes on a tree. Year 227, Uleran. The way of our people has changed, Sawabesa rulers. The Uleran answered, as they met in a quiet cave in the canyons of Uleran. Snakeworld, or Uleran, as Snek called it, eventually opened up to his presence. Snek wanted to meet in the open, to show that the Valthorns could give them safety. Why? We can undo all of this. I have a hero class, all we need is a young child who has not received her class to accept it. Centuries of living in the shadow of the demons. The Uleran Den Lord answered. We are not the race we once were. We have accepted our fate. Fate. Where was my kind that was proud and willing to stand up to the demons? My fellow Ulerans who were willing to sacrifice themselves and partake in the soul arts. To send me and many others like me to seek help. Snek was furious. We hid away because we couldn't fight then, but now, there's an army strong enough to defeat almost every single demon above us, and heroes to retake our world. Centuries, Sawabesa rulers. The Den Lord was pensive. Will your army be here forever? Will we be able to resist the demons forever? If the other worlds could do it, why couldn't we? We resisted them for a long time, too. We had heroes. I have a hero class here. And what? A single hero. When that hero passes, we're doomed once more. Perhaps we will face a type of demons that doesn't let us survive in the caves and canyons. It was a conversation he had with many others. Snek couldn't believe it. I feared that my people were dead. I came to find that my people lived, but were dead at heart. He refused to believe that the young were like that. If you refuse, at least let me speak to the young Ulerans. Surely some would wish to live in a world not in the shadow of the demons. Where we can step into the light with pride. The Uleran Den Lord sighed, and then nodded. Very well, I've seen enough that I can trust our young to you. Sawabesa rulers smiled in relief. At least some wisdom in the others who remain. After his stint on Uleran, Snek eventually settled on two goals. Collect as many young Ulerans, and send them to Tropicworld, and also regain access to the clean blood magic and various rituals. Lord Sawabesa rulers, is it true that you went to another world? The young Ulerans were extremely curious and Snek nodded. That you could defeat the demons. Snek, who lost his physical Uleran body form, nodded to the young Ulerans. Right now, The Ulerans lost their faith in themselves, that they, these small snake-like creatures, had no ability to fight against the demons. Yes, I could not, but these people have. Snek pointed to the Valthorns. Almost all regular Valthorn were tall, healthy and strong as the elite soldiers of my force. The Ulerans were half their height, and they found us intimidating. Over the years, the idea that Ulerans cannot win against the demons, what more the giant dragon-like demons, was carved into their psyche. If Snek wanted to retake the world, we could do so with our Valthorns. But that would not restore the confidence of the Ulerans, or destroy the belief that their people are meant to exist in the shadows of these demons. The snake spirit asked for my assistance to train the young Ulerans, so that they could show their fellow Ulerans that they have the strength to fight the demons, even the champions. I spoke to my council, and I felt it was worth it, even if there was a risk of creating another RAF-type event with the Ulerans' knowledge of clean blood magic and the existence of the multiverse. It's a long, hard journey. But they had the time. At the rate this world is going, it's unlikely to die in the next 100 years. Snek had spoken to my mages, and the mages had performed a wide range of data collection and magical studies. Their world still possessed a fairly robust core, and though we found the pits to the demon mother, it wasn't time for us to go in. Snek, ideally, would like his own people to be the ones to free his world. A hero made from an Uleran, but he was not yet ready to gift the hero class stored in his soul to a young child. In fact, he soon confided with me that he would require my assistance to assess the suitability of the young children. I wondered, personally, whether a hero class like that, taken away from Ken, and then later granted to another, would still have the same mental compulsions and controls. My question is, the mental compulsion a part of the hero class, or is it something that came together with the application of the hero class? No matter, the new Uleran hero would be a fascinating case study. As part of the talks to convince the young Ulerans, and also inspire them to achieve something, Snek told them stories of the Valthorns and our conquests through the stars. It was quite effective, that eventually a few of the older Ulerans agreed to join a small exploratory batch of 500 young Ulerans, to be trained by the Valthorn Academy in the ways of combat and offensive magic. These young Ulerans were brought through the rifts produced by the Void Archmages, and to Treehome. They had an experience that was far more exaggerated than the lizard folks of Mountainworld. It was expected, since these young Ulerans grew up in the relative modesty of their dens in the caves, and they have not seen life out in the open, or the vast sprawling cities. Their dens, some which are fairly luxurious for them, are all built in their underground labyrinth, and therefore the sight of a large city out in the open is absolutely alien. I believe they would have a similar reaction if they've seen the cities of Mountainworld too. Still, the spectacle helped to convince the young Ulerans and their minders to get started on the training program to create the next generation of Uleran warriors. The Ulerans were very amused to see the lizard folks. Ulerans, unlike lizard folks, are egg layers, and do not have the practice of communal spawning pools or private spawning pools. Ulerans do generally keep their eggs within their dens, and Snek explained that in the pre-demon days, their dens were pretty much regular buildings. Their current practice of tunneling labyrinths, which had grown far more extensive since Snek's time, was an evolution of their adaptation. The Ulerans had developed and trained good tunnelers, and abandoned some of the classes and roles that they no longer needed underground. In other words, the current Uleran, despite their meekness, were quite the ideal doomsday preppers because they could build entirely self-sustaining environments entirely underground. The Uleran's fighting style needed to take advantage of their natural size, and a brief assessment of their physique soon leaned towards a more magical approach. Despite their size, their magical prowess was comparable to the others, and they were also naturally more in tune to the spiritual side of magic. They were quite fascinating subjects to study, quite like the angels. Ken and the rest of the heroes, when faced with the Ulerans, found them quite cute, and they were even slightly smaller than the canary. Like little pet snakes, but they knew better than to say it out loud. Snek said references to snakes would have offended them. They would be specced into mages, druids or agility rogue types in order to take advantage of their small size. They were naturally mages and also transformation-type druids, where they would take on giant snake forms to do battle, but their mages never got very far due to limited research on spells and abilities. The system awarded and awakened new spells for a leveling mage, but without centralized teaching for mages, the resources of the land, and the loss of many older records, newer mages didn't have the level of competence of even their predecessors. They were pretty much sent back a few centuries, if not millennia, in terms of magical development. Within months, the young Ulerans displayed promise. Their weakest one was in single digits, simply because the Ulerans couldn't take on a large dragon demon on their own, but without low-level mobs for them to gain experience, they couldn't progress very far even with spars and practice battles amongst themselves. Their levels were around 20 to 30 at first, but once they were introduced to the dungeons of the appropriate levels, this quickly shot up to level 30s and 40s. I could use my ability to let one of them instantly reach level 60, but from my own experience, this wasn't a good idea. I foresee their progress would slow down significantly, since they lack the experience boosting abilities commonly seen in my Valthorns. So I doubt I'd see a level 100 Uleran mage or fighter within the next few years, but getting some of them to level 80s should be possible within the next 5 years. Sneck believed that Ulerans taking down a dragon demon on their own would be a significant psyche change, and help break the mental shackles that weighed down their now insular society. Our forces captured a few rift gates, and Stella immediately worked to set them up. Once they were properly set up, it freed up Stella's Void Explorer to keep on exploring the Void Sea or Void Forest. She also had an epiphany one day, looking at the map contained within the Demon King's core. The alphabets used in the rift gates were in a sequence centered around the Void Gate. But only if viewed from the demon's perspective. From our perspective, there was no order or sequence. It made sense since the rift gates were constructed in their language, but it also meant that the rift gates themselves had a way to understand the demon's perspective. How? Why? If the perspective of the Void Sea was relative to the viewer, what made the rift gate view the stars as what the demons saw it? How? Did all races see the Void Sea differently? You're suggesting that because you and I have human origins, we see the Void Sea in a certain manner. Stella proposed. What else could it be? Yet it is not the same with mine. What you see and what I see has subtle differences. We've known that. Was that because of my mixed origins, as a tree with what was once a human soul? If that is true, our treefolk and other race void mages would have seen it differently. I countered. They don't. They see the way you see it. Because I handed them the flame, and their view is forever colored by mine. Stella mused. Yours was gained through the system. We should find a way to exploit this different perspective, since it essentially widens our reach. Hey, we already have access to 2 sets of void perspectives. Ours, and the demons. We didn't count the subtle differences between mine and Stella. Year 228. 3-World. Eudoxus, Aryan and my 4 other centaurs had established a network of friends and allies within the centaurs. Aryan, privately, relayed that as a centaur, he admired their society. A society where centaurs were a majority, and not a minority. On Treehome, we had certain areas where centaurs were the majority, and they were the local ruling government. But in Freshka, centaurs were definitely a minority, and as strange as it sounded, Eudoxus, my spymaster, soon commented that some of the centaurs were getting very attached to their newfound friends. Are they compromised? I asked. It's not entirely unheard of, but it is fairly rare that my agents become compromised. Simply because of the sheer superiority of our culture, and our extensive training before deployment. Not yet. But it is something I am concerned with. Eudoxus commented. At some point, there is a degree of freedom of association. I didn't hold my people to be loyal to me forever, and I generally allowed them to leave service when they wanted to. Thing was, they were entirely remote in another world, where my trees could not see them. I had to trust that they knew what they were doing. Trust. That's something I struggle with, but here I had no choice. If these agents run off, I could catch them, but it would require me to expend significant effort. Lumuf offered to speak to the centaurs, as part of a regular briefing session, and so snuck through some portals. My priest's assessment was simply, the centaurs truly considered their new friends, as friends. They were still loyal. But that was a form of compromise, wasn't it? I suggest we let it go. Lumuf said. The Centaur society was honestly one that was nursing its wounds. Their hero, the Centaur hero, and the human hero, died in the final battle against the Demon King. The Demon King was the only time when the 3 heroes of the 3 sides came together and fought. But that didn't mean it was a sign of unity of politics. All 3 factions clearly disliked each other, and my spies soon revealed that due to the extensive damage suffered by the centaurs, the humans and sandpeople have begun encroaching on their land. Only the and people's hero was left, but no one actually deployed their hero against the others, due to the bad precedent it sets. The heroes themselves, from what the centaurs gather, were mostly content with their own kingdoms, all nestled in the security of their respective lands. I was really curious what a sandpeople hero would be like, and I quickly made a request to both Rune and Johann, whether they'd be keen to do some deep spying into the heart of the and people's territory. Rune returned to the land of the Sand People and this time, tried to look for the hero. With his significantly higher levels, and high-quality equipment, he was able to sneak into the Sand People's cities with no problems. The Great Pyramid of the Sand People was a fortress, and from afar, it appeared entirely made of stone. But closer up, it's actually made of a kind of sand-colored steel and was actually an armor for the large magical construct within. That magisteel pyramid was humongous, the size of a city in some, and could be seen a mile away. It was pretty much a crystal mountain, but made of this magical steel. We didn't detect the presence of the domain, but the pyramid itself radiated energies that felt more like hero items. Rune passed through their greatest city, aptly named the Pyramid, and headed for the kingdom of the and People's hero. Asterisk. Back on Treehome, my focus remained on training more people, and preparing for the upcoming retaliation. For most of the world, they still expect to see a demon king in a few more years. It is when it doesn't happen, then I expect to see some shift in the mindsets of the general population. The challenge of the Valthorns to keep our swords sharp, our equipment polished, even when there is no demon invading our world. As the angel rightly pointed out, one of the ways I could keep my warriors in fighting form is to constantly send them to other worlds, to fight the demons. There is a shift in mindset, though. What a warrior has in his mind, when he is defending his home from the demons, versus an expeditionary, invasive force isn't the same. It doesn't matter much at the senior level, because my experienced Valthorns all understand our long-term goals of ending the cycle. They could see the purpose of the fights, to eventually reach the demon's heartland, if there is such a thing. How it would affect me, of course, is future recruitment of young talents. Defend your home from demons is a lot more effective than invade the demonworlds or protect the multiverse. Those goals are too far-flung. Okay, maybe protecting the multiverse would work for those with a hero complex. My Valthorns and priests would have to adapt to hiring, but in a world without demon kings, it's likely that there would be higher discontent towards our militarization. Eons Creche. Year 229. The kingdom, or more appropriately, the queendom of the heroine wasn't exceptional, and Rune discovered the hero took the form of a part scorpion part woman that resembled an arachna. She referred to herself as Kefrey, and her kingdom Kefrey. She won concessions from the Sand People, to claim the lands located not far from the heart of the Great Pyramids, and it had been said that she possessed a harem of servant men. Not entirely unusual, as many heroines went down similar paths, just like their male counterparts. She built a great palace of painted sand and stone, with a great oasis with flowers and decorative plants, and she traded her hero items to fund her lavish life. Food and goods seemed plentiful, though it was soon clear that this queen had no way of sustaining her country beyond her hero items. It is her hero items, sold and traded to the rest of the nations of sand, that allows a semblance of a nation to exist. All the industries that existed in her city only to support her palace. Supply of food, goods, and all the items needed for her harem. Slaves and servants came in droves, enticed by the pay she offered. If there was a queendom designed to collapse immediately after her death, this was exactly it, and it was soon clear that her hired administrators had other masters. We had seen this in effect to some degree, but never quite so obvious. Rune approached the palace carefully, and deftly avoided the presence of certain magical traps meant to deter assassins. Yet, as he got closer, he began to feel a magical presence that seemed to loom over the entire palace. It came from the hero. I am not sure whether I should approach. Rune asked through our familiar link. It felt like she's coating the inner palace with her presence. We should retreat. I agreed. Rune checked the perimeter, and felt the hero's presence pushing and wobbling. Then she appeared in the same room. So you're the one poking at my detection field. She appeared almost undetected, and Rune turned to face her. Crap. A human assassin. No. You don't look human. The heroine's eyes glowed purple and she immediately pierced through the illusion. An elf. There are no elves in this world. Rune smirked and he felt an inspect. Bounce off his domain. And I can't see your status. The heroine seemed more careful, and took out her weapons. She was frankly majestic, a half-scorpion creature with a dark silver carapace. Her body came with a natural chitin armor, though there was clearly some mark of demonic injury scattered over her dark silver body. Who are you? The heroine asked. Rune bowed and decided to engage politely. Rune, an elven ranger from another world. Pleased to meet you. Can we talk, Queen Kefrey? The words from another world immediately made the hero cautious. She looked around, and then nodded. With me, this way. They snaked through the palace, and now her detection field was strong, but it swirled around Rune, as Rune's own domain disrupted the magical field. He was led to her throne room, but now, late at night, there was no one there. The room was adorned with her magical equipment, and Rune felt vulnerable. If a conflict happened, Kefrey had a significant advantage. It is not polite to approach a woman at night, the Scorpion lady said, as she sat. Her throne was more of a large, plush bed than a chair. One thinks you either intend to kill me, or take me to bed. Rune had to admit that was rather funny. Are there other options? I am here merely to speak to you. Without the presence of your fellow sand people present. The lady sat, not amused. Well, you have my ears for the next 10 minutes. Speak wisely. The ranger found Kefrey's aura to be quite different from the other heroes, and wondered whether the heroes of this world were different. We didn't see any large variance between the heroes of Mountain World and our own, so this gap with Kefrey was curious. Was it a product of her training? Well, I am Rune, a ranger from another world called Treehome, and I've been sent here, by our patron, to speak to you. If you are amenable, we would like to consider the possibility for a heroic alliance. We are in contact with heroes of our world. You have heroes on the other worlds. Are they human? Yes. Rune answered. Cursed gods. Kefrey spat. Her face resembled a chitin helmet. Humans. At that moment, she glowed, and she transformed into a human-like person. Yet she wasn't. Her hair was dark purple and seemed to be more like a scorpion's take, and her skin was pale gray with the same glowing purple eyes. They look better than this, I hope. Rune shook his head. They are humans. Then do you find this form beautiful, elf? The ranger was stunned, but he had enough experience to answer her. It is a unique appearance, Queen Kefrey. Bah. Answer it cleanly. Yes or no? Yes. Rune smirked. Good. You answered correctly. So, what sort of alliance do you speak of? Some kind of interstellar league of heroes. Rune laughed. That's exactly what the heroes have in mind. Can I meet them? Yes, if you let our patron plant his tree here. Just a tree, sure, what could go wrong? Kefrey answered too casually, but then she stopped. Wait, why a tree? Our patron is a tree, Queen Kefrey. His tree allows us to travel worlds, and with it, he can send you through to the other worlds. And I thought I got fucked to be reincarnated as a scorpionoid. Kefrey laughed. Your patron is a tree of worlds, then. How did you get here without your patron? We have access to portals, but those portals are incompatible with the hero's star mana. Kefrey nodded. I see you are familiar with star mana. That at least supports your statement. How many heroes signed up for your arrangement? 6. 6 in one world. They summon just one. 3 of us in total, scattered one each to the one segment of the world, and they restrict us. And there's 6 on the other worlds. There were more. Kefrey fumed, and she became pensive. What do you need to make it happen? Do you have permanent rights to your land, and are you able to surrender a segment to our patron unconditionally? Yes, I could. Well, sort of. Kefrey asked, but Rune could sense she was unsure. But why? The Scorpion Queen adjusted her position, and the way she rested on her plush throne was rather seductive. It is better to come invited, than to appear out of nowhere. Rune answered. Our patron's presence can be overwhelming to the less prepared. Our patron is an undying, immortal presence, and he would prefer to own its territory through proper means, than fight the natives for it. You speak as if the natives will lose. They will, Rune said, unless they deploy heroes like yourself. Queen Kefrey laughed. You look down on the natives too much. The Great Pyramid has the power to suppress even a hero like me. The Great Vanishing Kingdom of the Centaurs could imprison a hero in the Immaterium, and the Crystal King has slain stray heroes with its hero-slaying formation. Why would I just remain here, if not for those relics? What gives you that confidence that you can stand against the 3 great powers of this world? We defeated a demon king on its home world. Rune said, but we now had a better idea of what the relics of the world could do. But what you just said is fascinating. Kefrey frowned, and her glowing eyes glowed brightly. You're not a hero, but now I realize your powers are not insignificant either. What are you? Not unlike the Crystal King. You do not like to give straight answers, do you? I am not a diplomat, but unfortunately, those suited to deal with heroes are few and far between. Are you the strongest then? No. Is there a way for me to meet your patron? I must admit that I am intrigued, but I must know which devil I am making deals with. Rune nodded. Are you able to leave your kingdom? No. The Great Pyramid sealed this entire country, such that I am bound to this land. It is why my land is so close to it. And you are not able to fight it. I could if I try, but I will be vulnerable and then killed. Do you not feel the presence of those designed to kill me? The three powers hoard weapons meant to destroy us heroes, if only to blackmail us to do their bidding. No, Rune admitted. He had honestly missed them, or probably, they were well hidden. But I could get my patron to visit you, indirectly. Then bring him. I was somewhat annoyed with her tone, but I wonder how much of it was an outcome of her circumstances. Lumuf and Edna both arrived with Rune about a few weeks later. There were some scheduling conflicts that made visiting her difficult. Meeting a Scorpion Queen is not something I have on my checklist. Lumuf quipped. But I suppose there are weirder things out there. She wants to meet Eon. I know. I am just the vessel. Lumuf laughed, as they snuck into her queendom at night. Rune had visited her earlier to inform her of the timing, and she had naturally cleared her palace. She rested on her throne as usual, in her scorpion form when the trio arrived, and we felt her energies met with our own. I see you were not lying, Rune. I wouldn't bother lying, Queen Kefrey. May I introduce my compatriots, Patriarch Lumuf and Knight Commander Edna. Patriarch Lumuf is the avatar of our patron, Eon. Well, let's cut to it. Who am I really dealing with? Lumuf stepped forth, and my avatar descended. As my presence flooded the palace and the world beyond, it instantly triggered some of the hero item's defensive abilities. Queen Kefrey panicked. Wait, I forgot to turn that off. That's not supposed to activate. It triggered arrows and magical blasts that smashed into Edna's protective shields, and a small barrage later, Kefrey looked apologetic. My apologies, I had not expected them to trigger. The conditions are usually much more. I felt my reach expand from the palace, and then to the region beyond. I felt the ripples of my energy radiate outward, and then, met an energy from within the relic that resisted my own. It was weaker. Domain has blocked scrying. Domain has blocked attempted inspect. I see your Grand Pyramid has started to spy on us. I spoke through Lumuf. He floated in the air with his eyes glowing. Greetings, Kefrey, I am Eon, a magical tree from Treehome. If the Grand Pyramid could sense my presence, it was time we met it, and find out what it stood for. Kefrey laughed, as my own presence washed over her. I felt from a quick sense of my energies brushing against hers, that she was around level 120 as a hero, but the way her power radiated was different, due to her nature and race. Are my eyes deceiving me? You really are a tree. Why lie? I answered. I can break you out of your palace, if you want to, though I would prefer to come to an arrangement with the pyramid. The Grand Pyramid will consider you an enemy if you do. This prison is meant to keep me in. I would prefer not to make enemies when our real foe are the demons. I answered, but why does the Grand Pyramid lock you here? Why else? So I could do no harm to the rest of its realm. Is it not obvious that we are just troublesome to them? What is the Grand Pyramid? I asked. It is an ancient pharaoh scorpion, rumored to be the first hero. The ancient stories say he didn't want to die, and the god agreed so long as he served to protect the world, and so turned the pyramid into his body. Then let us meet this pharaoh scorpion, perhaps a deal can be struck. Would you come with us? There was a moment of silence as Kefrey stared at me. She stared, waiting for me to continue. You're not joking. Queen Kefrey stared at us like it was the most ridiculous idea. Why would we? Do we need more domain holders present to sell the idea? I responded, and I felt more of that detection ability fail. Let us meet the pharaoh scorpion. He already knows we are here. We walked out of the palace, and headed towards the Grand Pyramid. Queen Kefrey looked at the three of us, a little suspicious. The Grand Pyramid has just as many anti-hero items in its pyramid. I won't be able to protect you. I think it's clear we do not need protecting. Lumuf smiled. We can just disappear if we are attacked. With my shields and Edna's abilities, we had enough time for me to activate my teleportation. The Grand Pyramid was quiet at night, the area around the pyramid an incredible silence. We felt it again, a formation quite like the Centaurs, that engulfed the city around the Grand Pyramid. When Kefrey approached, the guards bowed politely. Greetings Queen Kefrey, a late-night meeting with the Grand Pyramid. Yes, Kefrey answered. I have guests that the Great One would find interesting. The Grand Pyramid's magestial plates shifted like a magical puzzle and reshuffled itself to reveal a door. Kefrey led the way, and eventually we went into the inner chambers. It was dark and dim, and Lumuf felt the presence of a domain all around us, but my own bubble pushed back. This was when I realized it was weaker than me, in terms of absolute levels. It had centuries if not millennia to stockpile equipment, but it was not stronger. Maybe this was because it didn't have to fight much. Maybe it didn't have fragments that supercharged my leveling. Further in, the path kept reshuffling, and eventually, a straight path emerged that led us directly into the deepest catacombs of the pyramid. Where the pharaoh scorpion, in all of his golden glory, waited for us. Greetings. It is unusual for Kefrey to come at this time, but the circumstances explain themselves. I am Jonpu, the master of the Grand Pyramid. Lumuf stood first. I am Lumuf, a priest and an avatar of our patron, Eon. These are my compatriots at arms, Edna and Rune. We greet Jonpu, the master of the Grand Pyramid. May we get directly to the matter. Proceed. We wish to form an alliance of heroes across the many worlds invaded by the demons, and also, an alliance of powerful entities like yourself, to assist us in the great battle with the demons. You intend for Kefrey to go with you to the other worlds? Yes. Join forces, and fight the demon kings. Jonpu was a golden scorpion, though its face was more of a dried skeleton than a steel helmet. Its eyes had a golden glow, and Jonpu looked at Kefrey, and then back at Lumuf. It pulsed briefly, and then, it opened its arms. If she goes with you, and returns when it is time, I agree. Agree. Yes. I shall aid you in the battle against our old ancient foes, and Kefrey shall do so as well. It is her task, as the gods commanded her. I am tasked in the same manner, though I also have the task to ensure the safety and prosperity of my fellow people, the children of the sands. You have the power to send people through the stars, do you not? Yes. Then there must be worlds filled with more sand than my people can imagine. These are my two conditions. 1. Kefrey and any subsequent hero must return when the Demon King is here. 2nd, I want a world of sand for my people. I am tired of this tripartite stalemate. Lumuf paused. We are not invaders. We do not invade other living worlds. But if there are such demon worlds that we reclaim, we shall deliver them to you. Jonpu considered the statement. Fair. That is acceptable. Are you able to move something of my size? Queen Kefrey had not expected the question, and honestly, neither did we. Unlike before, we had done some research, but the Grand Pyramid remains an elusive, unknown thing. It acted to protect its people, but there was nothing substantive about its beliefs and personality. This was ultimately a risk of dealing with fellow immortals. No one truly knows what is an act of duty, and what it really believes in. Lumuf considered it possible, but it would need some workarounds. It would likely not happen so quickly. We would also like to negotiate on the placement of our patron, Eon. There are uninhabited deserts in our realm. You may select any you deem fit. Jonpu retrieved a golden plaque from a magical pocket space, and threw it at Lumuf. This sign shall signify my approval of your claim. The golden pharaoh stared at Kefrey. I shall organize an army of 1,000 sand warriors, to be deployed in your service. Use them well. Kefrey did not expect that, and lashed out. This conversation did not go how she imagined it to go. Why? Why do you treat them so differently? You didn't give me an army when we fought the demons. Why not? They are not immature children chosen by faraway gods. I see and feel the weight of their actions, and the experience on their souls have substance. They are immortals like me, it is accordingly expected that our conduct would be different. I am a child. Kefrey's mana and aura radiated outwards. It was unstable, and hostile. Yes, you still are, young Kefrey. I believe some time on the other worlds would help you mature. You didn't let me visit the other nations, and even travel out of my land. The Pact of the Three binds the three forces of the land. But now you will. This is stupid. The heroine's arm claws glowed, but just as abruptly, the glow vanished. We felt the Grand Pyramid somehow drain away at her power. The Pact of the Three binds you too, young Kefrey. Arg. She stomped and protested with her 6 scorpion legs, and turned to walk out. This is so damned stupid. This shit is all a scam. As she ran out, Jonpu just sighed. Forgive the young child. Her life is still too short to realize the weight of her actions. I had hoped keeping her in her palace would give her time to think once she grew tired of her harem, but I thought wrong. Lumuf just rubbed his forehead. It seems we have signed up to be nannies. We are all caretakers of children, once. Jonpu chuckled. Please, take this child off my hands. Spaizzzer. The amazingly prolific author, Avitu, has a new FIC now on SH. Please check it, series 632,985, and none shall remain a lit RPG Lovecraftian dark fantasy. Synopsis. 2 lives, 2 souls, both forced down into their roles. One in the light, one in the dark, as the fates portend. One to uphold, one to turn over the mores. Would they save the world, or bring it to its end? A story where things might not be what they seem like. Several high school students found their lives suddenly turned upside down when they were summoned to another world as heroes. One found themselves before an entity that only recalled memories of eldritch gods, and found themselves changed into something else altogether. Circumstances forced the former friends into opposing sides, each finding out more from their own side of the story. In the end, who told the truth? Who fed them with lies? What was best for the world they had been brought to? All were answers they have to find for themselves. Eon of Expansion. Year 229, Part 2. We selected a large, mostly deserted desert on the furthest north of the Sandpeople's domain. My goal was more mana, and to do so I needed trees. I could spawn desert-adapted trees, and convert some of these deserts into ordinary land where normal, more productive trees could form. So, a largely deserted desert was fairly ideal for me. The Sandpeople loved sandy deserts, but only if they were not too far from bodies of water. They also preferred warmer climates, and the cold deserts further north were also not ideal. The only reason it's their territory was because it was at the far end of their territory, too far from both the centaurs or the humans. The administrators of the Sandpeople handled the transfer quickly. The golden plaque from the Great Pyramid itself was indisputable. We had our papers within days. The administrators worked hard and pretty much dropped everything else to give us the necessary documents. All because the Great Pyramid's will is absolute. Their behavior is very much normal. Lumuf laughed. You should observe the Valthorns when you grant them an order personally. Their reaction is entirely normal. Once all that was sorted out, Lumuf traveled personally to the location, to place the seed. The cold in the fringe territories of the Sandpeople was actually quite comfortable. My immunity to weather effects and terraforming abilities meant I could easily alter the temperature and makeup of the place. I recall when I placed my seed on the mountain world and set up branchhold, I got access to another color of my soul forge. I wonder whether the same would happen now. Each full will of the world had the ability to grant access to soul forge. Well, let's see. My seed emerged from Lumuf's palms like magic. I felt the seed touch the cold sand, and then, my seed drilled into the ground. I felt a sudden but not overwhelming surge of mana, as the seed creates new roots. Roots that immediately soaked in the mana of the new world, of Threeworld. After being in multiple worlds, I could largely feel slight differences in the nature of mana. It's not a significant one such that it changes the type or quality, but in a way, it's like how water somehow tastes slightly different in different places. It's still water, perfectly drinkable. Normal mana that is produced by almost everything can be said as a blended form of mana. It's the potpourri of everything, the neutral element in the world. Star mana, demonic mana, void mana, blood mana and normal mana. I had learned of the existence of a type of blood mana recently, as some of the Ulerans visited and salvaged old, destroyed dens. With the Valthorns providing protection and support, they had nothing to fear of the demons, and so they could freely travel to where their old Uleran dens were, and look for ancient documents and text. Some were lost forever. But burying magical books in this canyon-like, water-scarce world was a surprisingly good way to preserve them. The truth is, even normal mana can be separated into elemental types of mana, which all fall under the greater normal mana pool. It is an imperfect mental image, but I imagine elemental mana as the equivalent of flavored drinking water. Water with certain flavors accentuated. Star mana, in this concept, is a little like carbonated, condensed high-pressure water. Powerful, but dangerous in the hands of those not able to cope with it. Demonic mana is dirty, sludge-like water, like wastewater. Void mana is kinda like oil, or grease. Or maybe a kind of alcohol. I haven't quite truly understood what void mana should be. So, in this image, each world's drinking water has a slightly different flavor, the ratio of elements and other components do differ in minute amounts. Nothing yet. The ground and the sand shook, and a tree sprouted out. I felt my mind connect to my new clone, and now I saw through it. I had a decision. Now, what did I want to do on Threeworld? I spawned trees all around my new clone, and soon realized they produced decent quantities of mana, despite how terrible the land was. I had thought there was some correlation between the health of a tree and how much natural resources it had, to the mana it produced. This did seem true on Treehome, though the gap wasn't that big. A cactus produced mana. A shrub in the steppes produced mana. Master, trees produce mana best, when the species or form of the tree is the form that is optimally adapted to its environment. An alpine tree in an alpine world would produce more mana than an alpine tree in the desert. A desert tree would produce more mana in the desert world than in the tropics. My artificial mind stepped into correct. They handled all the nitty-gritty aspects for me. But we also influence the natural state at the same time. I have some environmental tweaking powers after all. Yes, so over time it's possible to cause trees to be less optimized to its environment through our modification of the land. That was a little strange, and meant terraforming this land was usually unnecessary if the goal was only to gain mana. So, do I intend to build a city here, like how I did on Mountain World? Or would this solely be a mana-producing facility? My council advised that as it is, they already have their hands full. We were expanding on Tropic World, formerly known as Parasite World, managing Branchhold, managing the central continent itself. A full town was unnecessary, and I didn't really want to upset the balance of power between the three factions, either. Therefore I decided to go low-key, and start modifying the terrain underground. It was partly inspired by the Ulerans, and it reminded me of the century when I had New Freaka dig up underground bunkers. It was fairly easy to create a perpetual mist that obscured the presence of the trees, and the entrance to the underground chambers was through my subsidiary trees. With my root tunnels, and the help of earth mages and builders, we created underground homes, offices and stores. In time, this would be a bit like a secret military base, where my operatives in the Centaur and Sandpeople lands could return to recharge. But, still nothing on the Soul Forge front. Then again, clone deployed on 3 worlds. You are now able to receive the souls of those from 3 worlds, and also the soul fragments of the 3 worlds heroes. Freshka is now at least 100 years old. This city was named a good 117 years ago, and so much has changed since then. Patrick also began serving me 100 years ago. It honestly didn't feel that long. Thinking back, it felt like just remembering something that happened a year or 2 ago. The 6 ports fell to my rule slightly over 100 years ago too, and that was the beginning of the empire. I've seen my vision expand from a little village, to a region, then a continent, and now, the entire world. My trees landed on every large significant piece of land of Treehome, and truly, now deserved to be called Treehome. The world felt more vibrant, more alive. And as I covered more and more of the world, my trees, now extending to all major areas of the other continents. Nagay. In hindsight, the speed from the rebirth of Freshka to what was my trees spread to the entire world was exceptionally fast. If I had to fight to conquer the other lands, I think it would take a long time, but the thing about trees is we are always perceived as invisible. We are always a background element. Except when there are evil trees, but that has been quite rare even in stories. Now that my trees reached everywhere, I had a title. New title unlocked. One who covers the surface world. In an instant, I felt something extremely powerful reach out and pull on my will. Greetings, tree. The voice was in my mind, just as sudden as the voices of others. It was a little like Lily's, but more gentle, more motherly. I was roused by a notification, and I awoke to find a tree had claimed my surface world. You have the faint whiff of my fellow sisters and brothers, how strange. Hello. This was a sensation familiar to me. It was when the will of the tropics world reached out to touch me, and when the will of the shattered comet world touched me. I am speaking to the will of the world. Yes, but I am no will, but a relic of the creation of worlds, the residual thoughts and structured processes, a system left behind to operate each world. I felt a tugging sensation, and at that moment, I could feel that tugging sensation reached out to touch many others throughout the world. It touched normal trees, people, everyone. Greater than the will of the world awakens. We felt your presence close to it. Less than. Greater than fascinating. We would love to speak to it again. Less than. How strange indeed. You have seen the demise of my sisters and brothers, and restored the structure of my consumed brothers. Are you reading my mind? No. Merely reading the minds of those around you. From what it answered, it seemed the will was merely an AI. It doesn't actively resist intrusion by the demons, and that was why the demons could consume the core. The world is a bio-magical life-creating machine, and the core of the world is but the vessel and controller of the machine. You've gained powers quite like mine, and you had a chance to consume my will. Make me a part of you. But you did not. I did not. Strange, but the great system must have offered something else. Now that I was speaking to the will of the world, I wasn't sure what I wanted it to do. Are you able to control your movements in the Void Sea? Void Sea. A long pause, and I felt its tendrils touch unprotected minds. Ah, the primordial soup. I could, but I am not allowed to. Not allowed. Your understanding of us is not flawed. We are bound, controlled by rules. Those rules dictate what we do, and what we cannot do. It binds our actions, our decisions. Perhaps, If you one day claim one of my sisters, or myself as a part of you, you may instruct us accordingly, but now, I cannot do so. What happens if I do? An enemy of the other worlds. Your presence will be forever marked by our curse, just as these demons are forever marked by the collective curses of my brothers and sisters. Interesting. The more I discover, there clearly seems to be some thought put into the design of these wills of the worlds. Is that why the demons become enemies everywhere they go? That everyone feels them? That the worlds reject their presence because of that taint or marker? Then, I want knowledge. Tell me what you know of the demons. We know nothing, except that they carry the markers of destroying my siblings. Those are clear for us to see, and so we resist. Their presence stinks. It is foul. We know not of their history, we know not of their origins. We only know they are an enemy, and we tell the system to reward those who slay them. You can tell the system things. We submit a notification, and the system decides what it decides. That's not helpful. What happened in the past? To the Margmarian dwarves. To the dragons. My children come and go. They died, or changed. That is the way. If I merged with you, would I get marked? I may not be able to get the will of the world, but then again, could Lilies or Reefi or Arya get it? If the great system grants you the option, the choice, no. What comes from the system is law. Then what are gods? Every system must have those who create the rules, modify the rules, those who punish the rule breakers, those who maintain the systems as they are, and operate them. Every system must react to the forces acting on it, lest it perish. Gods are those who create and modify the rules, and those who punish the rule breakers. Those who reach the point where the system judges them worthy, are offered a choice, and wait. Oh, you have not had the choice. The choice. To be bound by the system's pact, in exchange for the powers of the system. The implication was clear. At some point in our levels, we will face a choice with the system, and I wonder whether the pact is the same pact that restricted the gods, like Ava, from doing what it wants. If so, were Ava's words a warning to me? To be wary of the system's pact. But why? Merchant guilds had always existed since I first came to this world, but it is in the great era of peace that merchant guilds gained strength and accumulated wealth to rival kingdoms. With the enhanced rule of law on the central continent, that, as it was on Earth, empowered guilds, and these guilds eventually formed alliances. As a military educational magical organization, we did business with guilds, and as our demands grew, the guilds grew with us. Over time, guilds amassed wealth, hoarded and stored in various places where they could not be stolen easily. First they gained wealth, then they purchased power. They hired the best adventurers money could buy. They attempted to sway the trained Valthorns, to some degree of success, with money and rewards, to work for them. The structure put in place for the Valthorns was massive. Dedicated healing, defensive outputs, focused training and equipment, and guided opportunities. For those who aspired to reach the 100s, money was not that useful. Influence or money didn't buy access to the level 100 to 140 dungeons. Influence or money also won't buy access to the kinds of unique weapons we make. In a way, the Valthorns were stuck in the system, and that unless a large quantity of them left, it's hard to replicate it outside on their own. Even if they could, they didn't have access to the other worlds, or the unique materials, or the higher grade classes, or the various experience boosting abilities I had. I didn't realize it. It was this system that made it very hard for them to quit, even if they were not loyal. That didn't stop the merchant guilds from trying, because a single level 85 to 90 Valthorn was a huge powerhouse, even if it didn't seem that way. They did have some luck in recruiting retired Valthorns, though all of them were smart enough to ensure that none of their assignments would directly put them in conflict with us. After all, they've seen the monsters we had to fight, they know what we have at our disposal, and our willingness to deploy it. Many Valthorns are also familiar with our spying division. Their role has increased of late, as Treehome settles into a new status quo. Still, it was interesting to bear witness to the first large-scale guild wars, where a merchant guild actually attempted to overthrow a kingdom that blocked its shipments. Right up to the last moments, I watched the merchants' leaders wonder whether we, the Valthorns, would intervene. We didn't, so long as they played by the rules. It was well in the news, and a hot topic for discussion. The rise of the merchant nations, as they called it. Our non-interference in that one incident, unfortunately, set off a race. It set off a wave of merchant guilds, many prosperous and very wealthy through decades of trade on the central continent, to plan to use their financial might to overthrow kingdoms and nations on the other 4 continents. The kingdoms of the central continent are generally wealthy, safe, and are also able to hire mercenaries, which made them relatively tougher opponents for the guilds. The nations of the other continents were relatively weaker, and don't have easy access to the high-quality weapons produced by the central continent's many industrial cities. It naturally led to some concerns from my higher council, who wondered whether this would jeopardize our status quo. The four temples, mainly Gaia and Hawa, were quick to spin this as some kind of proxy invasion. We thoroughly denounced it, and claimed that the central continent's merchant guilds are also open targets. The other nations are free to attack the merchant guilds, so long as they obeyed the rules of engagement on the central continent. This was controversial, of course. The guilds were able to do what they did, because their finances were secure. Safe in the various Valthorn-controlled cities of the six ports, are Freshka. No one attacked a bank in Freshka or the six ports. Rather than seen as protecting the guild's finances from retaliation, I therefore ordered that the property of any merchant guilds that waged wars on other kingdoms, not to be subjected to our protection, and any funds held with our Valtrian Order's trade departments be returned to the respective guilds' own banks and vaults. But it was still a lopsided arrangement. The central continent was safer, stronger, and the merchant guilds of the central continent were able to work out a temporary understanding not to attack each other, while they focused on their target nations on the other continents. The age of guild invasions and expansion had begun. A part of me wanted to just let it happen, to witness the consequences. From TreeTree, year 230. In many ways, many Centaur habits or traditions are persistent even though they are of different worlds. It certainly made it easy for Centaurs to adapt to their new life in Hoofhal, and they were quite to slowly form their own sub-clan within the Centaurs. The news of the land transfer to the Temple of Eon, however, spread quickly and reached the Centaurs. It spurred a surge of magic, as they attempted to find out who and what this particular Temple of Eon did. The human faction didn't outright declare war, but within weeks there were spies in the new area. All they found was nothing but an empty barren land. A ruse, they called it. My clone was hidden behind huge layers of illusions and spells that it's almost impossible for any lesser person to find. They did try, yet they didn't ask the Grand Pyramid directly. Communication between the factions was scarce in the best of times. Jonpu also wouldn't say too much. The three factions didn't trust each other, even if they worked together under a pact. They have a status quo that none of them liked, but didn't and couldn't break free of it either. Aryan and Eudoxus, thus, came with a fascinating proposal. As the Sand People are now aware of our presence, we would like to propose that we open up and declare our affiliation to Treehome. The Centaurs deserve to know of the other worlds, and open communication would permit us to do so. Wouldn't we be seen as lying to them all these years? Our papers were forged. If anything, it should be another Centaur that leads the conversation, and we remain as the hidden hand behind the scenes. Declaring our presence after being hidden was a scumbag move, so, I believe that wasn't a good idea. Our goal was to find a nice place to plant my tree, and now that we've achieved it through Jonpu and the Sand People, I no longer needed a spot in the Centaur lands. So, after some consideration, I decided that they should remain hidden, and change the scope of engagement. I wanted Eudoxus and the Centaurs to just keep tabs on them, and make sure they didn't engage in overtly harmful activities. Aryan, however, requested to return to Treehome. Unlike Eudoxus, he wasn't a spy, so maintaining this double life was more taxing than to the spymaster who flipped through personas as easily as changing profile pictures. My spear saint just couldn't take it anymore. I am torn from keeping lies and hiding our origins. Aryan admitted to me as he made the journey back. Of the original 6 centaurs sent to infiltrate the Centaurlands, Aryan and one other decided to return. I'd rather fight 10 years in the dungeons than this. I've no idea how Eudoxus does it, but I can't. These centaurs that I know, that I meet and befriended, they are nice people, good folks. Friendly, but I have to be on guard, and I can't tell them stuff that reveals our own exceptional upbringing. They didn't manage to prevent all of it. Eudoxus did say that the non-spy centaurs did leak a few words or statements that pretty much indicated their foreign origins, but so far their new friends have not picked up. Aryan thought he was ready for it, before he started this mission. But this long campaign in the Centaur-ruled lands proved him wrong. It wasn't easy to lead a double life at all. That was expected, and it was entirely why spies and spymasters were needed. They had the ability, the instinct to know what to do, and could manage the double lives easily without feeling their own minds tearing apart. It required amounts of mental strength and intellectual prowess that not everyone had. In fact, once he returned to Treehome, the two went back to their real family and I witnessed both of them have a small emotional breakdown. It wasn't that bad, as Freshka is pretty much saturated with my Tree of Prayers, which generally improves their moods. Tree of Prayers become less effective on those of higher levels, however, simply because of the mental protections of a stronger soul. Eudoxus understood. He had seen this too many times, and as the main handler, he was familiar with the emotional turmoil. He assured me that it can be managed. Ulerans adapted well on Treehome, and Snek was pleased. Stella had withdrawn the portals, but because we already raided a few of the rift gates and obtained their rift coordinates, we were able to access their world. The young Ulerans joined the Valtrian Order's academies, and they leveled. Meanwhile, Snek was able to share his new blood magic. The heroes, and Ken specifically, watched with great interest. Ken still wondered about my intentions for Snek's blood magic, and so wanted to see what Snek collected. Most of them were benign, but the Ulerans used blood magic extensively prior to the era of the demons to augment their souls, and gain spiritual powers. How do you insert a hero class? I asked, wondering whether the Ulerans have a mechanism different from how I insert a class seed into a fruit, and the Valthorns then eat the fruit. Maybe it worked out the same way, maybe it doesn't. I know for a fact not all classes are created equal, and it is possible for the body to reject a class. A hero class is probably the most powerful class I've ever seen, so I wanted to know what Snek's plan for it. In truth, it's likely we'll need more blood magic to tie the hero class with a new soul. Snek admitted, much to Ken's horror. What? More sacrifice? Ken said, but as far as I recall, removing Ken's hero class didn't require living sacrifices beyond snakes. The others just fainted. Great power requires great sacrifice, but if it goes well, no one has to die. Snek said. They'll just lose their blood. It's called blood magic, not sacrifice magic, even if it does get used interchangeably. As we reviewed the old blood magic tomes collected from the various old buried sites in Uleran, it occurred to me most of them are spying, buff, transformation, and summon type spells. They summoned various serpents and snakes to do their bidding. Of them all, I found the buff and summon type spells to be particularly fascinating. The buff type blood magics temporarily enhance the soul, and unlock a higher level of power by temporarily stitching itself to the soul. We immediately wondered whether it was possible to forge this into something more permanent, in the same way that the ginseng was crucial to breaking the level limits. As I reviewed the blood magic summons, I also had a council of mages pull together some information on summon magic in our worlds. The concept of a summon is particularly important to identify, because, are we borrowing power from another world, or from the system or from somewhere else altogether? Where are these summons when they are not summoned? Eventually, I concluded that summons pulled power from the system itself. That these summons are functionally creations of the system, and not really another realm. The blood magic, and some of the faux demonic magic, worked the same way. The concept of hell was a system creation, a part of this system presets. Still, the soul augmentation through blood magic, essentially taking pieces of souls and adding them to existing souls to strengthen them, was worth exploring further. We already augmented the body and mind with my artificial minds and the wooden crystal suits, and now, we wanted to augment the soul. It would make them different. At some point, would Valthorns still be the races they came from? Kefrey made the journey to the far north, escorted by Rune and Lumuf. Though she stomped off, since our last meeting, in truth she didn't go far. All she did was let out her anger on some empty piece of land and blew shit up. Eventually, she calmed down and returned to her own queendom. With the barriers down, she was free to travel. You two seem too used to this. The scorpion heroine was quite chatty. Rune shrugged. We've been visiting worlds all the time. Once you get used to it, you will. Why can't we use the way you guys came? Oh, I thought we told you about the star mana void mana interaction. Rune scratched his head. He swore he had that conversation. You did. I must be forgotten. What are we heading to, anyway? Eon. Rune smiled. What's stopping me from going crazy once I get to the other side? Kefrey asked. Us. Rune laughed. In truth, we don't really know how we'll fare if a hero decides to go rogue and starts bombing the shit out of our world. But I am fairly certain at our levels of power we could pacify one hero. At the cost of tremendous destruction. Kefrey paused, and then nodded. Fair. And what? As the mist lifted, and the terrain itself shifted, they arrived at the site of my clone tree that stretched to the skies above. Nice. She looked impressed. Well, walk close, and Eon will send us to Treehome. The other heroes are waiting to meet you. Really? They approached the tree, surrounded by shrubs, and arrived at a platform, a flat part of my exposed roots. Hi. Kefrey looked awkwardly at the 6 heroes. They nodded back. This is Kefrey. She's one of the 3 heroes of the 3 worlds, the other 2 died in battle, so, she's the last one left. She used to be human. Kefrey sighed. I got the short end of the stick when they made me this scorpion thing. Chung whistled. On the contrary, milady. I think monster girls are exactly my Prabhu, and Colette smacked Chung on the head. Rune and Lumuf laughed. Well, you guys get to know each other, alright. Well, give you heroes some privacy. You can have a visit to the hero's journal if you're ready. As they stepped out, the heroes began to chat. We served them tea, hopefully for some clarity and honesty of thought. They all shared what they've been through, and I listened through my tree, where they had their little meetup. The hero's journal was in the tree right next door. Man, I didn't know some worlds have additional rules on the heroes. Adrian, the mountain world hero, cursed. I thought we had it bad when we were imprisoned by the demons. That's pretty bad, actually. I wouldn't want to be captured. Kefrey countered, and it almost felt like I detected a softening of her tone. Then a dam broke. It sucked that I had no one to turn to, no one to talk to, and all these sandpeople just suck up to me. I had followers, but no one I could confide in. That stupid pyramid corpse thinks I am a child. Like, did he even know I wanted this? I didn't. No one did. Adrian countered. I had a family. I had friends. I was happy. Kefrey crumbled, and I think this was the effect of the tea. The hero class imbued her with a sense of duty to defeat the demons, and here, all her suppressed emotions erupted. Then that stupid accident, and 3 of us flung into another world. And we can't even talk to each other for long. All we could manage was a word or two. The other heroes didn't understand, of course. When they arrived, they had each other. It took a while for her to settle down, and eventually, she too went and read the hero's journal. Over time, the hero's journal had gained quite a bit of power. I sensed the stored star mana and other energies within it grow and get stronger over time, but I couldn't look into it. Strange. She too shared her memories and thoughts with the journal, the combined effort of so many heroes before her. Her reaction was very similar to the other heroes. Now the sappy part's over. Ken said. Let's take you out on a tour of Freshka and the nice places. I think it'll feel quite nostalgic. I am not sure if I am ready for nostalgia. Kefrey admitted. You need it to move on. Come, we'll be there with you. Like it or not, the 7 of us are unique in this multiverse. Kay was very interested in Alka's supercomputer crystals. As a bio-crystalline golem, she was a natural fit to using the crystals, though we were a bit leery of directly experimenting on people. But over the past 2-3 years, Alka had gotten more comfortable with the inner workings of the supercomputer crystals, and began testing out versions with Kay. Simply put, Kay wanted to know whether it's possible to augment her body by replacing it, or converting her entire body into a supercomputer, essentially transforming her into a living supercomputer. We are all intrigued by the idea. Kay, as she is today, was fairly weak. At level 120 or so, even with the extensive power leveling in the dungeons, she was still really far away from even getting back her previous strength as a hero. In a way, she was stagnant. Many Valthorns plateau at this stage. The level 120s to 149 is where each level feels like it takes forever to climb. Rune and Johan vividly remember the long struggle of this particular stage. In hindsight, I really lucked out with all the fragments I hoarded. The first small-scale experiment started with converting a bit of her shoulder into the supercomputer, and then somehow wiring it to connect to her mind. At first, she didn't feel any different. But within a month, she claimed it was nothing short of exception. This is what sci-fi wants to show us, but always fails. It's like certain regimented thoughts, like calculations can be made instantly, instead of manually going through the numbers in our head. It's just amazing. Memory also seems far more fresh, more vivid, and I just store way more detail. I know exactly what's the fastest way to go from here to there. I know the time it takes to do certain things, what and who said stuff. So you've become better at crunching numbers, storing information and retrieving them. Alka repeated. Sounds like an artificial mind assistant. Yes, and I am not selling it short here. Even with the hero class intelligence augmentation, I don't feel like this. The hero class effects feel more like a really strong gut feeling of what to do. I know exactly the calculation that was made. It's like seeing the options available, instead of having a gut feeling of what is the right path. His newfound computational power did improve her ability to make computations, but it's still all about asking the right questions, and the crystals themselves don't understand complex or vague questions. Garbage in, garbage out. It would take some time for standardized process and computations to form. We have some ideas of what would be useful in battle against the demons, but I'd like to see them tested. On 3 worlds, I expanded my trees as quickly as I could. Though most of it was barren, I could still, via roots, spawn other types of trees that fit the terrain. Cactuses, certain types of shrubs were naturally adapted to such lands. I spread them quickly, and eventually, the trees also reached the city of Pyramid, home of Jonpu and the Great Pyramid. Your presence is interesting, Jonpu said. He spoke to a palm tree in his city's courtyard. No wonder the Crystal King claims you are an invader. I see you can sense me. We are inanimate objects. I am a corpse bound to the pyramid, my life sustained through this connection. This connection extends throughout the city, and into the land beyond. I know when trees appear out of nowhere. Still, it is nice to finally speak without the presence of children. It isn't so bad. There must be some things you want to ask. The pact with the gods. Does that allow you to communicate with them? Rarely. When the stars align, and the wobbles of the sun happen to be in the right place, we could. How? We pray, and sacrifice 2 of my priests. Their blood and my magic unlocks a key, which allows us to speak to that faraway god once more. I chuckled. It seems that the gods have a poor reputation. Well deserved. For a distant god, what could we say except he is not here when we need him? Jonpu sighed. You could get there. Gain the levels. You do gain levels, right? Me. In the last 100 years I gained 4 levels. 4. Strangely, at that moment, Jonpu didn't look like the powerful pharaoh of the Sand People, instead, was just a sagging, tired corpse. The system benefits combat, and I failed as a ruler, if I had to take the field, and the battle reached my city. Failed. How contradictory, don't you think? Couldn't you nominate those to fight on your behalf? I did. They died too quickly. There was nothing much to say beyond that. Market hostilities. Year 231. I watched the children play. The void-attuned children. Perhaps it was sentimental value, but I had requested for the children who spoke to me to call me TreeTree. My priests quickly spun it into 2 aspects of my divinity. Eon, the guardian of the continent, and TreeTree, the tree of youth and children. It was a little cringe to hear the sermon in person, but I suppose if propaganda works, it works. It was normal in myths and legends for gods to have different aspects of themselves. Just like how lilies had different faces, different views, because they were a combination cobbled together from the spirits of the dead. That was a small matter, really, though I did wonder whether this was how those multifaceted or multi-headed gods started. No matter, I focused on the small group of children, playing and wrestling. Kaala, and the rest of the void treefolk grew up well, and we witnessed the first of the void-attuned lizard folks. She had a black olive skin, her scales shone in a way that was different. Small, but no less dangerous in potential. This play-based training was not really combat training. Not yet. Kaala would speak to me, about their friends, about their lives. They were special, and they sensed it. By now, we had specialist caretakers. Matrons and caregivers that had skills to ensure their children grew up healthy and strong. Some even had the ability to improve stats permanently by sheer exposure, though the amount of absolute increase in stats wasn't that great. Yet, at that age, it was a relative advantage. On Treehome and Branchhold, we've observed improvements in the children's health. A regular child of the central continent or Branchhold now had health and physical conditions comparable to the wealthy, powerful nobles of the past. That said, being sick does sometimes lead to levels. Every kind of setback was measured against their condition, their struggles, the process of healing. One of the issues that occurred, really, was that as my healing aura got stronger, the speed at which my healers gained levels slowed. Priests also unlocked less healing spells, and more buff-type abilities. This was a consequence of the challenge-based experience system. As a mitigation, to ensure my healers still kept pace, they spent more time in dungeons, to heal those injured or poisoned by the creatures of the dungeons, and so dungeons and the city around them transformed into centers where healers congregated. How many heroes is enough? Kefrey asked the question that pretty much was on everyone's mind. We don't know, I answered. The Scorpionoid hero wanted details on what exactly she signed up for. We are trying to get better reads and sensors on the relative power levels of the Black Sun, and all the other defensive structures that we can see, but that's really more of a range, and does not truly convert into power. Power levels are a really fuzzy thing. Stella explained. You don't know. Kefrey repeated with emphasis. So this thing that we are preparing for. Wait. There's some misunderstanding here. Lumuf immediately clarified. As I understood it, the League of Heroes is largely a defensive pact. The problem, in short, is that the heroes will eventually stop. The gods' ability to turn the tap and churn out new heroes is either limited by quantity, or limited by some kind of magical distance. The League of Heroes aim to prolong the survival of the living worlds by pooling together the heroes, and so effectively nullify the Demon King's inherent design advantages against the heroes. Kefrey understood the gist of it from the Book of Heroes. So you don't plan to attack that Black Sun? Wait, let me clarify. We, as in Eon and the domain holders, do. Lumuf answered. With or without the heroes. If we can destroy the Black Sun, we will try to do so. We want to see what happens, and whether there is an end to this stupid wave of attacks. And if there are other Black Suns out there, then we're screwed. Everyone looked horrified, and Lumuf laughed. Well, not really. We'll just have to constantly play this game of whack-a-mole and stomp out the Demon Kings as they appear, or take the battle to the Demon Lands, free the core, and over time, create a buffer zone between the living cities and the demon world. So this League of Heroes. We hope from world to world and defend it from demons. Like a bunch of superheroes. Ken explained. What I do want to know, of course, is how the presence of other heroes interact with the pact of the gods that your world has. Kefrey shrugged. Do I look like I know such things? All I do is play with my pretty boys. The heroes rolled their eyes, but in my mind, it's likely this was not unique. There must be worlds, where some local powers made arrangements with these faraway gods. The plan is to play defense, while we find ways to go on the offense. The demons can see the heroes, we know this, but we don't really know whether this is true on a planar scale. Ken explained. This is why it's best for Eon's domain holders to do the scouting. Alright, but let's play a number. Kefrey insisted. 20. I mean, to attack that Black Sun thing. No. Stella answered. At least 100. Shit. We're nowhere near if each world only has 1 or 2 like me. Unless we find a way to drift closer to where the gods are summoning heroes. Stella said. The issue, from our point of view, is that distance has an impact on how many heroes the gods can summon. It's also likely each god has a specific range, and some places are just too far from any god to get summons. Ken nodded. That's one merit for going in the other direction, instead of towards the demon sun. It's likely that we get closer to the gods, and in doing so, we access worlds with more heroes. That should bring us up to the number we need. The mountain world hero nodded. If we ever encounter the gods again, I am going to give them a piece of my mind. Like, fuck em so hard. The scorpionoid heroine rolled her eyes. I should be first in line. I am not even human. You have a point, what's up with this humanoid supremacy for heroes? Ken agreed. It's almost as if all the heroes are derived from humans with just minor cosmetic changes. Maybe the first gods are human. Or maybe the source worlds are human. If all the source of heroes were from these Earth clones, it's only natural that this gets propagated over the multiverse. Especially with how frequently heroes set up harems and mate with the locals. You do realize that means every human in these worlds are descendants of some horny hero somewhere. Chung interjected. The girls had a horrified look. Ew. So you're saying the constant introduction of heroes, which are majority human, function as super breeders into the population, which helps lead to a humanoid majority population. Ken nodded thoughtfully. That's a very interesting theory. That's like Genghis Khan's lineage. The girls shook their heads. Guys, let's not take this conversation there. We're all adults here. Why can't we have this conversation? Chung responded. It's fascinating to consider the implications of heroes on the long-term trends of the human population. Our extended aging also means we could have more children. Goodness, that makes heroes sound like super breeders. Heroes as hypersexual individuals, and that's really uncomfortable to think about. Harems have effects. Kefrey paused uncomfortably. She had a harem, and as it turns out, Hafiz and Adrian also possessed a harem. A small one, but a harem nonetheless, so they kept quiet during the conversation. Shouldn't this apply to all long-lived creatures? Even high-level individuals? Ken coughed. You do realize heroes have many cards stacked in their favor. On Branchhold, it was an era of relative quiet, and my attempts to build a vertical, denser city encountered some obstacles. On one hand, there's a clear increase in overall quality of life. On the other, the density, noise and hectic environment, even when suppressed by Tree of Prayers, did turn off some of the inhabitants, which led to emigrations to the surroundings. Sprawl. Essentially. Lifestyle. Some people just prefer a quieter environment, but still desire the safety that we provide. No one tried to attack us so far, but based on my spies and trees, it's an inevitability. Jealousy, fear, all these factors still pop up, though some are wise enough, or, their system gave them enough warning that they'll lose, that they decide against it. Lilies finally created an avatar. An inferior one. Well, I suppose everything would be inferior when compared to Lumuf, but an avatar nonetheless. The avatar was essentially a soul fragment of that greater hive mind, possessing a wooden puppet. It was created from a combination of a permanent scry spell and some kind of projection ability. That said, it had zero combat power, and the range of the wooden puppet was still fairly limited. For now, it could only travel a small region around Lilies. With more levels, it would gain extended range. Something they really looked forward to, because they really wanted to experience and see the other worlds for themselves. Arya and Icepeng also tried to do something similar, because being repeatedly shown what I've seen on the other worlds was strangely tempting. They tried to create an ice avatar, since that was where their shaping and sculpting abilities were best, and Arya insisted that they wanted to look good. I privately felt like they were spending too much time on appearances, but it was inconsequential. That's how they chose to spend their efforts. As fellow members of the Pantheon, I tried my best to communicate with them, and so Patrick helped schedule me to talk to them at least once every 3 years, and ad hoc if there are any big developments. 3 years felt quite regular, for my 2 fellow immortals. It almost felt like we were meeting every other week. I wonder whether as my age increases even more, it'll feel too frequent. But for now, the conversations with the 2 were mostly about showing what we've seen, and they would give commentary and ideas. On Treehome, the Continental Guild Wars, some called them the Vassal Wars or Puppet Wars, were quite messy. For now the fighting were mostly smaller scale skirmishes, and targeted attacks. Due to the guild's history and exposure to combat on the central continent, their first instinct was to conduct surgical strikes. Attacks to remove the leaders of the respective kingdoms, and replace them with their own puppets. Essentially a replica of how they fought on the central continent against each other due to our rules of engagement. But over time, this morphed into conventional warfare, and this was where the guilds noticed their first flaw. They lacked the high-level commanders needed to lead large-scale conventional invasions and maintain invasion period logistics, again, due to their lack of experience on the central continent. If they hired generals from the regular kingdoms, they didn't have a level advantage against the kingdoms of their respective continents. In fact, they were frequently outleveled by the generals of those kingdoms who had more conventional war experience due to the constant kingdom wars. The last large-scale conventional wars on the central continent were during the Sabnok era, and most of the great generals of that time died during the final explosion, and many more were killed during my subsequent expansion to the rest of the central continent. As I remembered it, my expansion to the central continent was primarily led by the elite force, supplemented by a near-infinite army of beetles, and against the tide, the kingdoms folded. The guilds didn't have such an advantage, and so, the local kingdoms of the other continents adapted and hired significantly more security. As the guild war raged, the guilds themselves found that superior equipment and technology was incredibly helpful during the first strike, but the advantage it provided diminished over time as survivors counter-leveled and managed to steal those equipment from the dead. Survivors adapted, gained skill counters, and began to fight back. My Valthorn strategists and leaders collected data on the various wars fought by the guilds, and used them to create learning experiences and case studies on what the leaders should have done. Patrick and my artificial minds also used the data to build simulations, where my strategists and leaders could try out different tactics and attacks. I quickly learned that the simulation was incredibly taxing, because it was impossible to account for the use of skill and level gains by the troops on the field. The system's pattern of awarding levels was also something that we didn't have much data on. Most reporting of the levels, at least by my Valthorns, was done after the fact. That meant we couldn't specifically tie level gains to specific events, even if we understood the patterns. We deployed Alka's crystal supercomputers to supplement and speed up the simulations, and I really found it sad that all this computational power is used to fight wars. My first observation from this conflict was wars of attrition had to be done quickly, and more overwhelmingly, with no combat survivors. It essentially encouraged slaughter, since survivors have the highest chance of gaining counters. So, if I were to hypothetically invade these kingdoms, it had to be swift, and strike with overwhelming force. Once the conflict drags on, the winning percentage will shrink and casualties will increase. I am still confident of victory due to the massive level gap, but more people will die. The second observation was that the temples were rallying the other kingdoms in defense. Ava and the other 3 temples came to support the defenders, and fought against the guilds. For this reason, the eastern continent was the least attacked by the guilds, due to the Ivan temple's higher levels and constant shared training with the Valthorns. The other kingdoms and temples tried to retaliate by cutting off the guild's finances on the central continent, by attacking caravans and trade shipments. On this front, I was forced into a rather annoying situation, whether I should continue to protect trade shipments from such attacks. After all, the incredible prosperity on the central continent was due to an active internal trading between nations, and allowing attacks on the trade routes fundamentally attacked our economy and our overall prosperity. In any case, I decided to stick with the principle of non-interference, and instead, marked all the expeditionary guilds as war participants, and therefore not subject to our protection. This extended to subcontractors and shipment partners. That meant trade shipments were separated, by convoys, into protected and not protected convoys. Even trading posts had to be separated into protected and unprotected. The markets had to be reorganized as well, to prevent collateral damage. I wonder whether the guilds were trying to force my hand, but from Patrick and MyTree's observations, they stumbled into it. Isolating the war participants led to an outroar from the guilds, because non-war participants could undercut them for waging war, since their shipments were protected. Yet, this process added complexity into trade, because everyone traded with each other at some level, so where did the line stop? Who was subject to the protections, and who was not? Was the baker who sold bread to the warring guilds a supporter of the war? Where was the line where one was complicit? I wondered whether this was similar to money laundering issues, because protecting these warring guilds was essentially subsidizing their war effort. It's also interesting to observe the new merchant kings and guild lords in action, as they consolidated their powers and responded to the challenges both in their new vassal kingdoms. Communication and oversight at such distances was a problem. Message, scry, and all that helped, but didn't compare to the full-time surveillance state that I employed. They couldn't match our speed of reaction, or how quickly news of an attack spread. They were always a few days behind, and things changed. All of this dictated deployment of high-level individuals, dependable ones on the ground to take over, but left them exposed. Some of the defending nations had hero items and heirloom artifacts that gave them an edge. The guilds, despite their immense wealth, could buy some from the other kingdoms, but most of the time, these items were not for sale. The deteriorating and stress placed on the guilds due to the war also invited attacks from non-war participant guilds, who used the chance to muscle in on their poorly defended territories. It was very much a criminal gang war, and I really wonder whether stepping in was the right choice. For now, the central continent remains largely unscathed. The Valthorns continue to protect unrelated parties from these gang wars, but the embers of war are spreading. Plant missiles. Year 232. Based on the notifications I received when I placed my clone on both 3 worlds and Mountain World, it seems that I could only collect hero fragments and souls from the worlds where I placed my clone. This naturally raises a practical issue with the League of Heroes. My clone should only be placed where there are a lot of heroes. I have 1 left, and I don't know how many I could claim to get over the next few battles. If let's say I get an extra 5 seeds in the next 50 levels, and each world only adds perhaps 2 heroes, then that's just an extra 10 heroes to the existing pool. It's clearly a limitation, because the only way heroes can travel and visit each other is via my clones. Without the clones, there is no League of Heroes. My senior leaders also know this, which was why Rune's idea of targeting only living worlds made sense. Reclaiming demon worlds doesn't add to our hero strength. Ideally, if domain holders could gain a full hero tier strength, that would remove the dependency on my clones, since Stella's portals and the Rift Gate network is quite robust and domain holders could freely travel. It's also less risky, since domain holders in my pantheon effectively can't die. In a way, it totally made sense to throw my domain holders at the grinder, since they'd be able to take risks heroes couldn't. They understood it, of course, but they still didn't feel too keen on dying. They may revive, but death must leave a mark. Someone who revived repeatedly would probably feel the strain of death in some way or form. Very few abilities are without some kind of flaw. What if there's some abilities that are only unlocked after multiple repeated deaths? Lumuf asked. After all, one gains resistance to certain events after repeating them. What if it's the same for death? Death is a fairly unique element of the world, since it is the process of separating the inner soul from the body. A person is dead when the soul leaves, even if the body may be alive. We studied the blood magic tomes Snek collected, and I found the aspect of willing sacrifices to be worth pursuing further. My problem was really a matter of test subjects. I harvested my sacrifices from the scum of society. These were criminals who broke the law, and not just any law, but the serious ones like rape or murder. These are very rarely willing sacrifices. They all have strong needs, strong cravings. Snek's society, at least in the early days, maintained a large cult of the blood, where people truly are devoted to the goals of that blood cult, and at the side, were people who seen the positive effects of that cult. Unlike our mortals, somehow the Ulerans managed to avoid the negative bloodthirsty natures of the blood magic. Their focus on augmentation of the soul revealed something that I soon saw in the Ulerans themselves. Their souls were robust, and could repair themselves from damage far faster than our regular souls. These Ulerans essentially had inbuilt soul regeneration. In their day-to-day life, I noticed that the Ulerans did not face permanent limb loss. Their souls, even when a limb was lost, could maintain the soul schema of the limb without any phantom limb pains. Strangely, it was this self-regeneration that allowed the users of the blood magic to resist the corruptive effects of the. When looking at Snek, I couldn't really notice it, because his soul was already warped in order to survive the void forest. The young Ulerans, despite their tiny size, could recover from most kinds of non-lethal damage with absolutely no drawback physically. This, compared to the other humanoids, where healing or limb reconnection had to be done within a short day or two timeframe or it's gone for good. But this wasn't very useful when faced with the giant demon dragons who could kill them in a single strike. If the Ulerans faced a goblin-type demon king, or something more Zerg-like, they'd have far, far better outcomes. Anyway, back to the blood magic, my issue was I didn't have a way to volunteer individuals for blood magic sacrifices, and I didn't think using Valthorns was a good idea. They were an investment. I also found the idea of getting people to volunteer to die for the sake of science a little iffy. But as it turns out, I should feel that way. Eon, the Valthorns are willing to die for various causes. We battle great wars, and in doing so we risk our lives. Many will die in the line of battle, that is expected. Lumuf advised. Initially, I thought of approaching those who were about to die due to various medical conditions anyway, to volunteer for such experiments. It's uncommon even back in our world, but for science, many have put their lives on the line. But, because of my medical and healing abilities, the general health of the populace was very high, so this was an incredibly small group of people, nowhere enough to actually do experiments. Next, I tried looking for those who were emotionally unstable or wanted to die. Yet, as I spoke to a few such individuals, I wasn't particularly comfortable using them for such blood magic. There was the issue of contamination, because their emotional states also affected the condition of their souls, and so, their souls were not high quality. In the tomes gathered from Uleran, they went at length to clarify the conditions to create clean sacrifices. From what they explained, it's likely that if I used those who were mentally not at a good place, I may still end up having hex because their mental states were not clean. So, this clean blood magic was a really wonky situation where you needed to be emotionally stable, mentally sound and able to commit to killing yourself for a cause. Absolutely ridiculous conditions, in my opinion, but the Uleran's method of augmentation of the recipient soul is without much of the downsides associated with blood magic. On another hand, I also know and very much preferred my own method of stitching soul fragments together into the soul bomb, since these required no sacrifices. Now, I just needed to find ways to link the two together. They clearly are meant to be linked, since they are both soul-type abilities, but I just needed to figure out the relationship between these two concepts. It's a bit like a blind man touching an elephant's trunk and an elephant's tail, and now has to figure out how the whole thing is supposed to look like. It's quite rare you've paid attention to us again, Yvonne said, as I observed the children in their care. Both Ares, Yvonne are in their somewhat humanoid forms, connected to their respective trees. I hope you do not feel neglected. My mind tells me you are all doing well. Well, I was aware of them through my artificial minds, but my attention was on the children. I still feel it. A little, Ares answered, as one of the focused caregiving trees of Freshka, naturally interacted heavily with the children in our care. Children like Kaala, or the void-attuned lizard folks and tree folks, needed our best nursing and care, and so it naturally fell on people like Ares to look after them. Once they were ready for any kind of training, it's also my training trees, like Yvonne, that trained them in the basics. They are well, if that's what you are wondering. Ares answered, she's in the level 70s as some blend of caregiver. Some of the new caregivers have gained specialized skills dealing with them. The health of children throughout the central continent was good, though there are areas with spotty coverage, where the Valtrian Order's childcare services were less robust, or the persons handling the task of lower levels. One of the bigger issues that we face, that people like Ares and Yvonne helped tremendously, was staffing and resourcing. These sort of administrative and domestic work leveled slowly, and training young women and men for these roles was a challenge. It's not perceived as a sexy or glamorous role, even with the high salaries the Valtrian Order gave for these roles. To me, caring for children is part of my talent management program, part of the pipeline, so it is only natural that they are paid a good salary. But after decades of stability on the central continent, the general population's mindsets shifted, and now began to resemble Earth-like societies, where young men became pickier with their roles and classes. My own obsession with giving the people choice, essentially led to these folks choosing certain careers, and leaving certain careers understaffed, even with higher pays. The young also wanted to move to the bigger cities, where everything was. For full-time mothers, we do notice that younger children tend to be healthier than the older children, as a result of mothers themselves gaining more skills related to caring for their children. In the central continent, the cities with strong Valtrian Order presence have good birth rates, mainly due to the nearly free end-to-end childcare services provided to those who want to have children. So, with the mental load of caring for children taken off most parents, they were free to fornicate as they please, and that kept birth rates decently high. I did this, not for altruistic means, but merely to make sure that the modern society didn't face a population crunch, which would lead to a talent and resource crunch. The cost of providing such services was essentially my talent cost. As the society progresses and individuals have more choice, I would have to add more incentives, in order for the society to produce what I want it to produce. For caregivers like Ares, this was a role I'll need more. I noticed that certain races had aspects that made them excellent at certain parts of giving care. For example, tree folks and dwarves were persistent, and encouraged a great connection to the ground. Tree folks and elves are both very good at looking at the effects of actions after longer periods of time. They could visualize how hard work today would pay off decades down the road, and don't perceive it as a pointless exercise. So that made them great guides and counselors, because of their long-term views. Humans and the shorter-lived races were better at quickly emotionally bonding with the flock, establishing passionate relationships and rapport. But these also comes and go quickly, unlike the longer, respectful and mutual trust that elves and treefolk usually tended to have. Usually. For longer-lived creatures, I noticed how Lofin and Lozanne's relationship evolved over time. To Lofin, it was expected that her daughter would be an adult, and that was the same for their children, Arlissa and the boy, Lauda. As full adults, they lived normal lives, though Arlissa did go through what essentially amounted to 2-decade-long rebellious phase. Her mother had to bail her out of trouble a few times, though frankly, everyone gave Lozanne a lot of leeway. We rarely speak these days, though she did make regular trips to the northern continent to meet up with Mila and Alexis. Old friends, she said, and Mila's hospitality was impeccable. Speaking of Mila, my domain holders approached her on the idea of a multiverse arrangement, whether her branch hotels could be used as a replacement for my clone trees. She seemed agreeable, but her branch hotels did not have teleportation ability, and without the teleportation ability, what use was it? The heroes were curious on the next step. All right. What's next? What's next? We can't be waiting here. My people explained that it's a slow process. We are, after all, trying to plot against something that has the corpse of the dead god, or something to that effect. If it could destroy gods, it certainly could destroy us. But what are we doing offensively? Surely there is something that can be done. The heroes said, and I wondered whether this was an effect of their mind control. Since we've disclosed the presence of the Black Sun, I've been curious whether the gods would take action. I long suspected that the gods had some way of seeing the world through the heroes, though nothing has truly been confirmed. But they have a point. Perhaps I am moving too slowly. How do I get closer to the Black Sun? I want to avoid a situation where I send people after the Black Sun only to die catastrophically. There's no way to test it out. The best I could do is a simulation. The Void Mages came with an interesting idea. The will of Treehome said that they could move through the Void Sea, correct? Yes. Therefore, it is likely that any will, or any world, could move through the Void Sea, sensible. Yes, that sounded right. So, we have the Comet world, barreling through the Void Sea. It's moving too fast, but it is a small world. Tiny. In fact, and we believe, almost invisible to the demons. It would be interesting to attempt to control or manipulate its movements. One of the Void Archmages suggested. I don't know what it'll take, and if you can ask the Will of Treehome for details that would help. If we can control and direct the Comet World, we could turn it around and aim it towards the Black Sun. We could, essentially, have something that could deliver a strike team right at the enemy's heart. If the demons sent a comet at Treehome many centuries ago, why couldn't we do the same? It was just poetic justice. 230. The Heartless Tree. Year 233. The Void Mages were the busiest group these days. They had so many moving parts, but there's only so few of them. Stella had about 1,500 Void Mages under her, and her 4 other Archmages. There only used to be 3, but even one more wasn't enough. Not with what we wanted to achieve. One group focused on deciphering the map within the Demon King's core, and developing ways to make most of the map. There was another group that designed the listening devices, and the potential interference devices. They looked out for demonic transmissions, to figure out how the demons communicated with each other through vast distances, coordinated their attacks and selected their targets. One group worked on expanding the rift gates, and trying to combine the language of the rift gates to the maps. They also tried to find ways to work around the limitations of the star mana, which is our main stumbling block for a proper interdimensional League of Heroes, and Empire. Now, we had the group working on moving the Comet World through the Void Sea. On one hand, I realized that the will of the world was able to move through the Void Sea without Void Mana, thus I do suspect that Void Mana may not be necessary for that purpose, but Core Mana would be the more likely material or resource. Yet, Void Mages is the ones most familiar with the Void Sea, and so it is them who commit to the task. There are smaller groups, like those focused on weaponizing the Void Mana, and developing better ways to destroy the Demon King and that demonic glass droplet. Mages, as a whole, were relatively rare. Void Mages, even more so, and even till this day I feel the lack of high-level mages acutely. We have level 120 mages, but so far, only Stella reached the domain. I don't know what a domain tier archmage or wizard could achieve, but having someone at that level should greatly help our cause. We see this with the lava world, where we lack the means to securely access the core. Magic, despite its perceived ubiquity, is still quite hard to train even if we have made incremental improvement over the last century. There is a certain level of genius that I feel the system expects from a mage, and the mage would not progress far without it. Even with decades and centuries of magic training, it's surprisingly hard to reliably get someone to a master, even if we do have a large amount of competently trained mages. Madeus, my first resident wizard, many decades ago, once said that it is quite easy to learn the basics. After all, the first spells are not much more complicated than skills. Now we have an army of mages at his level. But our attempts to grow stronger archmages were just slightly successful. We only have about 100 to 200 mages that are above level 100. The highest of those in the level 130s. Magic was extremely hard to excel in, because there's a component that's not dependent on experience, but comprehension of some kind of vague magical concepts. Our statistics indicated that, although almost 1 in 2 individuals gain some type of magical ability and spellcasting, such that they could use simple and intermediate spells, only 1 in 40 has the talent to walk the path of a mage. Of this small fraction, most just plateau at the level 40s to 60s. In our Valthorns, the number seemed to suggest that only 1 in 20 mages who make it to level 60, even with magical experience boosts from the dungeon. Of the almost 500,000 mages we trained over the last century, we only have less than 200 level 100 mages. Attempts to brute force the levels didn't contribute to magic classes gaining levels, instead our attempts to force them to level caused their classes to reflect a combat focus. The system essentially starts funneling levels to combat-type mages, instead of pure magic classes. This meant mages evolving into battle mages, and great ward mages are similar sort, and they gained more combat spells skills instead of pure magic skills. This was useful in their own way, but what I wanted was the out-of-the-world, Hail Mary type of magical solutions that eccentric mages could provide. So, over the last century, the way we trained mages also changed. Instead, we rotated mages to various roles on the central continent. They would perform research, perform exploration of the underground chambers and ruins, conduct classes in the FTC, and provide basic concepts on magic to the administrator classes, maintain various magical artifacts and formations throughout the continent. Combat was still needed, which meant mages would still participate in dungeons, but only after a reasonably good and long stint in non-combat roles. This was how we discovered the way to somewhat reliably level a mage into proper, wizard, and archmages, instead of relying on brute forcing and dumb luck. It reminded me of the time, during the early years of Freshka, and the FFA, I tried creating archmages and wizards through class seeds fusion. That didn't work back then, and it still didn't work now. My large stockpile of high-tier archmage class seeds instead came from the small army of archmages that died over the last century. My artificial minds claim the archmages all have their own quirks, and reading their minds often involved great leaps and thoughts that seemed rather disjointed. Training mages is still a problem we haven't truly cracked. We could teach them skills. Teach them spells from our massive library of spells. Let them have the resources needed to experiment. But it all gets stuck somewhere. Maybe in that way, it's the same with everyone else. I have knights that never make it as far as Edna, even if Edna's path was clear for them to see. Most Valthorns plateau before level 100, even with the level-breaking gift. Only those who breached a level 100 could even try to challenge the monsters we face. Right now, we have about 2,000 level 100 individuals, and so far, all of them are sucked into the system, a part of the structure we created. Reality is, if they all turned against me, I'd have a big problem on my hands. But they won't, simply because they've all seen what was beyond, and realize, we are all still just small fishes in a very big pond, and together, we are stronger. More importantly, I begin to think the reason the guilds failed to entice the true powerhouses to their camp is because of the level 100's increasingly long perception of time. Capitalism is meaningless when one gets better at visualizing the changes after some passage of time. The powers that the guilds try to claim and control is nothing more than holding on to a candle. It is bright and warm, but momentary. It will fade, and is not something that would last. They know, as weird as it sounded, that whatever they created outside would collapse in decades, and they would return to our fold anyway. They didn't have to look far. Even on our central continent, guilds come and go, kingdoms as well. Even creations of heroes could collapse once their heroes fall. Whatever the guilds are doing, it would be just a fling. A summer's dream. A project made for profit. Gone, once they got bored of it. Cancelled, once it wasn't profitable. I wonder whether I've trained my Valthorns too deeply in my own ideals, that they fail to relish in the beauty of momentary flings. My artificial minds, the thousands of them that now crowd around the valley and also near to all my various clone trees, essentially sustain and operate the entire continent. Without my artificial minds, I would be immediately overwhelmed by the sheer amount of things that require my attention. I'd pretty much attribute the modernity of the central continent down to the artificial minds organizing, maintaining and monitoring the various aspects of our continent. Without artificial minds, I would not be able to achieve any kind of omnipresence in the central continent. I would be stuck to just the area around the valley, and even then, I'd be able to focus on just a few things at a time. The topic of artificial minds came up fairly recently, as Alka tried to do some resilience tests to see how we would fare in various types of events. We have a massive vulnerability because the entire Beetle network, the application of growth boosts, the monitoring of crime and trade, monster attacks, all essentially relied on my artificial minds. They did the heavy lifting, supported by a smaller army of administrators and druids. If, by some event of a magical virus or disease were to sweep through my artificial minds, or say a demon king with an EMP pulse ability that could disrupt communication with my artificial minds and the trees, we could face a huge setback. They would need to design some backup systems and processes for such an unlikely event. All of this was additional cost and manpower. I have envoys from the Crystal King, and the message clearly requests your presence. Jonpu said with a chuckle. Your attempts to stay hidden didn't work, and it seems to have figured that we made contact. I figured as much, I said through a tree located in the Pyramid City's parklands. My trees, cactuses and shrubs covered vast areas of the Essen people's land, and also segments of the Centaur lands. Domain holders are not so foolish. More mana. That was what I wanted, and I was getting it. Jonpu merely grinned. Then have your priest be present. Lumuf smiled as he saw a familiar face. The envoy was the lady he met, 4th Archpriest of Malas, Yada. Ah, Lady Yada, it's nice to see you after 30 years. She had aged quite a bit, but at someone at level 80s, she clearly had at least a few more decades in her. She froze for a moment, as if a memory she long suppressed reawakened. It is you. She didn't say a word to him after that. Jonpu did not appear in person. Instead, he had one of his own senior ritualists attend the meeting, dressed in the most gaudy and overwhelming attire ever. "Speak, envoy of the Crystal King," Yada said, but she didn't dare point fingers. Instead, she unfurled a scroll, and said, "The Crystal King demands, as per the pact, to know the deal with this Eon. Outsiders are not a party to the pact, and the Pact of the Three dictates that the land is shared by the three parties, and not to be yielded to third parties." Jonpas Priest was quiet for a moment, and then responded. "The Great Pyramid merely leased the land to the Temple of Eon, to conduct some farming activities. They are just customers of the State of Sand." Lumuf didn't respond to the lie. "Is there an agreement? We can provide the documents in due time." They would have to create a fictitious set of agreements, but Lumuf didn't intervene. This was Jonpas' territory, and he should handle it as he saw fit. "Now," Yada insisted. "The Crystal King is intimately familiar with the concept of patience, we highly suggest he apply it. Retrieving documents takes time." Jonpas' ritualist responded. "Fine. We will wait 3 days." Lumuf could feel there was some kind of communication happening. A set of encrypted magical messaging. But she looked away every time Lumuf glanced at her. Jonpas Priests quickly gave some land transaction records, and it was clear this was a fake set of records. Some kind of large-scale forestry and farming project. "It is less troublesome that way," Jonpu admitted later. "I dislike dealing with my peers, even if I do respect them for what they are." "What exactly is the Centaur's guardian?" "You've not seen it. Last I recall, a possession-linked formation where the two joint patriarchs of the Centaurs would meld with the formation, thus granting the Centaur leaders access to the ancient wisdom, and also the means to control the formation over Hoofhell and its surrounding lands. Just like the pyramid, the truth was also shrouded in mystery. Even until today, my Centaur spies are still trying to piece together the identity and abilities of the Centaur's guardian. To some extent, I wonder whether I could force them to react to me. My trees had also begun to spread to the lands owned by the Crystal King and the Centaurs, and though I kept it low profile, I was sure they'd realize it eventually. Would the Crystal King wage war because I had trees in their land? My bet was, no. It was just posturing. One thing became clear once the guilds controlled kingdoms and nations. Capitalism didn't inspire loyalty in the same way as a monarch or a religion. The loyalty a guild leader had, was just not to the same degree that a king, or a priest. Hired mercenaries bailed when the risk-reward ratio no longer made sense, but a loyal knight or fanatical zealot would keep fighting under their last breath. The guilds, after decades of prospering as a business and treating its lower-ranking people callously, now needed to find ways to brainwash their men to fight with their lives on the line. A guild leader cared about the bottom line, cared about the salaries of its people, and operations, but now it had to think further, of winning loyalty, of winning over hearts and minds. This lack of loyalty meant the guilds often had to deploy larger forces, stronger forces with bigger, better equipment, just to convince the mercenaries they had good odds of winning, or it's quite likely that there's a sudden collapse in morale, where mercenaries, particularly multiple different groups, all quit in succession. The guilds also discovered that they needed to insource military might, to have internal competence and ability. Guilds that built up a stronger internal military arm, or have adventurer guild subsidiaries or partners performed better than those that had to hire all their military strength from mercenary guilds. Various mercenary and assassins guilds, many of which merged with the merchant guilds over the decades, began taking on larger roles and used their growing importance in the war for new territories to take over their own conglomerates. When the merchant guilds concentrated on just trading alone, and focused on central continent businesses, the leaders of such guilds tended to be pure administrator, merchant and assassin types. But with their newfound colonial ambitions, the military and combat leaders had more visibility, and so they moved up the ranks. There was no space for weaklings, when the assassins began to target the leaders on the central continent. There was also a growing schism, when some of the leaders sent to rule their newly conquered territories began to amass wealth in their new territories, and used it to defy the central continental guild's leaders. After all, the heaven is high, and the emperor is far, far away. Even with magic, the central continental guilds needed the means to enforce its rule, needed ways to ensure loyalty of its far-flung representatives. Some guilds relied solely on the loyalty of its invasion leaders, which, as they soon discovered, wasn't very loyal. Some realized they didn't need the central continent, and convinced the entire invasion army to rebel and set up independent nations. It was such a clusterfuck across the world that my leaders began to discuss intervention methods. Even the kings and representatives, who meet regularly at Freshka for their own quarterly updates and discussions, were very worried about the chaos created by the guild wars. We've tried our best to sequester the conflict to specified zones, and ensure innocents harmed were minimized. There was death. Death cannot be avoided in a conflict. Lilies spoke. They too were aware of the guild's chaos. Greater than I am afraid so. Less than I realized that Lilies was right. I thought about the past decade, and realized I was beginning to drown in the big picture. I wish I could sigh. Greater than I am torn between choice and life, and I am often reminded that I prefer choice over life. This is an extension of that decision, the consequences. Mortals must be given choice, and they must suffer from the consequences. Less than. Greater than then I must engineer them away from such mental frailties. It is a flaw to be corrected. Less than. I realize my earlier sentence was dangerous. If I began considering mortals as flawed, and such, began engineering them away from such flaws, how is it their choice? But I have been doing it. My void tree folks, the void lizard persons. The augmented children. I have been engineering with their form, trying to fix their flaws. Their weakness. Give them skills, give them advantages. I veer so close to the edge of darkness. And I felt Lily's minds. I mentally sighed. It is an incredibly hard challenge, to balance the two opposing poles. To focus on the big picture, yet not lose sight of the small things in life. To focus on the arc of civilization over the decades, and still live in the minutes and hours of the people. 231. Wild cultivations. Year 234. The kingdoms ramped up their counter for the guild's financial strength. Religion. As they were quickly reminded, zealots and fanatics are not easily tempted by money, and the Hawa, Gaia, Ava and Nera faiths all have fairly deep pockets of their own. Worse, some zealots took their money and went to the other side anyway. Secretly, the triumvirs were quite concerned about the conflict, and through our private channels, they relayed their feedback. Our line of thinking remained, this is a private affair undertaken by the new corporates of the central continent. Accordingly, we will not interfere, and we will not protect them. If the Ivan faith wishes to retaliate, they are free to do so. If I didn't intervene in conflicts between kingdoms of the central continent, it certainly didn't make sense for me to intervene in conflicts between a kingdom and a kingdom of another continent. I reiterated my commitment to the overarching framework of non-interference, to the disagreement of quite a significant portion of my ruling class. As long as the rules of engagements were obeyed, I would uphold my part. Royals rise and fall over time. Was corporatized royalty any different? If they have imperialist ambitions, they are free to test it, and see whether they succeed or fail. If they fail, they die. It comes as a package with their position. The rise of higher-level zealots, in the range of level 50s among the defending nations and Templars, spurred the counterattack against the merchant kings, their superior equipment, financial wealth and higher-level employees. The defenders had some success, but the merchants' wealth seemed limitless to the defenders. The guild territories expanded some more. Based on my artificial mind's data collection, of the 50 or so guild groups that set out on their imperialist ambitions, all managed to conquer at least one city on another continent. About half managed to fully take over an entire kingdom or nation, but all of them encountered fierce resistance, guerrilla warfare and rebellion throughout the past few years. They deployed mercenaries liberally to crush the resistance, to varying degrees of success. Of the half of the guilds that conquered entire kingdoms, about a third managed to suppress the resistance, mostly at great cost that the financial returns from the lower labor costs and resources collected barely compensated for the sums expended to wage the war. But of the third that managed to control the resistance, half of them should be able to make a profit within another 2 to 3 years, as the costs of managing the resistance began to dwindle, and the population adjusted to the new regime. A few luckier guilds actually generated a profit already, but all of them faced the prospect of more prolonged wars, as the temples ramped up on their propaganda against these capitalist entities. My spies soon discovered that a few of the guilds seriously debated pulling out of their vassal kingdoms. For some, the profits from their vassal kingdoms were impressive. Some managed to get hold of large gem or gold mines that meant they were able to recoup the cost of maintaining their far larger defensive force, especially when these gems and precious minerals were sold back on the central continent, where prices and demand was naturally higher and more sophisticated. But fanatics were one of the factors they were not able to fully mitigate. The guild's rulers became the target of the religious propaganda from the temples, and this led to fanatics and covert assassinations. Even if the guilds still had the advantage, this was frightening to the guilds, because of how ruthless they were. The guilds needed a counter, and so, some of the guilds began to form alliances to attempt to develop counters. But ultimately, they realized loyalty, a problem they always had, could only be resolved with fanatics of their own. They could hire mercenaries, and soon realized mercenaries would change sides if the other side offered more. Fanatics were different. Inspiring loyalty to the point of death wasn't something guilds excelled at. They've always known that, but it's not as if they lacked references. There were some kings among them, those who got the title through their conquest of the kingdoms on the central continent, and they leveraged their position to create a royal cult. Lumuf rubbed his head when the spies gave the briefing. Back on Earth, kings used to wrap their position with pseudo-divine references, as if they were anointed by some god or descendants of some legendary hero, to enhance their position in society. Yes, Patriarch. We're very concerned that these cults, whose existence entirely serves to reinforce the throne of these merchant kings, may threaten our faith. The gospel of prosperity, with a merchant king at the top. A cult of money. An act of desperation, simply because I refused to support their outbound conquests, while the defenders had the support of the defending faiths. Lumuf paused for a moment, and thought. We are no stranger to cults. We were a cult, once. I suggest we leave them be. But we're different, Patriarch. Surely you see the difference. From my vantage point, it is just system levels that differentiate a cult and a religion. Lumuf answered. If they can ascend to the level of a religion, that is a good thing. But well be displaced. Are we that inferior as a faith? Lumuf challenged. That we cannot tolerate cults. Eon is not a god that cannot deal with challengers. If anything, we will emerge stronger from their attempts to usurp our position. These pretenders are but polishing stones in our path for ever more greatness. If they are strong, we will crush them, and emerge ever stronger. The spies nodded, and indeed, if I wanted choice, I had to allow it. But let them know this. If they try to attack us, we will crush them. If they leave us alone, obey the rules of engagement and leave innocents alone, we will do so too. It was only fair to let these nascent little cults have their chance. In the way of nature, if I couldn't compete, I surely don't deserve my position at the apex of this world, and how do I even claim legitimacy to push outwards to other worlds? When you break it down, every cult is just a form of association between a group of people, with stronger bonds, with a set of shared beliefs. A fan club could easily be a cult. A group that madly chased after money was a money cult. The issues with a cult was not the cult itself, which could easily be benign. It is often the negative activities undertaken by the cult, in the sense that they had their own set of laws, and acted beyond the scope of what they could. There was a separate discussion among my clergy. My patriarchs and matriarchs had their own set of views. But who is innocent? A child brainwashed from young by a cult is innocent, but because he embodies the beliefs of said cult, he doesn't know it. Let's think of this in extremes. What if there is a cult that seeks to destroy us? Is Eon going to tolerate that? No. Lumuf said after I expressed my feelings through him. We will crush those that go past the boundaries that we set. We were more than willing to coexist with the other temples, but it was their attacks, their crusades that forced our hand. Likewise, well set certain terms. Terms to ensure reasonable conduct. I do feel this still cuts too closely to our faith. Matriarch Hoya was also present. All religious cults we've seen have been fairly hostile to our rules. We've seen cults. Blood cults. Secret cults, but again, all of them did crazy things, so we clamped down and crushed them. But these corporate cults and royal cults were different. They were not that different but merely existed to support their kings. In fact, I consider them to be a return to the olden days, when the kings maintained a huge myth around themselves. They were not just men, but more. The guilds merely adopted them. To instill loyalty. It was extra pomp and pageantry meant to inspire those serving them into believing they were part of something greater. More rituals, more little ceremonies. And it worked to some effect. The system acknowledged rituals, symbols. Those who go through the process usually get a modified version of their class to acknowledge their rituals, and this only reinforced the necessity of the process. Knights and soldiers became blessed knights or ritual soldiers. Some corporate guild employees, from regular royal merchants, transformed into royal cult merchants. They used their new skills to convert the people of their new territories. All to secure their position. A natural evolution, and just looking at it, eventually these cults will grow. Again, I feel it is right to let them grow. If they didn't turn against me, I could co-opt them into our structure. If and when they turn against me, I would crush them, and my people would gain levels that way. Or do I have to? Discontent towards my hegemony would rise over time, that was expected and normal. No empire lasts forever. I called on Lumuf and my patriarchs, for an idea to consider. Vanish. I suggested. I've seen enough superhero and spy movies to realize that all villainous organizations are invisible, but somehow everywhere. Could we achieve this, using the cloak of the vassal wars? Could I use these cults to my advantage? But why? It's just something to think about, whether we could switch away from the pervasive superstate, and become the Illuminatory, with our agents at every major institution and players. Our Valthorns then transform into folk champions and heroes, crushing injustice wherever they go. It would allow us a far wider latitude of action. I was not sure whether invisible was the best way to achieve my goals, but it was something to consider. We already have that latitude of action. My leaders responded. If we want to, we can do it. There is no institution, perhaps except the heroes, that can stop us. And they certainly don't have our breadth and reach. There's also the possibility of just having Freshka disappear from view, but that didn't seem particularly useful, since our threats mostly come from demons who somehow could see through illusions. Even if locals attempted to hexbomb Freshka, we have ample defensive measures. For now, the thought of existing entirely as the hidden hand of the world was shelved. Even though the vassal wars pretty much swept through all the continents, there were still some concerns on the delayed Demon King. We defeated the Demon King 13 years ago, and it was already late. Ivan Triumvirs naturally asked for updates. We defeated the Demon Kings. That's all we said. But there was no notification. The Triumvirs challenged. Their knowledge of our affairs on the other side was extremely limited. Until now, we didn't share what we are truly capable of. The local rulers themselves had a worry or two, but for them, it wasn't a problem until it became a problem. Their reaction to not having Demon Kings is more muted than expected. Edna commented. What you expect them to be grateful? Rune responded. We've seen how our people generally think. True. There was extensive thought analysis for my Valtrian order and Valthorns. At each step, they were mentally evaluated by my artificial minds before they took the next step. Loyalty. Compatibility with my beliefs. The evaluation only stopped truly incompatible or potentially dangerous individuals from getting further benefits, but otherwise, I allowed disagreements. But that meant bickering happened a lot, mostly friendly. It occasionally escalated into rivalries between factions. Ultimately, the goal of defeating the demons trumped them all. We still don't know what sort of countermeasures the demons have, despite the Void Mage's best efforts. On Threehome, now that we have our own little corner of the world, I sent my Void Mages here to spy on the skies above, and see whether there was somewhere we could visit. I still don't get how there's trees in this demon world. Never seen it, Edna said, but then she stopped. But then again, Ulerans managed to have some underground farms. I suppose being a demon world doesn't totally exclude the presence of trees. Boreal World, or Ice World. I haven't quite settled on the name. Rune, Edna and a continent of level 100 Valthorns were sent to this demon world to scout out the location. Their last invasion was the Mountain World. The Rift Gates still worked, since our Void Mages were already locked to their Rift Gates locational codes. We've largely cracked the planar element of the code, but we're stuck on the last few digits. It appears to be some kind of checksum character, but we're not exactly sure. The Valthorns were a party of druids, mages, and some other researchers. Here, they collected samples and performed studies. There was a smaller team that came earlier to deploy the listening devices, and we noticed it was still untouched. Data collection was a really long affair, and even when we knew what we were looking for, the somehow low frequency of transmissions meant that Stella's endeavor was pretty much looking for aliens with super large radio dishes. There's a lot of waiting, and there's a lot of nothing. Meanwhile, the druids harvested and collected the plants of the boreal world. These were unique species to the world, not found on any of the 3 worlds we were at, but not entirely alien. There are similar plants. They are surprisingly tolerant of ice, and I wondered whether Arya and Icebang would love this ice world. It seemed like the perfect place for them to make use of their talents. Once we could reclaim it from the demon mother of this world. I decided to bring the idea to Arya and Icebang, whether they would be keen on moving to this world. I am immobile, Arya and Icebang said. I'd be relying on the summoned creatures and the ice monsters to fight for me. That's like me, I responded. All the combat could help your levels. It won't be immediate. We're still working on creating the larger rift gates, and that's taking a lot more time than expected. Why do you need a large rift gate? You're big. Arya chuckled. It seems you forget that I can shrink. I am an ice crystal with a soul. All these are just excess appendages that I can shed and regenerate. I paused and considered the implication. She technically could be deployed anywhere, though icy environments are most advantageous to her. Just like how Jonpu would probably excel in a desert, sandy environment. Again, let me think about this, I should be able to provide an answer within a few years. Arya said. They had specialized skills that worked in such environments. As for myself, I consider myself mostly a generalist, but I excel in forested or grassy environments that are more temperate or tropical in nature. This is partly because my beetles perform best in these environments. In colder and sandier environments they needed specific adaptations, which took up some space for other types of skills. Domain holders like Edna, Rune and so on had tremendous advantages in combat. They are mobile. They can hit really hard. But that's also part of the problem. They do not excel in building safe spaces for lower-leveled folks to live. Lavaworld relied massively on my tree's presence to suppress the demons, and act as a safe anchor for my forces to retreat to. For domain holders, it's not an issue. But it is a critical one for those in the level 100s to 149s, and these are the group of people I really want to get to. The next level. We needed forward bases, backed by domain holders. You're suggesting that we become an invasion force? Jonpu sat and stewed on the question. Yes, I responded. Let me be clear, this is an idea that we are considering, given our limitations. I've stretched myself as far as I could, and we have clones on a few worlds, and one active demon world. But realistically, if we want to strike back at the demons, we need more. Jonpu's golden eyes sat and mulled the question. It's certainly an interesting proposal. If we succeed, we essentially have the entire world to ourselves, and many of my servants would gain levels. But given my size, that would be. It's something we can solve. The demon kings can move their large bodies through space. We should be able to do it too. Jonpu stretched, and cracked his mummified fingers. There are some lingering concerns, especially how it affects my pact with the old gods. I would have to revisit the terms and study them. I agreed. There is no urgency. Not yet. Anyway. It is an idea I am floating with other immortals. It is something that needs much more deliberation. I must contemplate this suggestion a little longer. Lilies mulled the idea, though I sensed it was fairly lukewarm. If there was another lake or parasite-type world, Lilies, as a being that could spread roots across the entire lake, could be a candidate. Any swampy environment would do. That said, the chances were low. They've never left, and they survived so well in their current state. Why would they change? But in any case, they didn't reject me outright. Just like both Arya and Jonpu, they needed time. Relocating to another world, a demon world just to wage a war wasn't a simple decision. It was a commitment. I remembered I didn't like moving. I hated it. My fellow domain holders would agree that moving sucks. Our presence was all about permanence. We existed, and the world warped around us. If they rejected the offer, that was fine. We are already developing countermeasures and bases that do not depend on my presence. I'd probably consider Reefy as well, if there's some waterworld out there. I believe there should be some waterworld, though I am not too sure whether Reefy would even let me move him. Reefy's very, very touchy about his core. That said, Reefy's probably too low-leveled to reach that stage. The Valthorns worked on smaller, more compact and self-sustaining bases. Little independent outposts on these demon worlds. Well, find a way. (232) Muddled Pools. Year 235. The vassal wars raged on, and the long war drained both the many defending kingdoms, and also the merchant guilds. The larger merchant guilds, even with their greater risks on the central continent, still commanded respectable market power and thus were able to continue to fund the war. It helped that the central continent was far more prosperous, and with higher populations. The prospects of achieving greatness conquering other continents led to some uncomfortable propaganda, which I asked my spies to quietly suppress. The smaller merchant guilds were feeling the strain on their finances, thus, began to sought out some financial assistance from the larger guilds, and that led to a string of takeovers by the larger merchant guilds. It felt like I was witnessing the start of the conglomerates, as smaller entities began cobbling together into a larger whole. A guildmaster's skills and abilities interacted in guilds and corporations in the same way as a king's skill, but it clearly strained with the massive number of members. We spied a few instances where certain skills ran into limits. Most times, hitting those limits triggered class evolutions. The merchant kings and guild kings emerged as an upgrade, to reflect the growing power of the guildmasters over their members. Their powers were stronger on the weaker members, but less so on stronger, higher-leveled members. This matched my own control over my Valthorns. With souls, what mattered is the gap in levels. The higher the level, the stronger the soul's ability to withstand outside influence. So it's fair to say, I have fairly little actual ability to force anyone above level 100 to do what I say, though I do have the weight of the entire institution behind me, which often compels them to obey. As the guilds expanded, we also observed the guilds have upgrades of the typical administrator classes to executive and manager classes. To be fair, the massive Valtrian order as an institution already had manager and executive classes for quite some time, so these weren't totally new, but it was just interesting to note that the guilds finally got them too. The powers of contracts were heavily invoked, and guild contracts that served as the foundation of alliances in their outward war. Kings and nations had the ability to form alliances and sign contracts with each other for a while, but the nature of kings meant, under the system, they existed above petty contracts. The king class, due to the feudal nature of being above mere men, refused to bow to a contract. So, normal contracts died when they reached a king. Thus, alliances of kings, based on trusts and relationships, were frail, brittle, and prone to abrupt dissolutions. That was not the case for a guildmaster. A well-written normal contract was a chain that a guildmaster cannot easily shed, unless his class changed. A guild, by constitution, exists because the law permits it to exist. A guildmaster could never be above laws and contracts. Thus, each guild is bound by contracts even if their members could leave the guild. Leaving a guild usually imposed penalties, even if temporary. So, the ascension of their members to kings led to some interesting shenanigans and vulnerabilities. A merchant king and a guild king did not have the ability to shrug off the law or the contract as easily as normal kings. In short, they were inferior. Our observations of their abilities also soon revealed they were weaker than the typical king, at the same level of power. Last year we noticed some guilds experimenting on cults, as an attempt to shore up loyalties, especially when faced with fanatics from the other continents. The need to increase loyalties was magnified by the increasingly united defenses of the four temples. The four temples selected high-leveled kings and queens, and backed them strongly. They engineered mergers of the smaller kingdoms into the larger kingdoms. It surprised me that the temples were willing to do so. They've never mounted a coherent response against the demon kings, but were strangely united when invaded. Still, the merger of the kingdoms, and the quasi-holy state of these now larger kingdoms created class upgrades for the defenders. It was my first encounter with the Holy Emperor and Holy Empress classes. I've never managed to actually create Emperor classes, despite collecting multiple King classes over the decades. Just like mages, there were some strange things about these royal and noble classes. The first Holy Emperor of the southern continent rose to the throne of the empire as the first of kings, cobbled together from 22 separate kingdoms. A union forged by the Church of Gaia and the Church of Hawa, they initiated a grand ceremony to invoke the greater blessings of Gaia and Hawa. They merely hoped to upgrade the chosen king's class to that of a blessed king, but I suspect because of the scale of the land and followers involved, and perhaps a bit of desperation, they somehow created a holy emperor. I watched and felt the moment when the king's presence warped and changed, from a set of trees within the palace's compound. The first holy emperor. On this great day, we, the archpriests of Gaia and Hawa, grant and bestow all of the blessings we could muster upon King Aranuel, for the great Aranuel shall be a king above kings, and led our combined empire against the foul advances of the greedy guilds. The archpriests of the two temples declared, and I felt a great power emerge from within that Aranuel. His voice changed, as if he had the force of the gods behind him. I knew it wasn't, but to any lesser man, it would certainly feel as if one was standing before a god. His body suddenly radiated an incredible oppressive aura. He was silent for a moment, as that strange twisting presence settled. I am Holy Emperor Aranuel, and I evoke the Emperor's edict. We wage a holy crusade against the guilds and the foul enemies that lead them from the shadow. His followers throughout the continent experienced a sudden surge of power, which we estimate to be close to a 10-level boost. A blessing, the fury of the Crusaders. At the same time, an emperor's blessing was stronger than a king, and I witnessed the empire's financial and economic might seem to improve out of nowhere. The retaliation of the new Holy Empire of Aranuel, as the 10-level boost seemed to compensate for the technology and level drawbacks they faced against the guilds. The weaponization of faith forced the guilds and the merchant kings to adapt, and try to develop their own. I thoroughly disallowed the use of my faith in the conquest. Anyone who did was promptly punished, and thus, the guilds had to seek out other faiths, or in their case, invent their own. The guilds then found a fundamental issue with faith, especially one that sought to elevate a single person into some kind of reincarnation or blessed by the gods. A guild is a union of various merchants, working together. Thus, each merchant has a stake, a shareholder. Due to the fractured ownership, these merchant guilds had structured ways of decision-making. Almost every guild often resolved and made decisions through committees and councils, and a guildmaster was often elected from the merchants themselves, even if he was the leader. But a king was different. A king was not elected from a selection of merchants. It was not the nature of the class. Not in this world. Mixing the feudal structure of a king with the enterprising, raucous nature of the guilds. Then add the worship and idolatry present in cults, and that made things complicated. One of those elements would prevail in the end. For better or for worse. Some guilds tried to make things into a two-tier system, where the cultish behaviors and messaging was applied only at the lower levels. This seemed to be the smartest solution from some of the guilds. In some guilds, the feudal elements they introduced proved too strong, and these guilds then faced strong factionalism between those who wanted to hold on to the guild's more democratic roots, and those who converted into a master-servant relationships with the kings. In others, the cults did bring in loyalty, but again, not at the corporate structure. The ordinary methods of guild decision-making were abandoned, and the cult leaders became those who could do no wrong. It was a slippery slope that many merchants didn't even see coming. After all, even in ordinary guilds, there were always dominant figures. As a result of the fraying internal forces of the guilds, and the stronger, united response from the defenders, the vassal wars that were fairly one-sided all this while, began to seem more balanced. For now, the guilds still had advantage. Tremendous financial advantages, seemingly limitless manpower due to the central continent's stability and prosperity, and better quality equipment meant many guilds still held onto their conquered territories. The four temples rushed to replicate the creation of the Holy Emperor in the northern islands, the eastern continent and the western continents respectively. They succeeded in creating two more. With the Valtrian order, there were a lot of discussions about the latest developments. For my senior Valthorns, most understand my position that the conflicts of the world are irrelevant. People fight wars all the time. It's not for me to step in, unless they cross the red lines. For most part, wars remain feudal wars where two armies meet on some battlefield. My Valthorns, as far as I could tell, understand that these empires would fade in time, and they all recognize the progress being made on defending the world from the demons. But the question of when is Eon going to do something about this? Just gets ever so loud, and my priests had to go on overdrive to explain my inaction to the general populace and the increasingly unhappy nobility. The heroes were not unaffected by the war either. Some of them maintained small kingdoms, and harems. For now, the guilds were smart enough to avoid attacking them, since that was suicide. A hero could level a kingdom overnight. Instead, the guilds approached the heroes for tech. They offered to pay them for hero items. Superweapons to deploy against the other side. I had to step in and stop the transaction, and reminded the heroes that they shouldn't get involved. The heroes didn't quite like it at first, since it meant they didn't get big amounts of money, but they understood that hero items would be tools of mass slaughter. That wasn't the reason why hero items were made. They were designed to be emergency tools, not super weapons meant for conventional warfare. Even defensive hero items meant the defenders could have a solid base for expansions and counterattacks. So, the only winning move was to not sell hero items. The heroes also got tremendous pressure from the four temples, demanding that they support the defenders with hero items. The temples argued that their powers, their presence in the world was all because of the gods, and so they should support the Holy Emperor in their crusade. Again, the only possible move was to abstain. At this point, it was increasingly clear that if the defenders win decisively, a retaliation and a crusade against the central continent was almost a certainty. Buoyed by the high of winning, they would try to reassert their strength, as vengeance. I asked my domain holders privately what they would do, if placed in the current situation. Edna sighed. I've been actually getting that question from my knight's order. Many are itching for a fight. An unnecessary fight, Lumuf said. But this war seemed to have helped create more high-level individuals on both sides of the conflict. That's a horrible thing to say when people die. Stella cursed. Eon, you should stop it. Wars are bad. Stella, as an earthling, naturally didn't think wars are a good thing. People died, even if the death wasn't as crazy. This was simply because of the conventional nature of these feudal-type wars. Killing citizens that produced goods, operated the mines and generated resources the conquerors needed didn't seem like a good idea. Too much death in a certain area tends to generate death energy, which triggers the spawn of undead and ghosts, and creates cursed lands. This still wasn't the world of bombs and missiles, even if there were some equivalent tier weapons. Mages, even if they seemed like they were everywhere, were not so many that they could use their abilities without restraint. Alka shrugged. It's appropriate to remind everyone that our goal is stopping the demons for good. If this leads to that goal, indirectly, by leveling everyone, I say that it's fine to leave with it. Surely there are better ways to level people up than wars. Stella protested. On a large scale, without a large institution that we have to control. Alka responded. Wars are the best way. Second best are demonic incursions into our worlds. Maintaining an institution of that size would be better than this. Stella said, and then eventually, she had a long sigh. It just sucks that the sheer presence of levels and magic meant the playing field would never be equal, and so the concept of equality frankly is laughable. It's like trying to say a fish is equal to a man. Exactly. On some scale, this is just the natural order of conflict. Your world may have the concept of equality, but it exists only within humans. Can a human ever be equal to an alien with far superior strengths and intellect? Can a human ever be equal with a dolphin or a lion? There must be some kind of shared understanding in order for equality to exist, and to some extent, a narrow range of abilities. With such great ability differences, it is only normal that kingdoms value the level 100 general way more than the level 10 soldier. Because they are not the same. So large power gaps create feudal societies. Stella cursed. But I suppose you are right. A chicken farm, even in the millions, cannot prevent man from chopping them off. A higher being with far greater intellect than ours would consider our intelligence no more than that of a farm-raised chicken, and thus would slaughter us for food if they find us tasty. Thus, it is not beyond Eon to consider Eon's decision as the equivalent of a human watching two large armies of ants slaughtering each other. Does a human stop ants from fighting? But these ants could one day grow into something on Eon's level. And only then, will Eon treat them as another of them. Stella scratched her hair, and Edna sighed. I don't quite like that. Choices have consequences, Stella. The choices of the guilds, and the choices of the kingdoms. Lumuf intervened. Our goal is to enforce the scope of engagement, to limit the damage. Let the children duke it out in the sandpit. The knight commander nodded in agreement. That, we will do. Stella, of course, was soon distracted by other pursuits. She and a group of void archmages were now on Cometworld, hoping to figure out how to manipulate the Comet World's trajectory through the Void Sea. It's not an easy task. It certainly doesn't have any clues. My attempts to quiz and communicate with the will of Treehome was greeted with nothing. It had returned to sleep. The other domain holders had no clue either. So, we had to experiment. The Void Mages tried injecting Void Mana into the world, or into the Void Sea. They suspected that manipulating the Void Sea was probably how worlds drifted on them, so they tried using techniques similar to the astral tunnels created by the demons, and used the tunnels as some kind of ore. Then, a group of Void Mages observing the Cometworld would then monitor for any shifts against expected trajectory. Nothing. They tried different shapes of those void tunnels, or more power. They weren't sure what they needed, even if we knew what was the end goal. For now, they had to keep on experimenting. It's possible that we may not be able to control a world without the will of the world, perhaps via a system. If that is the case, we would need to create a new domain holder who is able to merge with the will of the world, and then send that world on a suicide mission. That seemed like a far more daunting and horrifying prospect. The Void Mages didn't give up, though. 233. Eons perspective. Year 236. Alright, the goal is to push into the ridges. Edna declared to the group of 8 level 100 Valthorns, and the 8 nodded. Well, be here. Lavaworld was now our main training ground, other than the dungeons. For most high-leveled Valthorns, their life involved tours through the worlds, visiting places like the Boreal World where they took month-long missions to explore the location, and attempt to piece together the history of that world, or a tour on the Lava World where they'd fight through large swarms of demons, arrive at a certain location, set up a temporary base and defend against the hordes. With a small team, we tried our best to push them, to try stranger, harder things. The level 100s also suggested missions and challenges for each other. After all, everyone needed to have a mind of their own. 2 of the level 100s in the group of 8 were members of Edna's Order of Valthorn Knights. It was an unofficial group, and as it wasn't official, they named themselves, partly as a joke, the Order of the Pointy Stick. Knights were trained to be proficient in a wide variety of weapons, but jousting spears and pikes were a favorite of these knights. It was a practical consideration. When demons are such massive creatures, it makes more sense to use spears, especially throwing spears charged with magic and designed to release huge bursts of energy. The range was just more useful with large magical creatures, and safer. How's this group? Stella sat next to her, taking a break from her own tour through the worlds. She offloaded many of the initiatives to the archmages, since she couldn't feasibly attempt so many projects at the same time. The other archmages even took on leadership roles, as Stella and one other Void archmage focused on the training aspects of new Void mages. There was a gap in education for Void mages, despite my best attempts to copy and record her experiences through my dream academy. The training outcomes of Void mages was always a little bit better when Stella was the instructor, as she had first-hand experience from the Zerodans. The pain she went through during the multiple attempts to develop Void mana gave her a sense of perspective that younger Void mages, with more focused process, didn't have. The Zerodans were not warriors, and Lilies told me that any attempts to get the Zerodans to participate in any war effort would fail. The most they would do was teach. This year was also the first year since the founding of Branchhold that a recruit from Mountainworld was admitted to the elite Valthorns. It's been slightly less than 30 years since that day. So, a single individual from Branchhold, a human swordsman named Farson, reached level 100. There was nothing quite like the shock of visiting the demon worlds for the first time. To feel the presence of nothingness in a world conquered by the end. It made it easy to see what would become of their home, should the demons succeed. A common flaw in people was that many struggled to visualize the future, if they didn't see it for themselves. You could tell them 1,000 tales, but until they were there, to feel it on their skin, to see in with their eyes, that future just seems ever so remote. For my Valthorns, especially those who visited the demon worlds for the first time, it was usually an experience. A reality, a version of the future if their homes fell to the demon. This usually evokes a visceral reaction in some first-timers, and for Farson of the Mountainworld, it did. Some, even though these are level 100 folks making their first trip, had a minor panic attack. For those less than level 100, I mostly sent them to fight in dungeons within Treehome or the few dungeons in the underground areas of Branchhold. Once they crossed level 100, they would be sent the other worlds to hunt demon champions. This meant some of them visited places like Lavaworld, or Borealworld, or Uleran. For Farson, we delayed his exposure to these other places until level 100. The Valtrian Order spoke of the existence of these worlds for a while, but as the first of Branchhold to see what it was like, he returned feeling somber, as if he now had a burden on his shoulders. I can't be the only one who knows, he said to the Valthorns who came from Treehome. They know. No, they don't. The Mountainworlder looked at the desolation of the lava world, the sense of emptiness and lifelessness. They don't know it at all. The Valthorn gave the Mountainworlder a knowing tap on the shoulder. Once you've seen it, you really just can't go back and pretend everything's fine. I've gotta give credit to Lumuf and the priests. They're really quite good at selecting fanatics to join my military cult. From what I know, a part of it was skills. Over the decades, Lumuf and my senior priests gained skills like Eye for Talent or Recruit Scanner. On top of that, there's also a whole load of education and perspective. It's probably brainwashing to some degree, though my priests would argue that presenting a set of facts doesn't constitute brainwashing. By this point it feels academic. Tropic World's reconstruction effort was beginning to speed up, as more migrants and pioneers moved to the new world. It's been 10 years since this initiative started. At this point, about 70,000 from Treehome had moved over to visit a world unlike any other. A world that has all traces of civilization erased, and now ready to be repopulated. I wondered whether the will of the world resisted it, and it responded with a mere sensation of acknowledgement. I prodded it more, but it responded with a feeling. Acceptance. Not agreement, but acceptance. Over the time since we reclaimed this world, Tropics World's natural environment significantly improved. Trees, animals and monsters now cover most of the world, though the magical energies barely recovered above 25% of the living worlds. 3 to 4 small towns emerged, the frontier towns of each of the races. The Canary were quick to set up their own little place, just for themselves, as did the treefolks and lizardfolks. The air of the Tropic World was different to that of Treehome, and the pioneers who moved to Tropics World had skills that made settling in easier. The treefolks and lizardfolks have feet better adapted to the muddy terrain. The Canary gained skills that made them better able to regulate their heat and deal with the generally dirty waters of the Tropics World. The water system of Tropics World was still unstable, even if they were carved through the powers of the core. River banks could easily shift, and rain patterns still irregular. Some part of this was due to the core itself. The core's power ebbed and flowed, and that affected the strength of rains, the speed and growth of monsters, the strength of the winds and the heat from the ground. So, even rivers and lakes were not permanent, as the subtle shifts in the ground due to those fluctuations move water around. Some pioneers remarked that the weather only got more erratic as the core of the Tropics World regained its energy. The Void Mage's attempts to manipulate Comet World's trajectory through the Void Sea went nowhere. They were essentially flailing at the unknown. They tried a wide array of items and techniques, but ultimately nothing seemed to work. Or at least, they were not sure whether they made any impact because it was quite hard to measure how it worked. Meanwhile, the Void Mages pursued their other tasks, until one day. Stella, you've got to look at this. She felt one of her Archmage's magical energies as the void warped in the area around her office, and her Archmage appeared through a small portal. She stared at the contraption in the Void Archmage's hand. A crystal record linked to the various listening devices. Another Void Archmage popped up right behind him with the exact same item. "Oh, you're here already." The second one quipped, and laughed. "Ha, you got the same signal from your side." "Yeah." Stella checked both of the crystal records, and looked at the two Archmages. She had her suspicions, but then waited for the Archmages to give their views. "What are we looking at?" "Likely some kind of transmission. If all the other planes were getting it, it's not a routine one. I was studying it while on the way here, and here." The Void Archmage pointed to a part of the transmission. This was the only part one recognized. A locational coordinate. "Tree home," Stella said as her mind scanned through the transmission again. "As of now, we've not yet decoded the language of their transmissions, but with our growing lexicon of demonic characters, we could try to guess. What does it? It may be one of the countermeasures." The Void Archmage speculated. "I've asked the mages to scan the skies, but for now, nothing." Stella paused and looked at the transmission again. "Stella, you could use the Demon King's core to check." The Archmage suggested something Stella already planned on doing, but she was pleased that he brought it up anyway. She nodded. "Come with me," Stella said, and then she called out to me. "Eon, I'll need some mind backup." The artificial minds were ready, and Alka teleported in. I was summoned. Stella tapped the bomb maker on the shoulders. "Got a weird transmission from the demons." Alka whistled. "Predictions. Our long-awaited countermeasures," Stella said as she walked into the special chamber now crawling with roots and vines. There was a station right next to the demon core, surrounded by more vines and roots, with some crystals. Mixed among the mass of regular vines and roots were some black ones, those that produced demonic mana harvested from the few unrestored rotted lands and the demonic hybrid trees. A few mages shuffled about, preparing the place and documents. Stella strapped in, and I felt the artificial minds buzzing with activity. I kept track of her physical state, and noticed her heartbeat was elevated. She pulled large quantities of mana at certain moments, and about 6 hours later, she emerged all sweaty and exhausted. The third Void Archmage joined the earlier two, Lady Stella. "Nothing conclusive. My Void Explorer is too far, but I suspect there's something." This transmission came from the Demon Sun itself. "What's the progress with our attempts to develop extended Void Sea detection?" The three Archmages glanced at each other. "Well, need to spy on them." One of them stopped. "Progress is middling. We're still attempting to test it out on our junior Void Mages. Don't think this can wait. Run the side effects and observations, and if it's plausible we need to scale it up as soon as possible. The earlier we can see what the hell the demons are throwing our way, the more time we have to prepare for it." The three glanced at each other. "At once, milady. Something concerning I should know about?" I asked Stella at a private session. "The demons have sent something, but the star paths don't indicate anything." "No star paths yet. It could be something that doesn't travel on a star path." "I know what you're thinking. We've been predicting it for so long that I know it's the damn demon comet." Stella cursed. "But I want to be sure, so I am planning to hop my way as far as I can go. I'll need some bodyguards." Looking at the demon star map, the Boreal World's probably the starting point. Stella wanted to hop to the Boreal World, and travel to the nearby worlds and figure out a way to get closer to the Demon Sun. Due to the weird nature of the Void Sea, this could be a decade-long journey, or could be super short, because traveling the void by hopping to nearby worlds didn't actually mean getting closer to the core in the demon's map. "Can I take Lumuf and Edna with me? I could pull all three of them back instantly through my ability." "All right. You don't sound convinced. What if we're wrong? I thought. It's not a comet, and it's multiple demon kings invading at once. The fact that our coordinates, our location is transmitted seemed to suggest some kind of coordinated strike. Why not both? Stella laughed uncomfortably. In either case, we need to go and see, get some visibility. If it's multiple demon kings, we'd have a chain of astral pathways over our skies. Those things take a while to build, unless the demons had a way to open up such portals instantly. As it is, the rift gates we had could open portals to other places, even if there are no astral paths, but the void mana cost is significantly higher without the path. That essentially placed a cap in the range of the stolen and repurposed rift gates. Yeah, we have the numbers to call, but it's like not having enough money to call an international number. There's nothing to worry about, but to take our next steps. Stella said. We need information, and we'll only get it if we get nearer, or can see further. With the support and powers of the Holy Emperor, at the heart of the new empires, the guilds had to form alliances of their own. Merchant kings allied with each other, and tried to use their combined weight to push back. Adversity rewarded those who made it through them, and it was horrifying to the kings that the Emperor was gaining on them in terms of levels. A new skill from the Emperor, or just a few extra levels meant his blessing was stronger, his empire produced more weapons or some other effect that began to push back. The guilds began to encounter more draws and losses, and the assassin guilds, previously eager to take the Central Continent guilds' businesses, began to shift. The Central Continent guilds decided to double down on the financial and technological prowess to counter the faith powers and the Emperor's abilities. They invested more on even better equipment, and leveraged on their industrial bases to build stronger, more powerful weapons. Of this, came the largest privately owned warships ever seen on Treehome, equipped with long-range bombardment equipment. These weapons resembled railguns, but were magical. These came about after my craftsmen and alcohol worked on large quantities of long-range weapons against the Demon Kings. Some of these designs were inadvertently leaked to the general public, and independent craftsmen began designing copies. The magical railguns, equipped with a crystal core projectile, were one of those that was copied. It was similar enough to ballistas that the private sector could begin making modified versions, and now, they have these weapons that could shoot a location almost 100 miles away. At the same time, my Valthorns had to be extra careful with their state-of-the-art weapons, and even older generation weapons. My spies and counter-espionage agencies detected large quantities of attempted spying and theft of Valthorn-issue equipment. Any advantage, any exposure would lead to attempts to study, replicate, and then mass-produce to use against the other continents. So far, they've not outright attempted to attack the Valthorns, but my agents and people were increasingly edgy. My artificial minds picked up multiple thefts and spies, some of which were then caught by my own agents. It felt like the guilds were in a cold war with the Valthorns, even if we were publicly cordial and professional. Even the nobility were fracturing, those who supported the guilds secretly and some publicly. The nobility of the Central Continent all had respectable wealth. These nobilities benefited as they were at the top of their realm, taxing a percentage of all trade going through their nation. Then, they could store that wealth in highly safe places, such as with the Valtrian Order's banks, but that was limited. In order to prevent excessive robbing, we placed deposit limits on the accounts itself, and the limit was usually about the price of a single reasonably sized mansion. This forced the nobilities to have other investments. These banks were usually safe from attacks and riots from their peasants, so they had a lower risk of losing their money in a political upheaval. It was a deal many nobles took, even with the high storage or custodian fees charged. Next, they placed their monies in assets, and in investments, such as these guilds. It was fairly well known that many guilds were essentially bankrolled by the nobility, even if their management was independent and profited off the nobility's money. But the increasingly costly wars meant the guilds were now forced to spend a larger share of their monies. It triggered the wealthy nobility watching their money pool shrink. The response was fairly varied. Some began to publicly campaign for outright annexation of the empire, claiming that these empire folks were essentially primitive cavemen that deserved to be liberated from the ancient chokehold of their primitive religions. I found it hilarious, of course. As if the very presence of a lord is not a primitive thing. As if the Central Continent won't begin a devolution if my army of artificial minds were removed. Intip, one of my oldest spymasters, had to hire and train more counterspies. He had no choice, because the guilds were fanning the flames of war. Eon, like or not, you will have to step in eventually. The heroes, Kay and Ken all remarked. A sentiment that my domain holders also increasingly shared. This is a challenge to your authority over the central continent. The Valtrian order sits at the top of the continent's political pyramid, but right now, by taking actions of waging war, and fanning the public opinion, they are trying to drive you towards an outcome. Increasingly, Intip, and the Spies caught a few instigators who tried to paint my non-interference as wrong. Worse, it was an opinion that a growing number of my own Valtrians shared. We were superior. They said, if Eon stepped in this war would be a slaughter. But what was the point? To the lesser Valtrians, who were not privy to the greater conflict in the background, they felt a lot could be done to improve the condition of the other continents. I wanted mana. I wanted resources. I wanted talent. These three things supported the war effort against the demons. I didn't need all the land. I didn't need to rule everything. Others could do it. But it was so easy for the nobles and guilds to easily twist it into a narrative. It didn't help that the temples and the holy empires used those same talking points to amplify the hate. Eon's long attempts to train administrators and lords through the FTC and the educational institutes was a long-term plan to improve the quality of the world's rulers and nobles. The seed of this conflict began when Eon began brainwashing the nobles. The central continent views themselves as superior to the rest of us. The Holy Empire's new crusade against the guilds also attacked us indirectly. They fanned hatred towards the central continent, concocted propaganda against us. It undid all the goodwill and assistance we had, and caused a return of the old wars. Once more, we all felt the beginnings of another crusade. One brought about by my inaction and refusal to stop the guild's expansion. I could tell that the nobles and merchants were indirectly leading the situation towards an outcome where we could only choose the guilds. For now, public opinion within the central continent itself remained fairly ignorant of the war. My agents on the 4 continents also found it harder to defuse the situation. The propaganda that emerged was full of hate, and essentially painted the entire central continent as an enemy. The fanatics and the holy believers that now form the inner circles of the new holy empires were harder to crack. All because I didn't stop this war. A war one wanted no part of. Yet it's been years, and I am getting more and more intertwined with this conflict. Even as I commanded non-interference, I wanted to abstain. My spies sounded the alarm that another crusade was not far away. A few years before the anger would boil over and we'd be faced with a total war. What a waste of resources. I stared at the prospect of a demonic counter-invasion. I would need to prepare for it. But my house is not in order. So, I brought my council, Valthorn's greatest spies and agents together, and suggested an idea entirely impossible for anyone but us. It tormented me to even contemplate whether to use my force in such a manner. Matriarch Hoya spoke on my behalf, as she stood to the crowd. Eon's question to everyone is this. If we capture all the rulers of the guilds and all the rulers of the target kingdoms, can we control the vassal war? Prevent it from spiraling further out of control? All the spymasters and agents, senior Valtrian and Valthorns present were quiet. The rest of my domain holders were elsewhere, busy with the bigger things. What? Let me rephrase. Eon wants to know whether, if he were to order the capture of all the kings, rulers, merchant kings, priests, lords and generals, and essentially force everyone to sit down and talk, would it stop the nonsense and prevent it from escalating to a total war? The crowd stared, as if waiting for the matriarch to continue. She did. Eon's intention is not to stop the war altogether, but increasingly, we are getting caught in the crossfire. The fanning flames will grow into a crusade, and a world war. It is unnecessary, and so we intend to have this session to remind the participants of this conflict to keep to their designated scope. As parents often say to their fighting children, we want them to play nice. Or play in the agreed sandpit. What if they don't? Eon proposed sending the leaders to Lavaworld for a year as punishment for excessive warfare. Nobles supporting the war will spend some time on Lavaworld too, depending on the extent of their involvement in this war. I could tell all the members present were seriously contemplating it, and some looked at each other, wondering whether it's even possible. But they knew it was. They've seen my void mages, and it's entirely possible for mages with teleportation spells to swiftly capture any nobility or general, especially with our Valthorn's huge level gap and superior equipment. No one was safe. Not when we could reach anywhere in the world instantly. The heroes stared at each other, before Prabhu laughed and everyone else followed. It was a good thing they were in their own soundproof chamber so no one else could hear them. Oh Lord. Eon's going to catch all the naughty boys and send them to the naughty corner. Does that work? I am sure people are greedy and it might. Ken nodded. Fear does great things to people. What's happening now is that all these people waging this war are increasingly arrogant and belligerent, confident in their own strength. You know that doesn't work, it'll just return eventually. Colette said. Naughty kids don't get better from going to jail or detention. There is no one better suited to break the souls of warmongers. Back in the larger hall, one of the spymasters, Verita, stood. I am in agreement. I believe it will work. If anything, it is about damn time Eon asserts our strength, and reminds the world that things must be done in moderation. The crowd stared in horror at the spymaster. One lord looked back at Matriarch Hoya. Matriarch, do you believe in this? Matriarch Hoya shrugged. Those who live in fortunate times do not know how fortunate they are. It would be helpful to remind these ignorant ants gnawing at Eon's roots, and give them a small dose of Eon's perspective. The same spymaster smirked at Hoya's wordplay. I propose that the phrase, Eon's perspective, be the official name of this operation. The similarities to Eon's mercy must be intentional. The Ma Tree Arch nodded. Thank you, Spymaster Verita. I see the concerned looks of those present, and I recognize some of you need time to process Eon's thoughts. Please, go back and think about it. Discuss and return. We'll meet again in 2 months. I did not intend to carry out the order just yet. I wanted to see how much mileage I could get out of the threat. Eon's perspective. A little embarrassing, but if it strikes credible fear into the hearts of any ruler, so be it. 234. Springboards. Year 236, Part 2. A world since Borealworld, Stella said as she stepped out of the portal and landed right into a pile of mud. Her magical shield immediately popped out around her. Lumoof and Edna followed close behind, and looked at the world around her. Borealworld was linked to 2 other worlds, and the world was surprisingly empty. Yet, no demons. Where are we? Lumoof asked, as Stella tried to triangulate her location in the Void Sea. Each world's location was different, depending on which map we're looking at, so Stella looked back at Lumoof like it was a weird question. He naturally picked it up, and laughed. Sorry, stupid question. Still happens sometimes. Ha. Stella sighed and then her eyes gazed on the skies above. The location was not good, it seemed further away from the Demon Sun. Not good. Lumoof looked. Well, I suppose all we can do is keep hopping until we figure out how to link our version of the Void Sea to the demon's version of the Void Sea. Stella's magical senses blanketed the world, and discovered that it was a medieval fantasy society of humans. So, do we spend time exploring this world? Lumoof asked. No time. Well, need to keep hopping. We can come back later. Edna looked around. Well, then I shall give it the temporary name of Mudworld. Your naming sense is just as bad as Eon. Stella cursed. I am a knight. Not a namer. Nor a scribe. As someone who used to paint posters for a living. Edna didn't let Stella continue. Now, we're pressed for time, right? There's 2. Stella said, referring to 2 other worlds we could visit. Pick one. Stella pouted, waved her hand, and then, we felt more void mana in the air. Using solely her void mana, a portal ripped apart the space before us, and we stepped through. The next world was supposedly Mudworld's astral neighbor, and it was just quiet. It was also barren and dusty, and perpetually gloomy. The sun was small, tiny. There was a faint scent in the air. Strange and alien. Stella's senses spread out, and so did Lumoof's. There's some living beings here, and I sense magic. Another non-demon world. Edna seemed puzzled. If we are headed towards the demons, should there be more demon worlds? Void Sea peculiarities. The demons targeted every world that is close, but only from their perspective. From our perspective, it isn't. Stella said. She once described it as each world existing in a 3D space, and the demons compressed it into a 2D flatland from the top. For her, they are viewing it from the front. Our attempts to reverse engineer the original 3D illustration of the Void Sea from our 2D perspective proved to be very challenging. Wouldn't our perspective of the astral neighbors be the real one? As real as the demons' star paths? Stella said and sighed. We're somewhere far away now. We'll have to hop again. All right. Lumoof waited, and then, another black void appeared before them. I'll need to rest after this. I have enough for a single portal back, but that's it. Edna paused. Before we go, we should give this world a name. Do you want to do the honor, Lumoof? Tiny Sun World. Lumoof said and both the ladies groaned. It'll have to do for now. Stella answered. Names were temporary, anyway. They could be updated once we interacted with the locals on a later date. Let's go. Got it. Lumoof and Edna said, and they were through to the third world. The third world was a demon-conquered world. Edna was the first to sense their presence, as the demonic hounds roamed the terrain. The demonic world itself was covered with the same type of spires we've seen in other demon worlds. There were multiple large spawning pools. Are we close? Lumuf asked as Edna slaughtered the rest of the demonic hounds. They were weak, but these hounds looked almost exactly like the ones we've seen on other worlds. Demonic hounds were frankly like the low-level grunt type that the demons spawned on so many worlds. Stella frowned and didn't answer. It was a stupid question. She rested in the small prototype rest stops. These prototypes were meant for Valthorns to use in the event they couldn't retreat to any of my trees. The domain holders, this was as good a time as any to test it out. Honestly, no idea. Magical bag of holdings, and a set of crystals that functioned as a controller. They deployed a magical wall, a small home, and also carried a small store of materials. Things that a domain holder didn't really need, but was still nice to have. It was fairly easy for 3 individuals to hide, and the fact that the defenders were so weak just made it easy. Edna looked around. The air was fairly dry. Houndworld. Hounds are everywhere. Not just this world. I don't think calling it Houndworld would identify it, though it is quite funny we haven't seen anything other than hounds. But they were not really looking, and lazed about in the encampment. Stella took a nap, and Lumuf read a book. Edna fiddled with her knife. Void mana took about 3 times longer to recover than regular mana, even with Stella's soul and domain powers. A regular archmage regained their mana pool within hours, a void archmage would take a day. Lumuf looked around, and then back at the mostly barren, lifeless terrain. Let's call this Demonhound world. Not better, but I suppose it'll have to do for now. Lumuf shared my ability to see the astral paths, and we saw this world had an active starpath to another world. The demons of this world were invading somewhere else, and was also linked to another 2 worlds. Once Stella regained her void mana, it was another choice. There are 3 worlds we could access. 1, through the rift gates, once we find it, and 2 interplanar neighbors. Which one? Going to the invaded world is definitely going to be a habited world. We're trying to reach the demon sun this way, so, logically we should be going in the other direction. Stella, is there a way to trace the rift paths backwards? Like, to see old rift paths. Edna stared back at Lumuf. She's napping. She can hear me. Lumuf retorted. I know she's not really sleeping, just closing her eyes. Stella turned, and yawned. Yeah, so you know how roads, after they are not used they eventually stop looking like roads. But I am not sure whether these void sea roads leave any marks. Edna looked at Lumuf. You're saying that since every demon world must have been invaded at some point, there must be a demon world where that was the source. By repeatedly following the source, if such a thing is even possible, you suspect we eventually get to the demon sun. Exactly. You're smart. Stella yawned. Void mana decays very quickly. No marks. What about core mana? Core mana decays when exposed to any form of light. The mixture doesn't stay stable for long. Once the rift path collapses, it's gone. Lumuf paused. There must be a better way to do this than just randomly hopping, I think. What about the rift gates? Do they have an origin coordinate to call? No. Stella said. I checked. How these rift gates are made is still a mystery to me. Stella nodded. They are spawned. Edna looked back at Stella, seemingly thoughtful. Actually, let's say our suspicion that the demon sun threw a comet our way. This comet must exist in both perspectives of the demons, and ours, even if its movement is erratic in one of them. It would appear as if it's teleporting. Stella said. Lumuf shrugged and sighed. I don't get it. You're using void mana, and the demons are using void mana. Why does it work so differently? Is the rift gates doing something we're not? You say they look at it differently, and our views and theirs are different. But that cannot be the case, is it? There must be an absolute truth somewhere, even if it's beyond our scope of understanding. Before Stella could continue, Lumuf went on. Like, is void mana compressing dimensions or something? Or does it flattens perspective, and it's the user's perspective that's flattened? Stella's eyes widened and she stared back at Lumuf. What? You might be on to something. Stella said, and she went on a monologue, speaking her thoughts for all to hear. Void mana as a mechanism to flatten one of the dimensional axes is worth exploring. Perhaps there is something within the rift gates that we're not studying properly. If let's say void mana is a form of anti-dimensional mana, then the star mana, which eliminates and offsets void mana, is an extra-dimensional form of mana, or at least, contains some kind of super-dimensional quality. Thus they just collapse on each other when they interact in large quantities. Our initial assumption of star and void mana as matter and antimatter is a close enough comparison but clearly misunderstands the way they work. I am lost, Lumuf said, and Edna just shrugged. Edna just closed her eyes and teased the priest. You've awakened the thinking Stella. I am just going to take a nap. Stella then continued. If that's the case, it's possible to posit that core mana are actually a form of node. Wait, no. It might be that core mana is a form of origin marker, which allows void mana to achieve stability as it collapses one of the dimensional axes. Wait, that may not make sense either. Core mana could be a plane of reference that allows the void mana to have directionality. I was equally lost, but I suppose it makes sense to some people out there. Perhaps the void mages would be interested in such academic discussions. Stella flicked a finger and a magical notepad appeared. She began repeating the whole thing, and once done, she passed it to Lumuf. Send this back home for the archmages. They should start exploring how to go about doing this. Lumuf shrugged, and activated our teleportation ability. The void mages would have a lot to do. How long more before we can start going somewhere? The void mage laughed. Another 2 hours. Oh Eons. I've got to bear with your magical mumbling for another 2. Hey, I am kidding. They picked one of the other worlds at random, and it was another demon world. Well, if we're heading towards demon worlds, that should be a good sign, right? Edna nodded. The demons of this world took the form of gigantic turtles, similar to the gigantic lizards seen on the anti-magic world, but also subtly different. Demon Turtle World. Demon Turtle World it is. Edna sighed. We probably should reduce the name of a plane to the single first thing we see. We say that but we still do it. Lumuf looked back. I am wondering whether this is really the best way to do it. Have we tried to just use the rift gates and just call home? Stella rolled her eyes. Of course we did. There's a barrier. So we can't. Would we encounter a barrier eventually? How'd they make such a barrier anyway? No matter. Let's go look for a rift gate. Stella said, and it wasn't hard to find one. The rift gates were very visible in the large, barren plains of the demon turtle world, and so once we found it, Stella captured it and stored it in her own personal supersized magical bags of holding. The reason for looking for the rift gate was simple. It allowed Stella to find this world's rift gate number, which does seem to be somewhat correlated to distance from the demon sun. Yup, we're somewhat in the right direction. Let's keep going. Got it. It was not a demon world, and instead, they landed on what appeared to be storms and clouds. Stella's magical shield twisted, as her shield was battered by lightning. There were strong storms around them. And yet, there didn't seem to be any land, or earth. Edna and Lumuf both levitated around her, aided by their own levitation artifacts. A gas giant. She looked around. No land at all, but the gas was so thick and dense, it seemed like there were bright rivers of cloud. She extended her senses to the world around her, and through the clouds. Lumuf did the same, but he was uncomfortable in this world of gas. In fact, I was uncomfortable too. I didn't like being so far away from solid ground. It's just a nagging sensation about being away from Earth that I dislike. It was gas and cloud as far as I could feel to our surroundings. There was nothing below us, or at least, nothing except those thick flowing rivers of dense clouds, intertwined with some kind of magic. Ley lines, forming rivers of clouds. This was a strange world. Edna looked up, and squinted. Look at that. Stella stared, trying to see what Edna saw. The knight had the best eyesight of the three, her physical abilities augmented by her levels and abilities. Where? There. Stella and Lumuf followed the general direction of her finger and extended their respective magical senses in the general direction. They felt something, and then, Stella manipulated the bubble of magic around the three and levitated them in the general direction. As the three moved upwards, bolts of lightning from the storm clouds around them smashed into her magical shields. It felt like forever, and those bolts of lightning were powerful. Alka would like this. He'd probably try to store some of this stuff in his crystals. They floated up the skies, and Stella felt the magical energies around her churn. Weird. There were rivers of energy, in the form of clouds that flowed in this world. Ley lines. Such a strange phenomenon. They floated up even higher, and now they could begin to see the sun and the skies above. The sun of this world was very bright, but very small. I should have been more careful, Stella said as she continued to levitate everyone closer to the stars. I just checked that there's nothing obstructing us. There really was nothing obstructing us. Lumuf laughed, and then we began to see what Edna saw. It was hidden, small and high up in the skies. The stormy clouds and lightning made it hard to even see, but then we saw it. A floating island. The trio landed on the island, and looked at what appeared to be flat on the top. There were no plants, its surface was bare. I've got no expectations. Lumuf shrugged, Stella did. She expected an island with trees and probably some people. Nothing. But why was the island floating? Lumuf looked at Stella. Well, explore this place for a bit, but if there's nothing, we should get going. The other worlds await us. Stella nodded. Yeah, the island itself was really empty, but then Lumuf paused and examined the rock itself. Why did it float? And then Lumuf deployed avatar mode. My roots entered the stone and rocks of the floating island, and then, as I kept searching, I felt the presence of something at the center of the floating island. Through my roots, I created root tunnel, and both Edna and Stella went to the location where they saw a small black stone plaque. It radiated a presence that felt familiar, and it emitted a strange energy that pushed back against mine. And it was really, really old. Stella approached it, and then she stopped. Eon. It's divine energy. Or at least, a half-decayed version of it. As Stella squatted around and examined it, she looked at Edna. I've got a theory. And you want me to listen? Edna groaned. Yeah, next time. Fine. Stella pouted. Lumuf, get down here. The root tunnels should last for a while before they start to collapse, so Lumuf rushed down and reached the strange plaque. Lumuf squinted at the etchings on the plaque. Let's keep it for now and let's keep moving. We can come back to this stormworld some other day. Lumuf released vines and wrapped around the stone plaque, and with a bit of a tug, sent it home. It went directly into one of my research pods, along with the old divine wooden log. The entire floating island started to shake. We got to go. Stella nodded, and began to scan the starways. Alright. Goodbye, Stormworld. 235. Hedges at the Dark. Year 237. It began with a challenge. Eon wouldn't actually do it. Some of the nobles said. A statement echoed by many. Throughout the world, those older, and have seen the more violent era were wise enough to know I would, and they tried their best to persuade those sitting on the fences. It's one of those cases where there really was a generation gap in thinking. Those who grew up during the first few decades of my rule would remember me doing what I needed to do. Those who grew up in the post-Freshka Dominion would not, and so they highly doubt my resolve. Partly because a lot of the duties and battles became things that occurred without much fanfare. The wars were fought by Valthorns and the elites, using means that most young nobles would not see. Would Eon actually do it? Some younger nobles met with Matriarch Hoya after a regular sermon. The threat of capturing all the leaders. Her wrinkled eyes seemed to smile. A priest does not doubt her god's words. But the nobles protested her answer. She nodded and began to walk away. Again, a priest does not doubt one's god. If Eon does not act, it is because Eon chooses to do so. How would Eon do it? How is it even? The old matriarch just smiled. Look around the continent, young one. It seems the nobles love to bother you, Hoya. Hoya smiled at the other old man, also dressed in the same robes. One of the fellow Dekarchas of the Triology, Patriarch Walfad. I hear you've been bothered just as much. Do you remember the last time Eon issued such a public threat? Hoya laughed. No. This is an entirely predicted response. To some extent, it worked. For a while. In the few months following the threats, the propaganda quieted down, and all the participants in the war seemed to just take the precautions. The war between the guilds and the holy empires of the four continents seemed to take more of a conventional approach. But it didn't last, and soon the participants all returned to their old ways. I repeated the threats again, and this time, had my void mages deliver little messages right to their doorstep. This spooked them, and I needed stronger deterrence. So, I escalated my response. I hauled up the propaganda masters of the empires, and also the warring merchant guilds with a contingent of void mages, where they came face to face with my main body directly. Where I then deployed the age-old tactic of intimidation by sheer power. The weight of my presence deployed on these level 50s to 60s rumormakers, plotters, spies, and rabble-rousers. It made almost all of them pee in their pants. I was fairly impressed with those that could hold their own. Do you know why you do what you do? I asked the few that could still stand. Even together, the level gap was so large that they couldn't. Some of them brought out their weapons, their items. They failed before my shields. It's interesting that one's soul was a weapon. The weight of our presence was a tangible thing that we could control. Weaponized. I didn't know you're real. It's just sometimes horrifyingly annoying that people don't believe what they don't see. No, even when they see it, they just think you're not real. Really? Even those with Ionic classes? Those classes, they are super rare in the continental states. That's not true. I could sense their presence. Those who believe in me, and thus gain the Ionic classes, are scattered on all the kingdoms, and even in the mountain world. I was silent, and the crowd of insiders shuffled uncomfortably. This power, to find and pick up the masterminds all over the world, is something that tyrants would kill to have. All because of an army of artificial minds and trees monitoring and tracking everyone of any value. A power unimaginable to our world, but possible here. Power and magic shapes societies in different ways. Magic and power adds power and tools. For a tyrant to rule a world like this, with this sort of system, is pretty much designed for tyrants. Every god is a tyrant. Every god imposes their will. The insiders were uncomfortable, and then, one of my spymasters emerged. Spymaster Verita had served us for decades, and he grinned at those present. Some of them recognized him. You're that merchant. Oh, I am a merchant in service of the great Eon, tasked to haul you fools here. We are here to remind you, to play within the bounds set out for you. Many knelt for forgiveness. Some fainted. Again, a tyrant flexing his strength on the weak. I felt disgusted at myself for doing so, but I remembered Lily's words. Mortals need pain to remember. This was only normal. You will be released this time. But next time. A portal opened, and the lava world was clear for all to see. We intend to send those who break the rules of engagement to the demon worlds. And we mean it. One of them stood, a priest of Gaia. You're a demon god. You have the power to access the demon worlds. Verita laughed. It seems you fail to see our perspective. Let us provide you with some dreams. The priest looked horrified. Mental re-education. Perspective. I wish it didn't have to do so. But these folks escalated the conflict, and brought about the threats of a wider scale war. Dream Academy. The insiders were all subjected to a dream, where they saw the demon worlds, and the various conflicts with the demon king. Dreams of death and destruction. Blood. Suffering. Pain. There will be no clean hands in the path I pursue. I value choice. I value freedom. But with choice and freedom, comes consequences. This path to end the cycle requires me to make some sacrifices, and for the rest of the world, they will have to suffer under my laws. Every ruler imposes their will or lack thereof. Their power shapes the world. There are laws. You may not agree with it. Verita answered after the session. The insiders were all shaken. It was one thing to incite conflict and flee before suffering the consequences, it was another to directly experience suffering. But until you are powerful enough to overturn Eon's laws, you are subject to it. There was not a whimper of protest. Remind your emperors and kings that it will be their turn soon enough. You are free to go. They all knelt in gratitude. I felt disgusted again, but this is the steps I must take. This is the blood on my hands. I accept them. The propaganda shifted once these insiders were returned. A few were so mentally distraught they were unable to perform their duties anymore. Regardless, a message was sent. I could reach them all, and the emperors truly feared my reach. The merchant kings were horrified to see what was done to their chief strategists, and the letters in their rooms made it clear they were next. If they were not paranoid before, now they were. Trees were chopped down and uprooted. Not a single plant in their chambers and castles. Even plant art or flower motifs were removed and outlawed. Those who drew plant art were now suspects to be my worshippers. It was the greatest anti-plant movement, even if they dared not publicly arrest them. One emperor even decreed that he shall have no vegetables or grain on his meals, demanding to consume only meat, fish and bread. But these days my trees can see a lot further, and my roots are a lot more discreet. My vines can sneak through the gaps in their stone castles easily, even those made with skill and enchantments. Enchanted castle walls. Enchanted floor panels. What was their skill and ability before the weight of my domain? It was no more than a paper wall before a bulldozer. I broke through them easily, and I did so publicly. It was an event unseen to the larger public, but the nobility all learned not to throw stones. The vassal wars continued, but this time, without the attempts to test my limits, and the scopes of engagement were now properly respected. To reinforce the laws of engagement, I commanded the Valtrians to set up branches in each of the continents, so that the continental kingdoms could benefit from the same protections afforded to the merchants. It's probably the least bad option, Prabhu said as he ate. The heroes had their own preparations, mainly for the next demon invasion on Mountain World, and according to Jonpu, they also needed to prepare for the Demon King 2 years after that on the Three Worlds. Mountain World already had rifts opening, and a few of the Void Mages there were deployed to perform scouting. Ken's age really was showing. His hair was now all white and some were falling off. He had the best medical and healing abilities we could offer, so despite his age, he could walk and move just fine. But age was the slow decay of the soul blueprint. A person aged both in body and soul. It is why when the body is healed magically, it recreates or regenerates to the aged body, instead of the body from a long time ago. Least bad. Eon could do much more. Take away the tools of war. You know that's not practical. The Archmage hero said. Ken smiled. I would have forced them to sign a treaty. Have some kind of Geneva Convention. As if such a convention has teeth. If it somehow gets absorbed into the system, it would. That's quite a fascinating idea. Prabhu actually took the idea seriously. Since the system does respond to changes, and has the ability to create new classes, there must be a way to influence the system. You're going into wildly theoretical realms here. Ken laughed. But honestly, I think you heroes are unlikely to be able to affect the system. It's likely that domain holders who get such privilege. Mountain World was invaded by a type of harpy demons, which highly suggested a flying type demon. Not the worst type of enemy to deal with, since we had a wide array of anti-air equipment. That's a little heavy-handed coming from the man that thought this was a religious fascist empire. Prabhu smirked. All the heroes except Kefrey were in the Mountain World. Kefrey instead returned to Threehome to prepare for their own set of demonic invasions. Ken choked on his drink, and then laughed. The hell with you. The Void Mages had triangulated the location, so the strategy was the same as the last time. The heroes punched through the spawn demons to claim the arrival spot, and began to rig the place with bombs. In order to encourage the leveling of the level 130s and 140s and get their domains, all the domain holders did not participate in the preparation or the combat. Instead, the preparation was significantly performed by the 130s and 140s. But Rune, Johan and Alka were not far away, just in case. The locals had never seen so many high-leveled individuals in one place, since many of these Valthorns were frequently never seen in public. They would either be fighting in dungeons, or working in some secret location, or battling it out on the lava world. The heroes didn't mind. They were essentially the superheroes, and we were the supporting cast. Rigging the battlefield was our strength. While the preparation was on the way, a group of void mages snuck through the rifts to visit the world of the harpy demons. It was a world filled with soaring cliffs, covered in demon spawning pools. The demons had somehow adapted their spawning pools in the form of large bird nests. These spawning pools on these cliffs then had bird-like eggs that hatched these harpy demons. Harpy demons were the most common type of demons in this world, but they also had giant demonic birds that could manipulate fire and lightning, and giant demonic goats that could leap really high and with magical horns. The few champion types we encountered were larger variants of these three demonic types. The void mages raided a few of their rift gates, found their pit, placed a few listening devices, and then got out. We ruled out engaging the Demon King on their home planet until we found out what exactly the countermeasures were. Some of Edna's knights on Mountain World came equipped with specialized anti-air swords. Edna, during the years since she gained her Knight's Quest ability, consistently attempted the quest's monsters to unlock all sorts of different weapons. And so they had an assortment of strange, unusual swords, such as these Featherbuster swords. She left them in her Knight Order's care, for use at their discretion. Along with that, the crafters and blacksmiths also built large ballistas, rapid-fire arrow machines, net throwers, harpoons. The heroes didn't complain about our spawn camp strategy. It was also a good thing that the site of the invasion was already attacked by demons, so there were very few commoners and regular folks to notice the large amount of items and preparations we made. Snek had given up on the Ulerans back on Ulera. His focus, for now, was the small group of young Ulerans that went through training. About 200 went through the whole rigmarole of training to be Valthorn tier, and honestly, of the 200, we found almost 3/4 of them to be inadequate. Only 50 matched the usual markers for progress to the level 60 to 80 range. It was a tough message for Snek to swallow, but eventually he understood that it was a game of numbers. If you hoped to create one hero, and the odds of that hero was 1 in a million, you really had to have a large pool to pick from. The Ulerans refused to respond to Snek's other proposals, at least, until he had something to show for it. All entirely valid points, and I was not keen on moving Ulerans to other worlds, since I absolutely did not understand them as a society. At least the Canary lived on Treehome for long periods of time and I understood the forces and factors that mattered in their culture. I could, of course, use my ability to level up any single Uleran to level 60. But I was rather sure it would backfire. A poor, unfamiliar level 60 would only send the message that high levels didn't matter. The Ulerans must at least be able to slay their local demon champions on their own. Only then we could have a conversation on what and where they wanted to go with their civilization. My world-hopping trio spent some time on another demon world that was filled with more regular demons. I dubbed it Regular Demon World 2. Stella began noticing that the void portals she used to hop to nearby worlds consumed a lot more void mana than before. So they had to spend some time resting and recuperating, before they were ready to make another hop. The sensation on this next demon world was unmistakable. They instantly felt as if they were bombarded with waves. It was like being on the beach when a storm was raging, the violent waves crashing onto the shore. The reason was simple. There was a burning wall of darkness, occupying the skies above and beyond this world's sun. A wall in the void sea itself. I wondered whether this was a barrier meant to prevent incursions. Despite the wall, Stella's vision could see clearly and noticed something moving very slowly in the void sea, though it remained out of range. I need more time to observe what's happening here, Stella said as she immediately got to work. A wide array of monitoring equipment immediately emerged. I need to get a team here with me. There's way too many things to understand here. Lumoof looked around. Alright, I'll get in touch with those back home, and get started on the accommodations. The barrier emitted a constant wave of energy that made life on the surface incredibly uncomfortable, and so Lumoof activated his avatar's ability, and then constructed underground dwellings. There were various pre-made templates stored in their various spatial pouches. Edna shrugged. I'll handle defenses, then. Let me just go check out what sort of demons inhabit this place. As it turned out, only champions. The presence of the void waves meant any lesser creature without adequate protection was boiled out of existence. Our attempts to discover what's happening encountered another wall. But we now know we are headed in the right path. 236. Trivialized. Year 238. I'd feel better if Patriarch Lumoof or Edna were here. Some of the senior Valthorns mused as they prepared the battlefield for the Demon King from the Harpy world. Pretty sure that's what everyone feels, Aryan said as he participated in the preparations. After his departure from the three worlds, his new assignment took him to the Mountain World, to do something he liked. Fighting. The Harpy demons have spawned, and with multiple rift gates everywhere, the Valthorns participated in a few defensive battles at the invitation of friendly nations. Mountain World had their own high-leveled individuals, but there were too few to actually protect everything. The wars between the kingdoms also led to some unfortunate deaths. It was a good chance for my guys to gain levels and build goodwill. The two local heroes, Adrian and Kelly, zoomed from place to place, participating in the defense. They split up, but were supported by a few of my Valthorns just to prevent any unintentional events. It wasn't impossible for a demon champion to kill a high-leveled hero, even if the chance was very remote. It's my first time fighting a demon king outside of my homeworld. I am nervous, Kefrey said as she hung out with the Treehome heroes in Branchhold. They were just one short teleport away from the invasion location, and there were minders tending to them. You get used to it, milady. Do not worry, we'll be here with you all the way. Chung smiled. Chung was thoroughly smitten with the Scorpion Lady, and so spent a lot of time trying to woo her with all sorts of things. Chung extensively tapped on the Valthorns to get bookings at the fine restaurants, beautiful beaches and beautiful gifts, but Kefrey wasn't impressed at all. Prabhu and Colette collectively shrugged, though they both really enjoyed watching and gossiping. Hafiz was just minding his own business. Hafiz, as king in his own right, has a harem of his own, though he fairly recently decided to move his kingdom elsewhere. He gave his own kingdom to his harem members, though he still guaranteed their sovereignty and provided them with protection. If he dies, it'll be just a repeat of what Harris went through, though his harem was a lot smaller. Ken and Sneck approached my valley, escorted by one of my Valthorns. Ken's hair had turned all white, and some parts balding. He had the best medical services on Treehome, and with the effect of various abilities, he was in exceptional health, but it's so easy for it to fall apart. Age was like a gradual decay of the soul. The wearing and withering of time. Would you not take Ian's offer, Ken? Sneck said, during his break away from the young Ulerans. The Ulerans' progress was as fast as it could be, but clearly, not fast enough. I'd like to die properly for a change. Ken laughed. In bed, surrounded by my friends. They used to say to die old and with whitened hair is a fortune of its own. And, what about a family? Sneck said. Ulerans used to believe that to die at one's den, surrounded by fellow Ulerans, to be a great blessing. Nay, I think it's unfair to anyone to be my partner knowing what I know. To be fair, Ken did have some dates here and there, but his dates were usually elves. He had a thing for elves, even if he didn't mention it. Eventually, they reached my central valley. Here in the depths of my valley, it buzzed with all the artificial mines, and various strange trees performing all the weird research. Sneck looked at Ken, and then, well, Eon, there's actually a theory that I've had on my mind for a while. I am not keen on speaking about it with any heroes around. Yes, and you want to speak about it within my domain protection. So I allowed the two into my secret hideout. Eon, have you ever considered that the gods and the demons are actually on the same side? Ken said. It was something I heard before a few times, from my domain holders, no less. Yes. What do you think of it? Possible, but currently no evidence points toward it. The fact that the demon sun has remnants of divine energy strongly suggests they are not friends. My current belief is to approach the gods cautiously, that these gods are no more than higher-leveled versions of myself, and their ability to intervene is strongly affected by distance. Ken nodded and then continued his own side of the theory. We know that this world copies a lot of abilities and systems from the fantasies of Earth, and a common knowledge is that there's always a war in heaven. A war of heaven. The presence of the dead god at least gives credence that there might have been such a war of heaven. And you theorize that the demons are one faction of gods. Currently, I have three main ideas. 1. There is a demon god somewhere. 2. The demons are a creation of God that overwhelmed the god. 3. The demons are some kind of shadow of the gods, which makes them a natural counterbalance of the gods. That last idea presupposes the existence of a counterbalancing mechanism in the system. Yes, Ken said. It is also fairly common for demons to be creations of ill will and void energies. What do you think about this sort of theory? That also requires a counterbalance mechanism in the system. Hell exists because of the evil of men. That demons therefore exist because man exists. I hear your concerns that the gods might not take it lightly if we meddle too hard and upset this balance of things. But so far, their behavior has not indicated anything unnatural. Perhaps the gods have not gotten to the point of paying attention to them. Exactly. The gods barely keep track. But if they did, again, not worth worrying about. Our path takes us to the demon sun, and we will destroy it. Or whatever we need to do to disarm the demons. What if the solution requires you to quarantine them? Have the demons focus only on a single place, a single world, instead of everywhere? I thought about it for a moment, and nodded. So be it. If one world needs to be sacrificed to spare the other worlds from the wrath of demons, I will do so. What if it's you? What if you have to be the demon's jailer for the rest of your life? I paused for a moment, and asked myself if it's the only way forward. I actually don't know the answer to it. I know the heroes would. They were compelled to. But me, what I did so far was because this thing threatens to destroy us all. But would I go as far as sacrifice myself to stop it? I might. I wasn't sure, but I know it's the right thing to do in the long run. Does it have to be me? Stella was on the demon world, together with Lumuf and Edna. It took more hops, but eventually a group of 30 void mages arrived on the world. Supported by another 50 or so builders and other generalists. They had an outpost to construct, and they deployed a huge amount of magical readers to try and figure out what was going on with the barrier. How did it work? Why? Can we break it or get past it? The void barrier was extremely fascinating. That my void master asked for help. Is it possible for you to create a large pool of water here, and then invite the Zerodans to come and see this? I could but ill need to protect them from being boiled alive by the waves. Even the 80 or so support team had to be covered in thick protective armor and artifacts, at least before they finished construction of the underground base, which was similarly covered in many layers of protection to weaken the effects of the void radiation. Over the course of 3 months they built a massive dome that emitted an offsetting energy wave that counteracted the void barrier's radiation waves. Their studies began to have some success, as Stella and her team was soon able to identify the net flow of energy in the void barrier, and followed its energies to trace it to a certain set of worlds within the void sea. There's a set of 10 or so planets that maintain these barriers. If we want to get closer, we'll need to break down the barrier. So, we'll need to hit these 10 planets and crush whatever machine that's creating this thing. We still couldn't see what the demon sun did, but it's likely that whatever they did, it either moved very slowly, or it was just some kind of message. Alright, so more hops. Stella nodded. Yes, we'll need more hops. According to Stella's speculation, The sun was probably protected by a set of 60 or 80 worlds, each of which had a role to play in the void barrier. Of course, Rune, Johann and Alka were rather keen to see some unique demon architecture. The demons are clearly capable of building things. Even my own Valthorns had different understanding of the demons. Those less experienced, at least, before our education program, presumed that demons only built spawning pools, and those demon riftgates were some kind of invention from elsewhere, or were ported in. It's a very appealing tendency to think of demons as this mindless horde. It's a popular set of thoughts, especially Mountainworld and Threeworld, who view the demons as nothing more than overpowered pests. How do we hop there? We keep hopping until we find it, Stella said, now that they've got some idea of where the demon's barrier world is. That's largely the only way. Can't you level up, get a skill and solve the issue? There has to be a better way than just random chance. That requires me actually leveling up. Stella responded over the transmission. Building a star map is still a work in progress. Their locations is largely on the demon's map, here and here. The locations were marked in a magical projection, based off the demon core. We could try to use riftgates to get there, but we don't have enough void mana if it's from Treehome. What if we use other places? Like that place you're at. Do you think it has enough void mana? Possible. I'll test it out. Rune nodded. Alright. Well, join you once we're done with these two demon kings. We got one coming our way soon. The 7 heroes waited, as I gave the signal. My void mages on the demon world already detected the demon king leaving its womb at the center of their world. It was coming out. The demon king was a demonic giant of a bird, and the first set of magical traps prepared itself to go. 7 heroes, 1 demon king. A fuckton of traps. This should go quite well. Chung tried to reassure Kefrey and calm her nerves. My Valthorns retreated to a safe location. They would initiate the bombardment and the traps once the demon king landed. A massive rift opened at the predicted location, and the bird charged out, a flying bird surrounded by lightning. A Thunderbird Demon King. Demon King Treclaw has arrived. The spells triggered, and the Valthorns commenced fire. The entire Mountainworld felt the sudden surge of magic, as they unloaded the entire arsenal on that specific valley. The detonation of so much magic in a single short moment would leave magical scars in the place for decades to come, and cause the spawn of various magically warped monsters. But that was a later concern. As for now, the giant Thunderbird was bombarded with an overwhelming amount of sufficient firepower. Holy shit. Kefrey had never seen such massive detonations in her life. You guys weren't kidding when you said Eons really hacking this whole thing. I know, right? Chung said, as the Thunderbird's wings were vaporized, its entire body filled with scars and burns. The Thunderbird regenerated. It had tremendous toughness, comparable to the older Demon Kings. But we were also getting better at fighting Demon Kings, and the firepower we deployed just got bigger and better. After the third volley of traps and bombardment, the Demon King was already weakened. The heroes engaged with their star mana-powered weaponry and abilities, and it was a fairly short battle. 7 heroes overwhelmed the Demon King, to the point it was frankly bullying. Every Demon King was escorted by a small army of demon champions and regular demons. These other demons were fodder, but even they could distract, weaken, and hurt the heroes. But here, they could focus. When the heroes could focus only on the Demon King and nothing else, it made the battle nothing more than a one-sided beatdown. Even when the Thunderbird split into 3, and summoned lesser Thunderbirds, 7 heroes was still too much. The lesser Thunderbirds were destroyed by the supporting volleys from the faraway Valthorns. This is ridiculous. The Scorpion Lady lamented how her fellow heroes died for nothing. No one would have needed to die if you guys were there to help us. I didn't even need to deal with the lesser pests. Kefrey, don't drop your guard, the Demon King usually has a nuke at the end. Prabhu reminded. Got it. They killed the Demon King in record time, and the Thunderbird was about to detonate once more. It went so well, that it went according to plan. They teleported out, and the detonation was a relatively small one. It wrecked the valley and left a huge pile of demolite behind. Next up, was 3 worlds. Kefrey spoke greatly about your accomplishments in the other worlds. Oh, she has. Indeed. It seemed sending her to the other worlds away from me, had improved our relationship. Perhaps absence does make the heart grow fonder. She just couldn't stand being cooped up. I countered. I admit that it is a flaw of my method of upbringing. It is what I know best. Jonpu chuckled. Kefrey returned to her little queendom, where she played with her own harem once more. Her harem members were frankly a little bored because Kefrey was away for so long. The Crystal King sent a missive protesting my agreement with you. Do you want me to have it delivered to your outpost up north? Oh, he has. Yes. They discovered that my hero, Kefrey, was missing, and traveling to the other worlds. I suspect some of my servants may be compromised, and some of his agents are actively searching my lands. Jonpu responded. I normally let him do what he pleases, such small matters are not worth struggling over. But do you want me to intervene? Let him search. It didn't take long for me to detect those agents in the quiet, secluded lands up north. They found nothing, but they didn't stop trying. It'll just make him more angry, and I'd rather not deal with that. Not with the new Demon King coming. Indeed. The rifts should be here soon. That was when the news was a bit annoying. The Demon King would spawn in the human-populated Crystal King's lands. A part of me didn't want to assist. But that's not what I agreed with Jonpu. So, now that the battle on Mountain World was over, we began to move people over to Threehome, to wage the next war. Since Aryan left Hufhal, the capital of the Centaurs, Eudoxus had continued to work on expanding my influence, indirectly. Most of this was through awareness of another world. We didn't need to be so discreet, now that we didn't have any significant plans beyond friendship. Eudoxus' plan was to create our own little allied group, and draw the attention of the Relichholder of the Centaur. I also engaged a Centaur diplomat from my tree home, and now, armed with what we know of Centaur society, publicly sent a delegation. The reception was fairly lukewarm, but my Centaur diplomat Kanara was eventually allowed to set up a small diplomatic chamber in the outskirts of Hufhal. We accepted it anyway. Some official means of communication was better than none, even if the diplomatic chamber was pelted with eggs and other trash every now and then. They claim we lied. They didn't acknowledge the existence of other worlds. It's so weird that people think that their world is the only world, when there's so much evidence to the contrary. After the defeat of the Thunderbird Demon King, quite a large assortment of my Valthorns gained levels. A few of them were now getting closer to the level 150 boundary, but for now, none reached it yet. Strangely, one of the closest ones was one of the projectile makers. Alana, a magical weapon crafter, was now about level 143, and she had a penchant for making her weapons in exotic locations, and making requests to use Leyline's energies to help enhance her tools. It rose quite drastically from this battle alone, and she gained 14 levels. Partly because she made quite a large portion of the tools used to crush the Thunderbird Demon King. For the heroes, most of them gained about 3 or 4 levels. Oddly enough, I also gained 2 levels despite playing just my coordination and support role. You've gained 2 levels. You are now level 240. New domain skill unlocked. Lesser wooden avatars, shareable with Pantheon. You are now able to create up to 5 lesser wooden avatars with the strength of approximately level 100. You may use these avatars yourself, or you may link them with any of your fellow Pantheon domain holders, where they may use these avatars as a split version of themselves. Your Pantheon members can gain experience through these wooden avatars, but will be unable to use their domain tier abilities. Once linked to a fellow Pantheon member, the wooden avatars cannot change until it is destroyed. Avatars take a year to regenerate if they are destroyed, and can be spawned at any of your clone trees. I suppose a conversation with my fellow immobile Pantheon members would now be necessary. 237. Detrierines. Year 239. Who's best to use the avatar? Lumuf shrugged. Anyone, really. It's just a chance for people to see the world for themselves. I spawned one of the avatars. Technically, the ones that are used by me can be linked and transferred to other Pantheon members, but once they are transferred, they no longer can be changed. I suppose that's because this is my Pantheon. The avatar was surprisingly nimble, and could essentially take any shape I wanted it to take. It was like a living, flexible, ever-changing tangle of wood and vines. It could form a face, and could even talk. I think this ability came a little too late. Ken mused. It'll totally be a human form for you. But it's level capped at level 100. It's just a dummy. Prabhu countered. Lumuf's ability is way better. Lumuf's a domain holder. This is a destructible dummy. You could send it to places where you expect it to be destroyed as a scout. Ken answered the Archmage. You mean use it like a summoned creature, like how Johann can look through his animal companions? Rune said as we analyzed the new ability. Yeah, kinda like that. Johann's pets are way more precious than these spawnable avatars. Think about it, we could use it to communicate anywhere. Johann's little pet dragon was actually a lot larger than expected. A spawn created from the dragon bones, it was some kind of fire dragon, with jet black scales. Based on my estimates, it'll get stronger as it ages, but it's still a long way to maturity. It was also one crazily hungry creature, and Johann had to pack loads of meat for it. It's a great thing he had bags of holding that could easily store and preserve large quantities of meat. Without bags of holding, the animal companion would probably suffer for it. Johann claimed that the pet could survive off his magical energy alone, but would not be able to grow during that period of time. Within the Valthorns there's also a debate between whether it's better to level up my domain holders, or just try to create more domain holders. I've mostly decided to focus on creating more domain holders, but this argument still comes out every now and then. But thankfully, it seems I still gain levels just by planning and supporting all the Demon King battles. Lilies was surprisingly interested in the avatar. They have made something of their own after all, but it wasn't all that interesting, and the limitations were so annoying that their avatar was functionally useless. This one, at least, would retain some of their strength, at level 100, and allow them to gain experience from the other worlds. Lily's language and sensation felt more keen, more interested, and so, if an avatar was what swayed their position, so be it. Arya and Icebang naturally booked one. They've been carving up various models of their avatar with ice, but their condition was really vain. I want to decide what my avatar looks like. That's a small matter. Alright. The second avatar was granted to Arya and Icebang, and Arya tried her best to recreate how she looked like, from a long ago, as a human. She really wanted to be a human once more. Once I created the avatar and linked it to her through our pantheon, she was off fiddling with her avatar. I also took the chance to offer it to Jonpu. Jonpu didn't accept my Pantheon membership due to his concerns about the interactions with the Gods Pact. Tempting. But no answer. This avatar ability on its own is pretty average. Lumuf said, but Eon, the fact that you could share, really opened our minds to possibilities. Imagine for a moment, if all the domain holders' abilities were concentrated in a single body. It'll be as strong as a hero. Stella said. Or more. It may be a good idea to explore the way it works, and to use Ian's soul magic to explore whether we could link power. So we are building off the power of friendship, literally. Stella laughed at how corny it was. But I like it. Linking and concentrating the powers of multiple souls in a single body seemed like a great way to create something where the whole is so much more than the sum of its parts. It really made me have a different perspective of the soul-stitching mechanism of hexbombs and blood soul magic. If you could somehow adapt the links within hexbombs to amplify the power of multiple domain tier individuals, somehow allowing a single avatar to express their combined power, we could really create a god-level war machine. Hacking the avatar function to host multiple and allow them to amplify each other's ability would really create something world-breaking. Looks like we have sort of a roadmap to the end. Cometworld as the delivery mechanism, and a multiple avatar in a single unit as the weapon or warrior to destroy the damned demon sun. Sharing power was always a part of my repertoire. My familiars were a means of sharing power, and so I really liked this idea. It seemed consistent with the path I took so far. It seemed plausible, even if it involved linking multiple people together. Maybe it's some kind of pantheon ability. Lumuf wondered. We know that sometimes, if we think about it enough, the system finds a way to give it to us. What? Stella looked surprised. Oh, you're trying to tell the system that we want this sort of pantheon ability. Yeah, ability to combine powers across the pantheon. Well, then I want the ability to manipulate the movement of an object through the void sea. Stella pretended to pray to the system. And the ability to break down that void barrier. Edna just laughed at her two fellow domain holders. Why don't you wish for the ability to destroy the demon sun while you are at it? Yeah, but that sounds so vague. Why no? Stella said. I think what the system awards usually has some specificity, like we roughly know what we want. It'll give you a hammer if you know what exactly a hammer looks like, and what you expect it to do. It wasn't hard to infiltrate the Crystal King's territory. The Crystal King maintains nominal control of all the smaller kingdoms in his territory, just like how Jonpu controls all the smaller desert cities and nations, or how Hufhal oversees the lesser Centaur tribes. That meant, it was very easy to disguise ourselves as people from other kingdoms and cities, and we also had invisible means of infiltration such as my trees. I was fairly sure the Crystal King sensed me, but it hadn't gone as far as to order outright deforestation. The rifts soon spawned demons, and we were greeted with the large demons with axes and wings. In short, the regular demon world. One of the theories that developed from the Void Archmages was that worlds that are closer to the source of the demons should be more regular demon-like than those who possess unusual characteristics like the Parasite world or the Sandworld. The idea was that the variance in the demons is something that accumulated over multiple invasions. His idea was, demons invaded World A. Demons spawned by World A possessed some additional characteristics adopted from the world as cores. Demons from World A then invaded World B, and captured it. Demons from World B thus had qualities inherited from World A and World B. Over time, the demons would be wildly different from each other, depending on the path it went through. We also observed that each generation of Demon King, even though they might come from the same world, had minor variations, so this suggested that the core of each world essentially had a certain degree of flexibility in the powers granted to its Demon King. We saw this when we compared the Sabnok Demon King we faced, and the Sabnok type encountered by Adrian and Kelly. The different types of demons we encounter was the result of cumulative adoption of traits from multiple demon worlds. It's perhaps intentional, perhaps unintentional, but this was a natural theorem arising from the demon spawning mechanism that adopts its host world's qualities. Thus, working backwards from this idea, worlds where the demons were plain and regular were thus a lot closer to the demon sun than those further away from the demon sun who went through more jumps. It's a theory, a hypothesis which we cannot quite prove. Each demon core didn't keep records of how many worlds came before it. Or at least, not that I know of. Perhaps there is some kind of genetic marker within its core. Anyway, that digressed. We found the rifts quickly, and they spawned regular big demons with flaming axes and the like. Typical demons, in short. Frankly, one of my favorites, because of how big they are. Some of my void mages snuck through the rift, and found another lava world, which we named Lava World 2. We roughly triangulated the location of the Demon King, and then we encountered resistance. By the order of the Crystal King, stop what you are doing. The Crystal King sent a small army to any location where they detected our presence, and it decided to camp at where we wanted to set traps. The demons spawned, and they fought it. We should just let the demons overrun them, then continue with our work. The Valthorns quipped as we helped the Crystal King's minions fend off the demons. I asked Jonpu for his assistance. He will not be cooperative. In fact, I am fairly certain his preferred response is to let Kefrey die, and a new batch of heroes get summoned, so that he can have one hero under his thumb. Ridiculous. I answered. Haven't fought his forces over the centuries. Yes, that is what the Crystal King is like. Actually, if I was in his position, that is what I will do too. What? It's just politics. The balance of power is upset by the presence of heroes. Their response is normal. The only saving grace is that the pact forces us not to use heroes against each other. But, each hero makes hero items, and hero items still have plenty of power. If I was the Crystal King, I would have done so with probably much better finesse. I sometimes forget that Jonpu is just as manipulative as any other domain holder. I've lucked out that the first domain holder I meet is Lily's, who seems just happy to hide away in their little lake like a hermit. I wonder whether Lily's would be best suited to advise on how to merge the powers of multiple domain holders, since Lily's is after all some kind of hive mind. It was another thing in the list of magical research to pursue. The vassal war's threat was not as serious, once the fangs of propaganda were weakened. The Holy Emperors continued to use their power to push back against the merchant guilds, but their leaders took greater control of public opinion and ensured that they remained focused on the merchant guilds, and vice versa. The Holy Emperors were also happy to welcome my banking services and some of my security people into their cities, which ensured that some of their nation's assets were now somewhat secure. Yet now, it was the temples who goaded the Holy Emperors to continue and push the war against me, despite the differing counsel of their propaganda masters and strategists. Thus, it was time to flex my might once more, and stain my roots and branches with a bit more blood. I invited another group of senior priests from all the 4 temples to come meet me face to face. I didn't do this before, since the last time I met the senior leaders of the Ava Temple was really long ago and I never met them again ever since. All our dealings with Ava were through my agents and proxies. It was something that none of the temples publicly stated, because it would greatly impair the nobles' confidence in them. What sort of protection could they offer if their own leaders couldn't protect themselves? The 3 triumvirs of Ava, the first priest of Gawa and Hawa, the council of 5 of the Nara were all captured and then, through void magic, sent my way. It was something to come face to face with so many priests, and I thought they withstood my presence a lot better than the first group of propaganda spreaders and plotters. The priests were far more composed, and they were trained in the priestly ways to combine their auras to resist my own. Yet it shook them. All of them looked sick. Unlike the earlier group, they never doubted my existence. They only challenged my rising divinity. Yet, the presence of my domain at level 200 was a weight they could not deny. My own people spoke of it as being face to face with a force of nature, as if one was in the way of an avalanche, gazing into one's doom. But they were brave. These men of faith, for their nagging resistance and struggle against me, had incredible nerves. One of the bravest, a priest from Gaia, stood, his legs shaking, his fingers shivering, his face as pale and purple as one could be, but still he said with every word in his soul, "Eon, you resist the call and prayers of our gods." He tried his best to speak, but each and every word shook. "Why have you brought us here?" "I brought you here to talk. And, first, I was never given a chance to accept your call or prayer." I responded frankly, and if I remember correctly, the Gaia faith didn't like trees that much. A century or so ago, the four temples declared a crusade against me. For what? I tried to sue for peace. For coexistence, but your gods, or your leaders then declared I should be crushed. They were silent. The edicts of their own gods back then were clear. Crush the pretender. Only Ava was wise enough to pull back. The priests of the three temples' heads all turned suddenly at the Ivan priests present. What? They glared accusingly, their question aimed at their peers. Explain yourself. I spoke to Ava. Many should have felt its presence those years ago. You received a message. The priest tried to downplay what I did. The Ivan priests shook their heads. A temporary link was opened. What? The other priests glared. You've known how to open a link and you've never shared. It's complicated. No matter. I said. What matters is right here. I am here, and your four gods are far away, and will soon abandon you. It's been decades since my talk with Ava, and I suppose it's about damn time I start spilling beans. Abandon us. Ava said so. The gods' reach fluctuates to the whims of the void sea, and the great disturbances of the land beyond. The priests paled and looked at the Ivan priests. You know this. To some extent, yes. The full truth is only heard by the triumvirs present. Lies. One priest barked, but it took all his willpower to resist. If you brought us here to awe us into submission, no, we won't do it. I decided I made my message quite clear, and lifted the oppressive presence. The color on their faces returned. I do not expect or require conversion to my faith. Hell, it'll be great if you maintain your faith to the best of your ability. Then why are we summoned? Because this war annoys me. At that moment, a group of void mages appeared. And I realize, we're fighting because you don't see the greater enemies we face, nor do you truly comprehend what the demons want to do to our world. Greater enemies. Perspective. It was a privilege of the Valthorns, and now, it was something I had to share with the others. They may be my enemies, but I believe they too deserve to see the truth. Come, they will lead you to see the demon worlds. The leading priests of this generation stared at the vast desolate lands of the lava world, at the hordes of demons that we leave free to roam, so that my Valthorns could fight them for experience. It was hell, and intentionally left so. This is where you sent the strategists. No. They were shown the place, but no, they've not visited. Come, let us visit another. The Void Archmage led them back, and this time, we sent them through a rift gate. A rift gate set for Uleran. With our discovery of the rift gate's dialing numbers, and the small amounts of core mana granted by the world's core, we were now able to restore temporary rifts to the demon worlds such as the anti-magic world, Uleran, and many others. Those more distant, or delayed by the void barrier were inaccessible for now. It cost a bit more void mana to form and link the two worlds, but now that we could, I used them to teach, to share and let them witness the world beyond. I decided I would and should extend this experience to the rulers and nobility. Perspective. It was a weapon. It was an idea. It was letting them see the sword of Damocles that hung over all our heads. To see the extent of the demon's true power, and to unveil the ignorance of their entire life. What was remote wasn't so. It was a certainty in the future, even if not their own future. The priests were silent, as they saw what happened to the Ulerans. How they now live in little holes rather than the cities of their past. The world is a lot more perilous than you know. We face demons who seek to do this to us. To our world. The Void Archmage said on my behalf. Honestly, those of us who've seen what's out there, cannot unsee it. Why is it even worthwhile to fight over scraps when there are entire worlds out there that can be reclaimed? Why is it even worth it to fight each other for power when we'll all get destroyed by something far bigger? The gods will protect us. The gods grant us power to resist those who want to destroy us. They do want to protect you. The Void Archmage didn't rebuke them. But they are drifting further away, and their power wanes over longer distances. Your god wants to help, but they are losing the ability. It is our speculation that their weakening power is why we have less heroes. It's all Eon's fault. His presence blocked the gods' ability to help us. Oh please. Ava said so itself. In about 2 centuries it'll all be over. The Void Archmage said. This is blasphemy. One priest said. One does not insult the gods this way. Is it? The Void Archmage said. But no matter. With Eon, we are reaching to the other worlds, to take the fight back to the demons. You folks can indulge in your jostling for position back home, but Eon does not intend to let you disturb our greater war. This system was created by the gods. Your attempt to go against the demons directly is not what the gods planned. I sometimes marvel at the priest's ability to warp any position into an argument against me. And that's why you're a fool. The Void Archmage said frankly. Do you not see that this system engineers all of us to die? If that is how our gods want us to die, then it is how we shall die. My Archmage was frustrated, but not all priests were so stubborn. Some saw the other worlds, and now realize what we have become. We were not just a temple ruling a continent. We're an organization engineering the goal of destroying the demons for good. What is it that Eon wants? The Void Archmage sighed. It is not something I agree with, but Eon wants a truce. Well, let you fight your wars, but leave Eon and the Valtrian Order out of it. We have bigger fish to fry. Some of them were quiet. They took the offer seriously. One of the priests asked. Isn't this just a ploy to weaken us while you gain more power? The Void Archmage laughed. Yes, but you're wrong on one point. We have no need to weaken you. We can crush you now, and it is Eon's mercy that prevents it from happening. And you expect us to appreciate that your monstrous god stays his hand. A dictator is still a dictator. A monster. The Void Archmage's laughter continued. Oh, I think you are sorely mistaken. We're not looking for appreciation. Then, I expect you to have the wisdom of leaving the damned beetle nest alone. There was a look of absolute horror in all the priests. 238. Institutional display. Year 240. The Crystal King didn't like us on his land, and he knew we were coming. He could see it, and so, he sent his men to harass us. The harassment involved attacks with magic. His mages and his golems. His vassals stonewalled our attempts to reach the Demon King's spawn point. Despite the demons from the rift spawning constantly, the Crystal King treated it everything as if it was under control. After a long and thorough discussion with my Valthorns on how to deal with this annoying but powerful piece of rock, we've concluded that he likely respected strength, and any soft approach would not work. If we wanted them to give us space to do what we did, I had to show we have every right and power to crush everything that stood in our way. This applied to all 3 factions of Mountainworld. My Centaur spies told me that they wouldn't respect anyone without strength. The Centaurs, who had trials by combat to select their leaders, also respected strength. Eudoxus lamented that they even have options for judgments and trials by combat, instead of the more logical, evidence-based judgment we applied back home. For the Sandpeople and Jonpu, I also needed to let my fellow immortals see what I was truly capable of. He had heard stories from Kefrey, and felt some of my powers, but I decided a demonstration of my might was in order. I didn't like this. It was against my insular, turtling nature. I am also generally quite paranoid and dislike showing off my abilities too much. My favorite strategy was that of a camper. ID build and tech up. But time and again, my experience over the last century or two had provided me with evidence, with moments where I realized so much shit could have been stopped. So many pointless wars, and also the whole silly vassal war shenanigans. I needed to flex my powers every now and then. A reminder of how high the heavens go, and how tall the tree can grow. Remind the common folk that I stood above, even if I didn't intend to. It was the path of the tyrant, and the rice was already cooked. The timber has been made to a boat. The nice tree has been chopped by reality. Thinking back, I was rarely nice. I thought power afforded me the luxury of being nice. But it was also only true if the other people realized I had power. If they believe I am powerless, they would be so tempted to cross me. Treat me as if I am not there. A non-factor. The Crystal King once said I came to invade. Well, he was right. The site of the Demon King wasn't located close to the Crystal King, but well within his territory. There were 15 kingdoms in the way, all human, and all vassals of the Crystal King. They had fortified the entire path, and then, beetles appeared everywhere. I could have just used root tunnels and only invaded the chosen location, but I didn't want to reveal that card. I decided to just invade the normal way, and clear a path in the process. It wasn't necessary to clear or attack everything along it. There were segments that we could easily take detours, so we did. But I decided to attack about 5 fortresses along the path simultaneously for the spectacle. My lord, there are beetles attacking all our fortifications. The defenders shouted. But where are they from? The trees, sire. Which one? All of them. But how? I don't know. My beetles overwhelmed the defenders easily, and I equipped a variety of beetles. Some only injected paralyzing poisons, some more lethal. We had to be. Some of these defenders were frankly trying to destroy the beetles, but for most, what we did was we flooded the area with so much beetles, paralyzed everyone, and then the beetles moved everyone out. I decided to go even further, sending Hytrerian over. Hytrerian's combat abilities, as I experienced in earlier battles, was lackluster, but against human kingdoms, the Walker was a walking fortress that signified death. He was a walking icon. This action naturally invited a response from the Crystal King. It wasn't even hard to detect the magical spells that formed, and they launched magical projectiles toward my Titan. They were slightly more powerful than the magical blasts used by the demon champions during the Sabnok era. Those projectiles smashed into my wall of wooden shields. It was powerful enough to destroy a few layers of my shields, but my Titan emerged unscathed. Having fun? I asked Jonpu, who was obviously scrying the entire battle. He was curious and couldn't help himself. I also knew the centaurs were watching. I'd say the same to you. That giant creature. A former demon champion. Ah, that explains the similarities. You have the power to reclaim them. I wouldn't call it reclaiming, if you know and have seen how they are made. I've converted them. Semantics. Jonpu shrugged. If no one has heard of you before, they will now. The Crystal King will take this as the cause for war. One can find a reason if that's all he looks for. If it's a war he wants, then he shall have. I intend to demonstrate a few more of my abilities and minions, just to show that I am not to be trifled with. It'll take a tense peace over this constant annoyance of warfare. For a tree, you sure have a lot of grudges. Jonpu smirked. It's carved into my being. I flooded the area with beetles, with enough beetles to make the horizon a line of darkness. It was a spectacle, even if it wasn't the most efficient. It wasn't even the way I would have fought. Instead, my strategists called it a parade, and Hytrerian was the big nuclear missile I showed off. I had Hytrerian shoot a few magical blasts, and I intentionally didn't interfere with any attempts to scry or spy. We wanted them to see, and they did. We didn't need to block scrying at where the Demon King was supposed to land. The magical energies once the battle starts usually cause all attempts to scry and view the battle to go crazy. Too much magical energy interfered with such spells. But that did mean everyone could see all the teleportation that occurred, and all the crystal bombs and trap that were deployed at the soon-to-be ground zero. Impressive preparations. Jonpu praised as he checked the area. Kefrey sung praises of your organization, and I see it's not unfounded. It's the work of an institution, not mine alone. My job is merely to set the direction. In time, your men can participate in this, and gain levels. In fact, if you joined my pantheon and gained an avatar, you could even participate in the battle yourself. Jonpu thought, and didn't respond to my attempt to convince him to join the pantheon. The area was rigged with our usual stuff. Bombs, bombardment towers, ballistas, traps, snares and harpoons. The 7 heroes all rested in a nearby makeshift dwelling, while they waited. We had some Valthorns sneak to the other side as usual, to watch for the signs, and plant our listening devices. It felt like we were beginning to develop a set of standard operating procedures on how to deal with demon kings, and I felt cautiously confident. The heroes were flat out confident, but both Ken and Kay tried their best to talk them out of it. They still needed to prepare, and the demons could easily spring a surprise. Our biggest problem, essentially, was we didn't know what we didn't know. My Valthorns on the demon world tried to spy and get some ideas, and it does seem fairly typical. The wildcard that I had to deal with was the countermeasures. I didn't know what and where that was. Anyway, for now, Ground Zero was a large, mostly uninhabited valley filled with trees and animals. It wasn't hard to ensure the place was evacuated, and we were, after all, dealing with a typical demon king. The Crystal King was annoyed. He sent very harshly written missives to Jonpu, which was meant for me, because, well, they assumed I was in cahoots with the Pyramid Immortal. Which wasn't wrong. He was fairly amused. One of my Valthorns activated the item, which was imbued with his domain's energies. A missive in crystal form, and a holographic memory. It was quite a bit like those crystal image storage devices commonly found in Shenxia fiction. The Pact of the Three permits no intruders. Pyramid, if you know better, break off your alliance with this foul invader. His presence threatens us all. Jonpu laughed. He's taking some legal liberties there, interpreting your presence as an intruder, on par with the demons. From his point of view, the difference in our nature is merely in form and methods. We are invaders either way. You three are the locals, the natives. It's a nativist approach to things. I countered. But I'll say it makes all the difference. It is differences in form, methods, and how we interact that separates friend from foe. Again, differences in perspective. Jonpu shrugged. I look forward to witnessing this great trap of yours. You seem to have utmost confidence in your prediction of the Demon King's location. Well, we hope we don't disappoint. My diplomat to the Centaurs, Kanara, was suddenly a very busy lady. Everyone wanted to talk to her. Again, as a spectacle, there was a sizable Centaur contingent preparing for the invasion of the Demon King. They wore ceremonial armor. Flashy, colorful, not as practical. The Centaurs wanted proof of the existence of the other worlds. The Centaurs themselves were fairly fragmented. Each tribe or village was a small nation on its own, with minimal oversight from Hoofhal, and this was especially so for the far-out tribes. The Centaurs, as naturally fiercely independent folks, didn't really like bothering each other, though, like tribal clans, they often banded together to fight off the humans or the Sand People. Just like what I wanted to do on Treehome, I decided I needed to give the leaders perspective. To open their eyes to the multiverse. All in due time, though, I suspect once I do so, the Crystal King and the leader of the Centaurs would take this perspective as an affront to their authority. Jonpu didn't care as much. Or maybe, he was just hiding it. But I have a sense that he's not really bothered with ruling over people. He often just has to rule, because that leads to the best outcomes. The Demon King Malthusian descended. Right at the location we predicted. The traps activated, and in a sudden, the entirety of Threeworld shook from the explosion. The ripple of magic was so intense that even those not normally sensitive to magic felt it. The Demon King took the form of a large 10-winged demon with 4 massive arms. But all of that didn't matter when the bombs detonated and its first form was destroyed. It transformed into something smaller. The 7 heroes engaged. But before that, a massive rift gate opened above the battlefield, and demons poured out by the tens of thousands. A second wave of explosions and bombardments thinned the demonic horde, and the 7 heroes focused on the Demon King. It was a fairly short battle, all said and done. The 7 heroes have gained strength after each battle, even with their weakened star mana abilities. The battlefield was littered with magical explosions, and those who sought to spy on the battle soon found the connection to be choppy. Quite like trying to watch a football match on satellite TV when there's a storm outside messing with the reception. The heroes won. It tried to detonate itself once more. They teleported out just in time. The battle was won. More of my Valthorns gained levels. Yet, still none at the domain. Maybe not yet. We've got a process. I wonder whether it's worth it to replicate this in every world we visit. For the levels and for the spectacle. Spread some goodwill, as a dimensional anti-demon force. The domain holders were impressed, but not shaken. But the spectacle was seen by many others. Smaller kings, the vassals of the 3 overlords of 3 worlds, all now considered the implication of a 4th force. They were shaken, and many made covert attempts to communicate with us. Against the wishes of their overlords. The questions on their minds were simple. What did we want? What are we willing to give or trade? How would this affect the dynamics of the 3-party state? Were we stronger? Many have seen the presence of the 7 heroes, 6 humans for another world, and 1 Kefrey. It bolstered Jonpu's reputation, as a wise, far-seeing partner able to ally itself. My diplomat was frank. We wanted unique resources, talents, and abilities. Powers to help the fight against the demons throughout the world. Kanara referred to her office as a recruitment and marketing platform, to pitch the idea of joining the fight. A promise of a fight greater than the world. If the people of Treehome grow soft, the net must widen. Treehome was akin to an oil well, where the composition of its reserves has changed over time. In the past, we dug out more black oil, more gasoline. But over time natural gas would form a larger part of the extracted resources. On a long enough timescale, there are no permanent reserves, even if I try my best to preserve and prolong them. Wait, we're invited to visit the other worlds. I had the Valthorns send invitations to all the leaders. Is this a trap? The Valthorns who sent the messages to the various lords, and for the interest of things, I've sent the same invitations to the Holy Emperor and Holy Empress of the other continents. A trap. The priests who returned didn't know what to tell them, at least, at first. It was eye-opening, but also horrifying. They generally advised the Holy Emperor and Holy Empress no. They were too important. They were rulers of an empire. An emperor does not take holidays. But it was no place for a priest to tell an emperor what to do. An emperor does what an emperor does, and one of them was fascinated so much. Holy Emperor Eranuel read the document, and laughed. Eon invites me to visit the other world. He laughed to his court. He taunts me, if he thinks I won't accept. The Valthorn was a fairly high-leveled individual, at level 100. I could sense he was inwardly annoyed, but the Emperor's aura was a strong one. Such was the nature of ruler classes. Tell Eon I am not afraid of him. I will go. Men, prepare to set sail for the central continent. My Valthorn shrugged. That won't be necessary, Emperor Eranuel. A portal will be open to send you and your entourage across. Along with all the other folks we invited. I think we need a formal tour guide division. My Void Archmages privately petitioned. We're tweaking the rift gates to make it more of a standardized trip. There's also the issue of these ruler classes. Some of them are using their powers on my people, attempting to sway us to their side. Escorting nobility was a common task of spies and diplomats, and thus, I approached the FTC's graduates, the lords and ladies of the central continent for candidates. There were quite a few takers, especially some of these noble classes that didn't want to actually go down and deal with the nastiness of politics. A formal role as Freshka's interdimensional tour guides for these foreign dignitaries was respectable, well paid, and none of the risks of assassinations commonly associated with war. 239. All bark. Year 241. I met the Holy Emperor, and I felt his aura brush against mine. It was quite like a dog, barking loudly against a truck. Pointless. He seemed confident at first, as the Emperor exited the portal. His small army of companions and guardians followed, but they were pale. He kept a straight face as my aura smashed into his like a hammer. It seems the rumors have some steel behind them. The confidants all didn't fare better. The Emperor's aura couldn't protect them, and against my own, his aura was pushed back into a small area no larger than the Emperor. Likewise, I thundered. My voice these days took the form of the echoes of the forest itself, 1,000 trees all speaking at once. They echoed, and layered over each other. Greetings, Emperor Eranuel. Are you ready for your trip across the stars? He tried to keep a straight, confident face. I could sense the mild shaking in his fingers, but the fact that he wasn't coward in spite of my weight made me rate him much higher than I would otherwise. Of course. For all the pomp and arrogance, I could feel that this holy emperor had a backbone stronger than many others. The arrogance was merely a cover for something more within him, and there seemed like an actual, active mind within him. I will send you to the other worlds, now. Through my power. He nodded, and checked on his companions. I felt him use some kind of power to empower his fellow companions. Steel yourself, men. We are not cowards. Some of them look better, a bit of color back to their face. My teleportation ability sent them through to Lavaworld first. It is not often I speak to you people. I believe your people consider me enemies. The Emperor paused and looked back at his men. They were now all in another world, and I noticed him touch his skin, and feel the air. Yes, you are our foe. The threat to our empire's existence. Strange you say so, when we offer coexistence at every available opportunity. The Emperor looked at the demons that swarmed the lava world. He looked rather sad. My advisors tell me you don't mean it. Coexistence is a lie. We do. I said. We have bigger foes to face. Our goal is to end this cycle of destruction. If we could hide the world, we will. What if that's done? Will you seek to annihilate us? The Emperor accused, but I realized that accusation came from ignorance. What are your advisors feeding you? Do we seem like a bloodthirsty bunch eager to kill at every corner? The guilds, do you not fund them in secret? No, we certainly don't. But the banks. The banks are independent entities set up to protect the wealth of the people. Everyone can use them, including you. If you don't fund them, why do you let them go wild? I ensure all the guilds in my land listen to me. The Emperor countered. Tell your guilds to stop if you mean to coexist. I realized there was a gap in comprehension. I understood coexistence as a hands-off approach. I believed that by not doing anything, I am therefore coexisting with them. For an emperor, everyone reported to him. So, it was natural for an emperor to assume that by allowing guilds from my land to attack them, I really did not have the intention to coexist with them. The guilds, in the eyes of supreme rulers, were my minions by sheer association. What if I told you that these guilds are truly independent of me, and I have no desire to rule over or control them? Feel free to destroy them if you are able to. The Emperor paused. And you wouldn't step in the way. Why should I? Guilds come and go. They are just temporary groups of people, like a cult of money, or an adventurer party. These are just fickle, temporary existences. Do you care about how the packs of insects form groups or guilds? The Emperor had an epiphany of his own, as if he suddenly understood that I really didn't give a shit about the guilds. Capitalism and corporations have a tendency of constantly finding the best way to make money. This time, that sadly meant conquering other lands. I would stop them. Do you stop children from fighting, Emperor? You let them fight, and hope they grow. All I will do is set boundaries, so that both don't end up worse off. But these days, I have to shout to get my rules heard, and even summon the parents and the guardians. The Emperor chuckled at the reference. Your child is snatching away my things. But you don't consider them your children, do you? I don't. They are folks that happen to live under my rule, but I do not care for their political structures. These guilds, corporations, cults or whatever come and go, and in my lifetime, they will fade. It's almost a certainty. 2. If you can't protect it, you will eventually lose it. I wasn't aware you believed in might makes right. The Emperor retorted. What stories do they feed people like you? For an emperor, you must be aware of what bullshit you are consuming. The Emperor paused. His aura wavered a little, as he looked at his weakened entourage. I see. The priests often say you are the hidden hand, but it seems we have all been too presumptive. To me, war is nothing more than a complicated, bloody, selection and training process for my future war talent. For this war, a war for our right to exist. The Emperor's eyes gazed on the vast lava world, the wastelands and the demonic hordes that fill the horizon. The perpetual battlefield, and my Valthorn's training ground. The war was still fought, of course. Against each other. Like kids. But for once, they learned. It was nice to feel like they won't bother the Valthorns. For a few years. Maybe a few decades if I am lucky. Then I'll have to do this whole scare regime again. It is what it is. My new dimensional tour guides did well. They sung praises of my efforts across worlds. The nobles were treated to a life on the other worlds. Of hardship. Of suffering. Of death. It was tourism. With my values, my circumstances. Many nobles came through with some comprehension. The scope remains too hard to fathom, and certainly, it's too much to take in from just a 3-4 day trip across the Void Sea. My priests were all generally in favor of publicizing the existence of the multiverse to the general public. As far as they were concerned, it's already an open secret. There were all these folks that came from another world, like the Canary, or those who migrated to the growing tropic world. So, it made sense to go all out, and start talking about the other worlds. It certainly enhanced my position, and helped separate us from the regular kingdoms. Everyone's gonna get some perspective. In terms of finances, my Valtrian Order financial administrators salivated at the prospect of charging a bomb for the privilege of visiting other worlds, and creating true interdimensional trade. Money didn't mean much to me. To me, it is the ability to direct resources and talent that truly mattered. But this was one of the areas I left it to the experts. Each trip, theoretically, cost mana. But I've got so many trees and so many clones that the mana produced pretty much covered all my military and exploratory use. But commercial trips are usually an entire league of its own, though, I suppose I could set quotas. They'd have to bid for it, or perhaps, a lottery. Then folks get to travel from place to place. Maybe it should be a one-way trip. Or maybe both, since ID still wants some financial revenue. That'll help make my administrators happy. ID sell it like isekai light. That these guys start out in another world, with the option to return. Best fresh start for anyone sick of their current situation. I was quite amused by the idea, though I was also horrified at how much I think like the gods. Stella, Edna and Lumoof were on the move again. Thanks to more sensitive sensors, and also some artificial mind work, they've roughly estimated the locations of the barrier's source worlds, and now needed to get there. As it turns out, Stella figured it's possible to abuse the barrier itself, to use the barrier's void energies to create a path to those source worlds. The archmages were also getting better at modifying the rift gates. They were prepped for a fight. Any world where there's some sort of barrier mechanism is likely to be fortified. Unless the demons were so confident. All three took up arms. Ready. Stella looked at her two fellow domain holders, and they nodded. This will feel different. It's not a portal, but instead, we're going to be in a bubble. They warped, and Stella flung the 3 in that bubble of void mana onto the barrier itself. Stella said it was the equivalent of throwing a flat stone across a pond, and the barrier was that pond. It bounced, and hopped off the barrier. They crashed into a world, their void bubble unstable, but when they landed, they saw a world filled with demons, and a lot of demonic structures. Spires of all kinds. The terrain was dry, devoid of all life. Lumuf extended his senses, and felt the core was like any other demon world. But it was clear this wasn't any world, because all they had to do was look up, and saw that there was a sun with 2 black rings around it. Even from the surface of the world, they could feel the twisted energies of those rings. Stella's magical powers focused on those rings, and looked at her 2 peers. Well, the barrier is generated by extracting energy from that strange sun weight. Stella looked around, her magical senses traced the energies. There seems to be some kind of space mining. I can't see it, but I can sense them from the magical energies in space. Okay. Edna nodded. We've got some things to destroy. Those 2 rings, they are producing void mana, somehow. From the sun's energies. I could feel them funneling those energies away, into the barrier, but also somewhere else. Black Sun's essentially stored void mana, and doesn't generate its own. Maybe it does. But not enough to fuel its ambitions. Edna counted. So the demons capture planets, and also capture suns to supplement it. Lumuf said. Stella didn't seem sure. There must be something about this sun. We need to get closer. It was quite amusing to realize that all my domain holders all had some kind of summon ability. It seemed that as one reached that level, having magical minions was part of the skill set. Lumuf could summon spiritual warriors, Edna, magical knights. Stella could summon creatures made of void mana, energy beasts. Their summoned creatures fought the demons, while the 3 continued to survey the location. The planetary surface was fairly normal other than the high presence of demonic spires and spawning pools. Demons. Can you get us to those rings? Stella looked. No issues. Same world. Don't even need to spend all that much void. She coughed, as she felt her own magical senses blocked. Oof. Magical shield. We need to bombard it from here. Break down that shield, then teleport onto it. They're surprisingly thorough. Edna quipped. Sounds like they have some intelligent demons among those present. Like the demon parasite champions. Lumuf looked around. The demons on the surface were all regular demons. It's possible the demon champion versions of these demons are intelligent. We don't even know it's just some or all those demon champions. Ali can think. It's not a stretch to consider those here are able to think just as well. Edna said, and then looked back at Stella. If you need to bombard that place, we'll need reinforcements. Stella nodded. Yes. Let's go get ourselves some rift gates. They should have some on this world. There were no star paths for this world. This world wasn't invading any other world. Getting people onto that world proved significantly harder than expected, even with captured rift gates. Its location was really far, and the way they got there was through bouncing off the surface of the void barrier. It was likely that if the void barrier collapsed, a group of them would not be able to return the way they came. Unless they had my teleporting familiars, which was fairly limited. There's like only 20 plus slots, the rest of the Valthorns typically relied on special call home scrolls to emergency teleport back to a safe location. We needed volunteers for this mission. Matriarch Hoya gathered them, and about 1,000 of my best Valthorns came for the briefing. Of these 1,000, I hoped about 100 would agree to make the leap to the other side. This will most likely be a one-way trip for a long time. At least, until Eon deploys a seed on that side of the Void Sea. Stella, Lumuf and Edna are now on one of the barrier worlds, where there is a magical structure that the demons use to extract void mana from the sun, via some unknown process. Using magical crystals, we could display images and pictures. Illustrations of what we have seen. Eon is of the view that there is a fairly high risk of death, and his ability to protect everyone is uncertain. It is too far from our homeworld, and call home spells will not work. We do not know what this structure is capable of. But, if we can break down the protective barrier and infiltrate those rings around the sun, we would take a step closer. The matriarch flashed an image of the barrier world. We know something is headed our way. This mission supports that agenda. If it is the long-theorized comet of demons, we hope to catch it before it gets near. It is likely behind that barrier. She looked at the crowd. I understand that some of you may feel that this is a suicide attempt, because of the distance. That is all right. But Eon will need volunteers. Those willing to go along with the Void Archmages to make all the jumps needed. At the final part, Stella will be the one opening the portal from the other side. 100 volunteered. Stella's Void Explorer was headed in the other direction. As far away from the demon sun as we could. The other side of the goal was to reach the god-covered worlds. See whether we could get allies. Talk to gods who could supply us with an army of heroes. One of the Void Archmages led this part of the project, along with all of our other initiatives. The Comet World project met a dead end. It was likely we weren't getting the right materials. Or we didn't have access to the system. Veter was one of these Void Archmages, and he was most convinced of the God World strategy. It was sensible. If gods could protect their own domain, and even send heroes to further out worlds, the best way to defeat the demons was to reach the gods, and get their help. If a bridge could be created via my clone, essentially the gods could just keep summoning heroes, and send them to the far out worlds via my network of clones. I was the funnel, the canal that helped irrigate the abandoned worlds with heroes. My Void Treefolk grew up well. The first of them was in his teens, and didn't display any unusual behaviors. His physique was reasonable for his age, not exceptional. But his void magic was incredible, and he displayed the ability to manipulate small quantities of void magic with very minimal training. The lizardfolk experiments were a bit more mixed. Some experienced some challenges later in their life as they aged. The void mana seemed to cause problems for their body that we did not encounter with the void tree folks. I stepped in a few times to heal these lizard folks, and beyond that, tried to correct the flaws created from the experiments with void mana. The archmages wanted to create all types of mana-attuned people. Core mana, or star mana attunement was naturally the next step, though star mana was just as difficult to work with as void mana. Luckily, star mana didn't have the tendency of harming the body. Star mana decayed into regular mana. In large quantities they triggered what we call mana poisoning. Mana poisoning was fairly easy to deal with. Lumoof was one of those who experienced extreme levels of mana poisoning. We have not been able to replicate the god's ability to create souls capable of producing star mana like the heroes. It's poured in the heroes through those magical vases as I've seen in the soul spring, but the heroes themselves were somehow able to produce some star mana once their soul spring fully converted to that heroic white marble form. I still tried to recreate it, though from the name, it highly implied star mana had otherworldly origins. Even my own few star mana generating leaves collected energies from the stars, though my earlier attempts to increase my production of star mana had gone nowhere. Among my normal mage researchers, the creation of star mana from natural sources remains one of the most highly coveted goals. Interlude, Mountain World Lizard Persons. Chief Yon was a lizard person who'd seen too much war in his life, and he had seen too many of their villages spawn and younglings die in the wars. Wars against the other kingdoms, wars against demons. It was just war in perpetuity, and he had always thought this was how life was. He watched as the matron, the eldest of the females, tended to the spawning pools. Life was cheap. The spawning pools gave their village hundreds of young broods every year, but everyone knew it was a trade-off. Spawning pools, in which lizard folks donated their eggs and seeds into a communal pool, were a communal affair. The females of the village, when they came to maturity, could all produce a special liquid known as spawn feed. This would be then brewed with other foods and components into a broth which is poured into the said pools. This nurtured the eggs and seeds from their infancy. Naturally, quantity was a trade-off. Spawn feed came from the females, and it was a drain on their physique, and its quality determined by how much was produced, and how much they had to make. The quality of the other foods and components also mattered in the strength of the spawn. The first years of a spawnling was their years of haze. Lizardfolk did not gain full sentience and mind until the second year, when they finally stepped out of their spawning pools, but the quality of the food and spawn feed had a huge impact on how long this took, and the level of intellect the spawns had. Yet, in order to ensure some spawn survived the wars, quality was always sacrificed for quantity. So much so that it's almost a sacrilege to go for quality. Then he saw the visitors for the first time. The knight, Aben, seemed like a demigod from the ancient tales passed down from lizard chief to lizard chief. His presence far outstripped even the strongest that he had met, and as chief, he had seen many. Then, a few years later, the visitors came. With a lizard folk. A lizard person from the other world, dressed in the bright green insignia of that other world. Valthorn. Unlike the lizard folk of the village, who were generally smaller, and had skinny muscles, this lizard folk stood tall as the biggest of the other races, with muscles that radiated power. His scales glimmered when the sun's rays reflected on it, a reflection of good health. His eyes were bright yellow, instead of the dull brown commonly seen in the other lizard folk. Everyone fawned, Chief Yan included. It was fair to say every single lizard folk stared at Kaffa. The knights chuckled at their reaction. Kaffa, everyone's staring at you again. Chief Yan immediately imprinted the name in their mind. Kaffa shrugged. He had been through this too many times. This reaction was absolutely normal. Even back on Treehome, healthy lizardfolk were rare, and lizardfolk like Kaffa, who were specially bred for pure power and strength. Every tour of the outer continents was met with fawning looks. The result of the Valtrian lizardfolk repopulation program over the decades, and Eon's dedicated development program, Kaffa's natural abilities far outstripped the malnourished lizard folks of the mountain world. To Chief Yan, Kaffa was living proof that something else was possible. Something other than their endless grind of sending young, malnourished spawnlings to the meat grinder of war. The village of lizardfolk did nothing. Life in the village was stable, even if it's not ideal. The heroes were freed, they broke the demons, defeated the demon king, and the war against the demonic armies came to an end. A new nation in the lands cursed by the demon. Yan heard the news in the cities, during the chief's regular tax payment visits to the capital. This was nothing more than background noise to the village. Yet that stability was short, because the inter-kingdom wars long held dormant resurfaced. Old grudges returned, and the kingdoms fought over the right to rule in this new era of peace. He was upset when 60 of his strongest lizard warriors were drafted for the war and never returned. Upset, but they did nothing. It was when flames of war came for their village, that they finally were spurred into action. A skirmish that led more of their people dead, and rumors of more attacks. They thought of moving, even if that meant abandoning the spawning pools. Unlike the rest of the civilized worlds, lizardfolk had no attachment to their spawnlings, a byproduct of their reptilian origin. Eventually, the discussions on migration led back to Kaffa. He thought of the new nation in the cursed land, and wondered what kind of kingdom they would be. Could their spawn be like that warrior? Branchhold, they called it. It was visible from miles away, the trees of Branchhold seemed to reach so very high into the sky. The largest of them seemed to touch the clouds itself, and Chief Yan wondered whether it was just some kind of magic. Even the air felt different, they felt the ripples of aura on their skins and their bodies. Was this city always here? One of his lizard mates asked. Yan never visited this area, even before the wars, but as far as he knew, no. This place should NT have existed, unless some great magic hid them from the world. I am not certain. The leaves of the forests were vibrant, the grasslands had a life in them that they've not seen elsewhere. There were still fallen leaves, and dried grass, but it seemed like new grass had already sprung up to take their place. The group was greeted by 3 full layers of walls covered with vines and roots that looked taller than the highest of demons they've seen. Beetles crawled on those vines and roots, patrolling. The gates were manned by a group of soldiers in bright green uniform. The same uniform of the lizard person, Kaffa. Are you here for the resettlement arrangement? One of them approached them. Sorry. I mean, are you refugees looking to move to Branchhold? Yan paused at the words, and realized that they were in fact, refugees. He nodded. Yes. Yes we are. The dwellings they received were strange, located at the roots of the trees. They were organized to different sections based on the race of the refugees, and Yan's villagers received strangely high-quality dwellings made out of roots. The roots themselves curved to form these roundish dwellings, and there were pools of water for younglings. What was rather unusual, was that each dwelling had their own spawning pools, instead of a communal spawning pool. He made a note to locate a spot suitable for communal spawning pools within the area. Greetings, Chief Yan. One of Branchhold's representatives came to greet them, another lizardfolk. Ah, greetings, you are. Furong. I am an administrator of Fresh Branchhold. The lizard person said. How are they taking to their new dwellings? It's very comfortable, but we do find some features a little strange, but may I just check, is this our temporary dwelling? Oh, these dwellings are yours unless you find them unsatisfactory. Will you continue to be the chief of these lizard folks? Furong asked. Chief Yan paused for a moment. I see. What will it cost us? Sorry. What will the nobility require of us lizardfolk to pay for such accommodation? 100 lizardfolk warriors per year. Furong struggled for a moment, as he racked his brain for a response. I think that's a conversation with the central governing body. There will be reproduction quotas, like how it is organized back on the central continent. Sorry, can you repeat that again? Chief Yan wasn't sure what he had just heard. I think it's best that we explain this in a dedicated environment. Furong quickly redirected the conversation, as he realized there was a cultural gap to bridge. For now, will you be the chief of these lizard folk? Why? The administrator wondered momentarily. Every new refugee group needs an appointed representative to the Council of Branchhold. Ah, yes. I will be, for the time being. Great. There will be a briefing for the new migrants, and you can take 2 others with you. The council will explain the rules of our city and answer your questions, should you have them. Furong said. There will be a lizardfolk specific session as well, which we will first run through with the leaders and matrons. The issue of taxation and drafting was easy to get through. Lizardfolk villages normally paid their taxes by way of manpower. They supplied expendable lizardfolk warriors by the hundreds, and this was their tax to the kingdom. A shift towards work and payment by way of production wasn't hard to understand, and Chief Yan was aware of some lizardfolk villages that paid their taxes by way of swampland herbs and potions. What they struggled with was the change to the policy of spawning pools. It was a concept that they understood, but found it hard to internalize. Lizard people were expendable. They bred by the hundreds, and died by the hundreds. A malnourished lizard warrior was half as strong as others at level 10, but they covered that up with sheer numbers. Each lizardfolk community would be given a communal spawning pool, but it would be located near the giant tree in the center of the city. There were visiting hours, and each matron would be trained. Each communal spawning pool was also limited to only 50 spawnlings at a time, unlike the multiple hundreds that they were used to. They were briefed on the objective to breed stronger lizard folks with higher quality of spawn feed and additional nutrients, and the city would supply specialized saps that would be fed to the communal pools. A normal spawnling would take 2 to 3 years to mature in the communal spawning pool, so, after the first year in the communal spawning pool, each family of lizard folks will be allowed to move a small group of spawnlings to their personal spawning pools, if they desire to raise the spawnlings in their own ways. Otherwise, they would remain in the main communal spawning pool. The matrons have to work with the herbalists and the druids of Branchhold, coupled with sharing of the feed with non-lizard folks and the spawning limits. Jan could already see the defensiveness brewing in their brown eyes. Some of them were already muttering some unpleasant words under their breath, and Jan got the full uncensored version once they got back. 240. A tree reaches for the sun. Year 242. I had a fairly good impression of Emperor Aranuel. He seemed level-headed, if a little misguided and uninformed of what could exist beyond his sphere of knowledge. Once educated, he wasn't stupid and commanded his empire behaved accordingly. War was still brutal as hell. The merchant kings were far more calculative about things, and they did have a tendency of measuring territories in terms of how much money they made. But, the existential threat was super effective. Since that visit, we maintained contact, much to the displeasure of the priests around the emperor. He had questions, and a curiosity for the greater war beyond Treehome, but alas, we are from different factions. It was rare to find nobles and administrators interested in the greater war playing out. There were some, of course, and those that did, we would rope them to assist with the greater battle. There was always a need for people to grow our fortifications on our other worlds, such as Branchhold and Tropics World. Branchhold remains one of the locations where we maintained just that one patch of land, legally. But since every nation respected us, and we sent our missionaries, spies and traders everywhere, we were respected as the one true neutral nation in the entirety of Branchhold. We also spoke of other worlds more openly. This intrigued the nobles and wealthy of Mountain World, and, my tour people had more work to do. At some point, we would have to allow for more open travel between the worlds. Right now the movement of individuals was artificially limited. There were medical concerns, such as the introduction of unusual diseases. This factor was negligible with my Valthorns since they had the blessings of my familiars and various abilities, but for civilians with none of that, we were concerned they'd kill themselves without knowing it. Even those who went on officially sanctioned trips, we maintained a small team of healers just to make sure they don't suddenly keel over. It's unlikely, but not a good look for us if those that went on trips didn't return. On the barrier world, my domain holders and the small group of Valthorns were still at work. It would be better if Eon could deploy a seed here. Lumoof actually suggested, since, with its unusual location, it was hard to ship anything over or back. Well, need it for the sun rings itself. Stella countered. We settled on the term sun rings to refer to the 2 rings around the sun. The Valthorns built a large base essentially overnight, and shifted to constructing an array of magical bombardment tools meant to break or weaken the magical shielding around the 2 sun rings. There was a group of mages that studied those rings, and they claim it to be some kind of Dyson ring, harvesting sun energy. I thought that was pretty obvious, but I guess we have to establish foundations, however obvious they are, before we can make more meaningful conclusions. The main issue with the bombardment tools was essentially range. We were the equivalent of some guys on Earth, trying to shoot something towards the sun. The distances involved were massive, and even with the Void Mage's portal magic, which significantly reduced the actual projectile travel time, it still involved a lot of coordination. Teleporting bombs right onto the magical shields was also quite costly. Mana-wise. One of the great things, however, was the presence of Demolite, and it was quite easy to recharge void mana. This world was filled with it. Those two rings created so much void mana that some of them inevitably diffused to the environment around them. So, for Stella, it was just picking up those excess void mana. Alka, naturally, decided it was best if he went to this barrier world, and so he, escorted by a second contingent of about 20 volunteers, also made the journey to this world. Their journey would take at least a year, because even Stella took a while to get to the barrier world. They estimated it'll take another year or two to create sufficient tools to bombard the place. On 3 home, as the specter of war against the demons was behind us, my issue now shifted to war with the Crystal King. He has essentially declared war on Jonpu, and the rest of us by proxy. What this meant was harassment, since, despite his claim of total war, he didn't dare actually mount open war. None of his vassals were keen on facing a seemingly limitless beetle army, but they postured. It was all smoke and mirrors, all show and no actual action. It was pointless open hostility, but they still did it anyway. Jonpu claimed it was just pride, and frankly, Jonpu poured oil on the fire by goading the messenger, claiming he was not afraid of war. I naturally realized Jonpu was a bit of a warmonger himself, and loved to use the excuse of my presence to fight wars. Strange, because he claimed he was weary of the war and the stalemate. Yet, he was more than happy. Hell, it felt like he was looking for any excuse to have a war. In his own words, I do not shy away from war. If it is war that Crystal King wants, it is war he shall get. I have scimitars that still desire blood. I have raiders eager to hack at their kingdoms. The war between the Sand People and the fortified humans were essentially rough, and there were no observations of any war conventions. There was rape, there was pillaging, there was war in its most brutal form. The Sand People did not share my values, even if we were nominally allies. I decided, after speaking to my own folks, to stay out of their shit. There were centuries if not thousands of years of bad blood between the 3 factions. Everyone wronged everyone, and I didn't want to get into it. Jonpu didn't really mind that I didn't give assistance. He was a domain holder, and just like the Crystal King, he had an ego and pride. He wouldn't take things from me, unless it was something he didn't want to deal with. Like Kefrey, he made himself clear. I will fight this war myself. There is no need for you to get involved. In fact, I'd prefer it if you don't meddle. My spies eventually realized it's because he had to still maintain the semblance that he was the main boss of the Sand People, and thus, it didn't reflect well on Jonpu, if I fought wars for him. If his power was not necessary to win the war, the nations of Sand would lose their loyalty, and that was not what he desired. The Centaurs, however, didn't have a choice. They were too weak. They were more than happy to sit out this war between the Sand People and the humans. They were the weakest of the 3 after their recent problems with the previous Demon King, and thus, they also needed to rebuild. My diplomat naturally wanted to support the Centaurs in their reconstruction, since supporting the 3-party state seemed like a good idea. This was a complicated process since we essentially needed to use portals extensively to deliver goods to the Centaur lands after teleporting them in through my clone tree in the far north. I didn't want to ship goods through the Sand People's land, since we weren't exactly short on teleportation spells, and it just wasn't a good political look to ship goods to another nation, when we did not give that same support to Jonpu's Sand People. My diplomats recruited talented centaurs to join our cause. My centaurs, as odd as it sounded, recommended me to throw them into the pool and watch them swim, as these talented centaurs from all over the Centaur lands was shipped to Lavaworld, where they found demons until they were exhausted, gave up, or found it to be what they wanted to do. They were a martial kind, after all, and war was a calling. The prospect of a war where they could go all out for long periods of time, without having to adhere to any ethics, since demons were pretty much monsters, excited some of them. It was even therapeutic, to dance in war with a foe that is truly inhuman. But it worked, and we recruited about 1,000 centaurs to join us. Warmongers, really. These centaurs loved war, and our mental analysis soon revealed that as long as we gave them the tools to wage war against the demons, they'd be loyal. It was a drug, and hell, ill use it. Centaurs like Aryan and many others were deployed to the Centaur lands, to help them with reconstruction and reclamation of the tainted lands. This was an easy political win for us, and made us friends with the tribes that used to own these tainted lands. It was a dangerous game, of course. Just as Jonpu saw the potential for civil war if he allowed my influence to set in, the same would happen with the Centaurs. Each act that benefits us pulled some of the native Centaur tribes away from Hufhal. At some point, they would perceive us as a rival state, rather than friends, and the Centaur tribes may even descend into civil war. It was a future problem, since, right now, they were in no condition to do so. Along the same lines, my diplomats tried their best to get closer to the powers within Hufhal. Even till today, I knew little about the magical creature or item that claims to rule over the Centaurs. Jonpu himself was vague and elusive about the nature of Centaur's guardian, referring to it in passing as them. One day. Year 243. How many bombs do you think it'll take to break that down? Lumuf asked. Alka arrived just a few weeks back, and got straight to the task of battering down the magical shielding around the sun rings. We did test detonations, where we sent smaller bombs towards the barrier, and they worked fairly well. The shields held, of course. I am guessing, something 100 times bigger, if we go the normal way. Alka said with a big laugh. It's a blended shield with demonic and void mana. All we gotta do is dump star mana on it and it should go crazy. The demons had some kind of defense mechanism, of course, where we detected the sun rings emit a distress beacon. The same one that came from the demon mother. It'll just drive the demons nuts. Lumuf looked. Sure, that's a good idea. Well, we have company, Edna complained, as she went out to deal with the champions that spawned out of the demon's core. Nothing we couldn't handle, not yet, anyway. It'll take the demon mother itself for us to actually plan something serious. The barrier world itself was astral neighbors with 2 other worlds, but Stella was too busy trying to crack the magical shield to travel there. One of those astral neighbors was inaccessible anyway, somehow located behind and on the other side of the barrier, despite clearly visible to us. I think we could dig a hole, though. Alka said. Rather than blow up the shield, maybe easier to just go with an offsetting magical signature to neutralize the effects of the shield, creating a small path for us to go through. You do realize if whatever we use to create that hole collapses, we'll have no way out. Just make more. We're not exactly limited by resources. We are. Oh. Then, Stella, travel back to Treehome to fetch our stuff and back. Hey, the void mages can do that. Stella whined as she did her own things. Besides, you need me to offset that void magic element in that shield. But you're a lot faster. Next time Eon gets more clone seeds, we should recommend he keep 2 in reserve. We'd have a much easier time if we could place 1 here as a base of operations. Lumuf said. Not all items could be sent back and forth with my ability, and for larger items, the void mages essentially have to be magical couriers and delivery. That starts us down the path of eventually asking Eon to keep 100 clones in reserve. Alka laughed. If Eon had 1,000 clones, we'd have an amazing time. Imagine the number we can field across such a world. If that happens, Ian's new job will be a full-time email server manager. Stella joked. I didn't get that. Imagine someone whose job is to tell messages where they need to go, from world to world. Oh, that sounds mundane as hell. Eon would just offload it to an artificial mind. Alka laughed. By the way, I read the studies about void magic as a mechanism to flatten a limited aspect of dimensional space. It's intriguing. Lumuf and Edna's mind promptly shut off the conversation. It is, right. The concept of void magic as an anti-dimensional mana seems to be linked to this barrier. By pushing this ability to the extreme, they've somehow created a null dimensional space. The demons essentially created an impassable barrier. You could reverse it, or offset the effects of the barrier. On a smaller scale I could. At least, my smaller tests suggest I could do it, but the power at place here is orders of magnitude higher. It'll need something much more powerful to break it, and we need to get a sustainable opening, if we want to look behind the veil. Alka looked up at the sun rings. Stella nodded. The demon sun is clearly able to release a portion of its energies to support the demon kings on their invasion. You think those rings also serve as a form of funnel? I would think so. The rhythm of invasions may be somewhat linked to these rings. Didn't seem like something the demons would do, to restrict their own expansion that way. Lumuf butted in. That's true. Unless this was a defense mechanism against the gods. The gods can't reach them. Or, maybe they used to. Lumuf thought. When the multiverse was smaller. The concept of a multidimensional expansion was probably weird. Maybe they don't know that. Stella said. Over the Eons, it's likely this barrier itself will collapse, as they run out of the mana needed to maintain it. If space constantly expanded, and mana consumption thus increased with space, it was only logical that eventually this barrier will consume more mana than can be produced, and thus collapse on itself. This null space barrier was very, very tiny, as it turned out. The demons were spreading it thin. It worked both ways, of course. If I could create this null space barrier, it should break the demon's ability to invade as well. Permanently, at that, it was likely Alka had a point. The demons had a way of getting things out, despite the presence of the barriers. These sun rings likely served as gates into the protected area. Anything going in or out of the demon space was through those rings. So, even if we get onto that thing, do we destroy it, or capture it? Both works, but capturing it would let us tap this massive void mana generation device. Alka said. If we break it, and somehow cancel this barrier, we'd have free access to the demon realm. You're saying as if it's a done deal. My void archmage stretched. We don't even know what happens if we destroy the sun rings. Over a long period of time, it is. Alka laughed. Haven't you spent the most time with Eon to know that everything is ultimately inevitable? I prefer to capture them. Access to large quantities of void mana, and ability to study the magical concepts behind them would greatly push our comprehension. This is an actual magical structure that could ultimately redesign our future. If you put it that way, Stella looked up. There is incredible potential for the ability to manipulate space. Why can't we use it as a weapon? Souls reject void mana, remember. There's a reason we go through that toxic void mana ordeal in order to become void mages. Also, these dimensional spaces are inherently unstable and will collapse. Doesn't seem that unstable to me. Alka laughed in jest. But I get it. One of the Ulerans back on Treehome finally reached level 70, and with the right equipment, the Uleran Earth Mage could technically take on a demon champion on its own. Once they were better prepared, I would intend to send them to Lavaworld where they can fight with the demon champions. Snek, of course, was excited to see one from his world get stronger. There was still more to go. But his partner was getting older, and increasingly, Snek grew worried. Ken, are you sure you don't want some kind of magic treatment? His level plateaued. It was true that level made them live longer, but Ken's age was now closing in on the late 70s to 80s. The magical snake didn't age. But Ken did, and Ken resisted all attempts to de-age or extend his longevity more than necessary. Even the heroes were increasingly touchy about it, especially Chung. Bro. Chung met him for lunch back in Freshka. I know it's hypocritical of me to ask this, but, please, reconsider your choice. We've been friends for decades now, and I can't see you go. Ken laughed. It was true that Ken looked like a man in his 60s, while Chung looked no more than a man in his late 30s, looking in great, amazing shape. If you know me that well, then shut it. I can't, bro. We've been friends for decades, and frankly, there's that few of us. If Eon offers you a deal, please, take it. Fuck that, Ken said as he sipped on his anti-oxidizing tea. Health fads were very real, in this world, since magical teas do exist. You don't intend to see Eon reach the goal of defeating the demons for good. Snek, who took the form of the tiny lizard, agreed with Chung. Chung has a point. Eon needs guidance. All I provide is trope advice. And these days, everyone has heard my tropes a dozen times over. I'd like to age gracefully, and die in my sleep as I originally envisioned. Let me die, brother. Chung didn't seem happy, and decided to approach me directly. For a deal. Eon, we've fought together many times. Can you go against Ken's will, and let him live longer? I can't bear to see a friend of mine die. I've seen so many of mine die back during the early days in this world, and the idea or thought of seeing Ken die. He is healthy and well. He still has a few decades in him. There is no need for this conversation. But he looks so old, and he reminds you of his mortality. Chung sighed. Yeah, looking at him, his skin wrinkled, his hair white. I can't help but really feel how fragile his life is. Like all it takes is just a snuff. I feel that way with everyone, actually. Everyone ages and dies. If it makes him happy, I won't go against his wishes. I am a hero, he's not. Do something, and I know I've been a bit of a rebellious bastard, but make a deal with me. Don't let him die. You seem confident that you will live longer than him. He doesn't serve the front line, you do. Perhaps you should care about your own life, more than his. It's still early for any of them to die, actually.